Luoyang City First High School. In the classroom of Class 7, Grade 11, Li Qingshan, you want to join the martial arts class too? A gasp of surprise echoed. Several nearby students looked up, their gazes converging on a figure by the window. Bright sunlight streamed in, falling upon the young man who was busy writing. The silhouette of his profile glowed brilliantly against the golden light. Li Qingshan stopped his pen, turned his head to the student who had spoken, and chuckled. The martial arts class has no entry requirements, so why shouldn't I go? The speaker faltered. The other students, despite their strange expressions, turned their attention back to the application forms in their hands, feeling indecisive. Boom! A sonic boom exploded in the sky outside. There was no reaction in the classroom. They seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Only Li Qingshan looked up toward the window. A ring of white mist lingered in the air as a black humanoid mecha, reflecting a metallic sheen, sped off into the distance. A sky patrol belonging to the Wuyi Province Inspection Bureau, patrolling the skies over the city every day. Grown accustomed to it? That is a real mecha. Li Qingshan rubbed the application form in his hand, his expression unreadable. It has been 2 years since he transmigrated, yet his understanding of the world before him remains full of contradictions. The interstellar era, the Scarlet Rainbow Sector, Zhang Planet, starships, mechas, martial artists, interstellar beasts, cultists of the evil gods, pollution. These are nothing more than dry words on a textbook. That is right, even in the interstellar era, the teaching on Zhang Planet still uses paper textbooks. After living here for 2 years, he has not even seen a single hover car. The most sci-fi item Li Qingshan can touch is a communicator on his wrist capable of projecting images. Only the mechas flying across the sky from time to time and the martial arts he practices daily remind him that this is indeed an interstellar era. Mechas! Martial artists. The only 2 manifestations of those dry words in the textbooks. Such a magnificent interstellar era. How could I miss it? Li Qingshan smiled slightly and continued filling out his application. On the podium, the homeroom teacher adjusted his glasses, his expression complex. Every 3 years this scene replays, but the path of martial arts is never an easy one to walk. Students, even though there are no entry requirements for the martial arts class, as your teacher, I must offer a warning. Even if you do get into the class, only a handful will ever make it to the new continent. Ignoring talent for a moment, the cost of nutritional fluids alone is high. I hope you all consider this carefully. The low, heavy voice acted like a bucket of cold water. Most of the students sighed helplessly and put down their application forms. Even those still writing tightened their grips on their pens, faces showing struggle before ultimately stopping in frustration. The teacher's words were cruel, but they were true. Zhang Planet is divided into 2 continents, the new continent and the old continent. They are currently on the old continent, and the new continent is the center of the planet. Only by stepping into the new continent can one have the chance to engage with this vast interstellar era. The new and old continents are separated by a vast ocean, but it is not impassable. Talent is the ticket to the new continent. However, the screening for talent had long since begun. For all the students here, from elementary to middle school, every year 1 or 2 classmates were sent to the new continent. And those remaining here are undoubtedly the vast denominator left behind after the screening. Joining the senior year martial arts class and getting into a martial arts university on the new continent could be called their final opportunity. But rather than an opportunity, it is more like an unreachable dream. In Wuyi Province, where Luoyang City is located, only a handful of students are admitted to new continent martial arts universities each year. As the students' moods sank, the classroom grew quieter, with only the rustling of pens sounding exceptionally jarring. The students present turned their heads involuntarily, their gazes converging on the 3 who hadn't stopped writing. Jia Jiang, Zhao Hongzhou, and what? Li Qingshan is also going to join the martial arts class? At this moment, almost all eyes were fixed on Li Qingshan. Wait, on what basis is Li Qingshan applying for the martial arts class? Exactly. Zhao Jiang's family runs a logistics company. He can do whatever he wants. Although Zhao Hongzhou's family situation is average, he has grown stronger over the last 2 years, so taking a gamble is normal. But Li Qingshan... Boy speaking hesitated and someone else immediately chimed in. What's wrong with saying it? Isn't he from the public care center? Mentioning public care isn't discrimination. Public care is a product of the declining birth rate in the interstellar era. Public care centers take in all children from the federal embryo bank. They have no parents. Before the age of 15, they receive standardized education in the centers. After 15, everyone faces a choice. Continue to follow the arrangements of the center until employment and sign a working contract of at least 10 years, or leave the center and support yourself. There are 2 or 3 students from the centers in almost every class. It is not rare. Once the point was made, the surrounding students spoke more freely. Coming from public care, even if the school waives tuition and board, nutritional fluids aren't included. With no parents to help, what gives Li Qingshan the nerve? Not necessarily. I heard that when he left the center, he started working to earn money even before high school, and he doesn't live at the school either. How much can a part-time job pay? A month's salary probably wouldn't cover one bottle of nutritional fluid. True. If Li Qingshan had any talent, he would have been sent to the new continent while at the center, so why would he come to our school? No talent, no family support. Why even bother? Many students began to shake their heads and sigh, adopting an air of superiority. With the vast majority giving up, choosing not to join the martial arts class became the wise choice. And with Li Qingshan's conditions being worse than everyone else's, his insistence was the height of foolishness. Li Qingshan. On the podium, the homeroom teacher frowned but said nothing more. He poured cold water earlier because he didn't want to see students exhaust their family savings and end up with nothing. The senior martial arts class is a strategy set by the Federation, a ticket to the new continent. Although the chance is slim, he cannot force them to stop. It's just a waste of time anyway. He grew up in the care center, so maybe he just wants to give the martial arts class a shot. As the thought passed, the teacher shook his head, giving up on the idea of persuading him. Without family support or sufficient resources, Li Qingshan won't last long in the martial arts class even if he joins. The clamor around his ears grew and Li Qingshan frowned slightly, pausing his pen. Huh? Did he realize it? Is he going to give up? Must be. After listening to our analysis, no matter how stubborn he is, he should give up. Many students were pleased with themselves, smiling, thinking they had successfully dissuaded a stubborn classmate from his foolish behavior. Several students who had half filled their forms and then given up even walked over to Li Qingshan. They looked at the application form in his hand, smiles curling on their lips. Great, it's all filled out, but there's no signature yet. Yes, they all gave up. Why should Li Qingshan continue? Li Qingshan, it's right to give up. There's nothing to regret. Someone reached out, tapped Li Qingshan on the shoulder and said earnestly, "We're all in the same boat, we understand you. Brother Shan, don't listen to them. Let's go to the martial arts class and give it our best." A clear, loud voice rang out. Zhao Hongzhou had finished submitting his application and walked over. Zhao Hongzhou, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Exactly, you have family backing to help you fight. Li Qingshan doesn't even have parents. What can he use to fight? What can you afford to pay for his nutritional fluids? In an instant, the crowd was riled up, as if Zhao Hongzhou's words had ignited public anger. You all... Although Zhao Hongzhou was tall, he still had a childlike innocence, and faced with the accusations, he didn't know what to do. How come I never noticed you guys were so concerned about me before? Li Qingshan let out a mocking laugh, turned his head, and found many people staring at him. To be precise, they were staring at the application form in his hand. They seemed to be expecting him to crush that paper and just go with the flow. It's funny, really. He had been busy with part-time work, making him invisible in class, and he wasn't really familiar with his classmates. Only Zhao Hongzhou, with whom he occasionally worked, was a friend. He didn't expect that today, because of a piece of paper, he would unexpectedly become the focus of the whole class. You don't know a damn thing. Li Qingshan chuckled and signed his name. An illusory light screen, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes. Li Qingshan, Realm Body Forging 900. Behind the light screen were their faces. Shock, frowns, pity. What a display of human nature. Nighttime. Linjiang Road, Galaxy Bar. The music is deafening, and brilliant lights sweep wildly through the dark space. Mid-air projections of dancers twist their bodies dressed in revealing outfits. Beneath the illusory bare feet, figures sway their heads, venting their emotions to the fullest. The smells of smoke, alcohol, and sweat mix with the scent of hormones, fermenting in the enclosed space. So it's been a month, and I'm still not used to this stench. Li Qingshan, wearing a security guard uniform, frowns as he walks past the edge of the crowd toward the bar entrance. Ha! Li Qingshan exhales deeply and gently massages the bridge of his nose. Maybe I should just change jobs. There are plenty of part-time opportunities anyway. But I have to join the martial arts class tomorrow, so I need to see how they've got things scheduled. It was hard enough saving up 60,000 star coins. No idea how long that'll actually last. 60,000 star coins isn't a small amount, considering his rent is only 1,000 a month. But compared to martial arts training, where even the lowest grade nutrient fluid costs 3,000 a bottle, this money is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Luckily, I've got a cheat. Li Qingshan curls his lips into a smile and looks at the illusory screen. Li Qingshan. Realm, body tempering 9-100. Technique. 36 set of broadcast gymnastics. The Starry Sky is calling 7-1000. Function. Martial arts space. The last line, martial arts space, is still grayed out and remains locked. However, the technique proficiency alone has already benefited Li Qingshan immensely. As long as you put in the effort, there will be rewards. In just 2 years, the Starry Sky is calling went from beginner 53-100 past the skilled level and reached proficient. An increase in technique proficiency doesn't directly raise the progress of body tempering, but it represents the speed of cultivation, and with every upgrade, the effect increases exponentially. Now, at the proficient level, the cultivation speed for the Starry Sky is calling is at least 8 times faster than when he started. Body tempering is a major realm divided into 10 levels. It's the mandatory path to becoming an official martial artist. The progress of body tempering 9-100 is already approaching the first level of body tempering. This is the result of Li Qingshan's hard work over the past 2 years. And now, he is confident that he can reach the second level of body tempering within 6 months. Moreover, as the technique proficiency improves, it will get faster and faster. I wonder what the martial arts space actually does and what the requirements are to unlock it. Just as Li Qingshan was thinking, a slender hand reached out from behind and rested on his shoulder. Hey, handsome, why all alone? Want to buy a lady a drink? Li Qingshan stepped forward to avoid the hand on his shoulder and turned to face her. It was a woman in her 20s, holding a glass in her left hand and still holding her right hand out. She had long, wavy, purplish-red hair, a pretty face, and blurred, drunken eyes. Beneath her neck, a patch of snowy white skin was particularly conspicuous. Li Qingshan glanced at her, quickly looked away, and said seriously, "Ma'am, if you want a drink, you can go to the bar. I'm the security guard. I have to work." "Security guards can be handsome too, you know." The woman giggled and moved closer again. "Aren't you just working here to make money, pretty boy?" Li Qingshan slowed his retreating steps. It's true, the lowest grade nutrient fluid costs 3,000 a bottle, so 60,000 star coins won't last long. The woman's eyes brightened as she struck while the iron was hot. "Come on, handsome, name your price. I'm very generous." "Generous?" Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Then he shook his head violently. "No, I cannot fall down that path." But after looking her up and down, and glancing at those assets once more, he hesitated. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. In the end, with a conflicted expression, Li Qingshan held up one index finger. 10,000? That's doable. The woman smiled, raised her wrist to use her communicator, and prepared to transfer the funds. 1 million. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and made up his mind. 1 million. And I'll have a drink with you. 10,000 would only buy 3 bottles of nutrient fluid. What's the point of that? Besides, this is his first time escorting someone for drinks. Faced with Li Qingshan's martyr-like expression, the woman rolled her eyes and turned to walk away. 1 million for a drink? You're crazy. Wait, I thought you said you were generous? Li Qingshan said with a hint of regret, clicking his tongue. He had been working part-time at the bar for a month, and it wasn't like no one had tried to hit on him before, but he had always strictly refused. Think he could chew, man. Sigh! Li Qingshan sighed and continued to do his duty. As the night deepened, the raucous music gradually softened and the crowd dispersed. Li Qingshan changed his clothes and walked out of the side door. Outside the door was a narrow, dimly lit alleyway. As he reached the alley entrance, Li Qingshan stopped as 3 figures were blocking his path. "I want to drink more, heck up." The drunk woman was being held up by 2 men with yellow hair, her feet barely touching the ground. But these 2 men weren't steady on their feet either. The 3 of them looked like laundry hanging in the wind, swaying unsteadily. "You guys are barely standing yourselves and you're still trying to pick up prey?" Li Qingshan chuckled. He had seen these 2 yellow-haired men 2 or 3 times before, and they were always doing the same thing. Hearing his voice, the 2 men stopped, turned around, and stared at Li Qingshan with vigilance. "Kid, mind your own business." One of them specifically bared his arm to show off a tattoo of a dragon with flapping wings. "That lizard is too ugly. I suggest you get a new one." Li Qingshan gave a look of disdain and walked straight towards them. The 2 men immediately put on a fierce front, ready to make a move. "Sorry, let me through. You're blocking the road." As he spoke, he pushed his hand against one of their shoulders. The 2 men, along with the woman held between them, wobbled and involuntarily leaned against the nearby wall. By the time they regained their senses, Li Qingshan had already left the alley and was standing by the roadside bus stop sign. At that moment, the bus arrived and the front door opened. Li Qingshan took a step and got on the bus. First of all, he's just a security guard. Secondly, he was off the clock. The bus is departing. Please hold on to the handrails and do not walk around. Trot. Li Qingshan sat by the window and looked toward the alley entrance. The two men were clearly relieved, and the woman held between them hung her head, her purplish-red wavy hair particularly eye-catching. I wonder who's the hunter and who's the prey. The vehicle wobbled and slowly pulled away. A screech! A harsh screech of brakes sounded, and the wheels stopped turning. The bus has arrived. Please exit through the rear door. Li Qingshan stepped off the bus and ran toward the apartment complex not far away. The apartment complex he rented was neither new nor old. The surrounding environment was decent, and there was a small park with several pieces of fitness equipment. As he ran, the scenery along the way caught his eyes, making him wonder once again. Is this really the interstellar era? Neither the fitness equipment nor the apartment facilities had anything high-tech about them. Even the environment of the apartment complex was almost identical to the blue star from his previous life. Is the gap between the old continent and the new continent really that big? The thought crossed his mind, only to be cast aside by Li Qingshan. He would find the answer to that question sooner or later. The apartment Li Qingshan rented was a typical one-bedroom, one-living-room unit. The living room was incredibly empty and had no furniture at all. After entering, Li Qingshan went straight to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and took out two 1-kilogram blocks of beef. The beef had been stored for a week, but the color was still a fresh red, and the texture remained firm. At least the preservation technology has improved. Li Qingshan opened the packaging, boiled the meat in water, and sprinkled a little salt. Half an hour later, the beef was thoroughly cooked. Li Qingshan took out a piece, rinsed it in cold water, and started gnawing on it. The taste was nothing to write home about, but he didn't care. After finishing the beef in a few bites, Li Qingshan returned to the living room to stretch his body. Starry Sky is Calling consists of a total of 108 movements, and none of them are difficult. As long as you're a healthy person, you can do them all in a sequence. That's the foundation of it being broadcast gymnastics. However, as a body tempering technique, the true characteristic of the Starry Sky is Calling is that it's easy to learn but difficult to master. At the beginner level, you just need to copy the movements, complete all 108 motions, and it will strengthen your body. To achieve a body tempering effect, you must master the mechanics of power application for each movement, which reflects on the status panel as proficiency level. As for the current proficient level, the focus is on breathing. With a heavy exhale, Li Qingshan curled his toes, twisted his waist and hips, and raised his right arm. Muscles bulged in layers extending to his wrists, and blue veins appeared on the back of his hands, reaching all the way to his fingertips. What was just a simple hip twist and arm swing movement at the beginner level had now become incredibly difficult. As time passed, all 108 movements were completed. Li Qingshan relaxed his stance. His clothes were already soaked, sweat was streaming down his forehead, and white steam was rising from his head. Not caring about his fatigue, Li Qingshan quickly rushed to the kitchen, grabbed the remaining beef, and started gnawing. After finishing the beef, Li Qingshan finally exhaled and looked at the panel. It's worked, and the next one, and so hi. Salvan we copper plates next time and Alvins. I will accept as a dirty kid. You have a season of main sense, wax boy, air kite, campus spelling, but with their rice, or kept in current, and not discuss you don't and pay the state the last equation as the therapist says the trend is that they're on top with their on choke now. Alley Trump that there. It's living Trent. One practice session isn't enough to boost body tempering progress. Even the increase in proficiency isn't just because of this one session. Practicing twice a day and gaining 1 point every 2 days. Does that mean it takes 4 practice sessions to gain 1 point of proficiency? Since reaching the proficient level, Li Qingshan had been summarizing the rules of proficiency gains at this level, and now he could basically confirm it. However, he wasn't satisfied with this result. Gaining 1 point every 2 days with 992 points of proficiency left, wouldn't that take nearly 1,800 days? That's 5 years! Li Qingshan sucked in a cold breath, feeling the long road ahead. No, I ignored the progress of body tempering. Scanning the panel, Li Qingshan's spirits lifted. 8%, well that's a paper. So this first routine was attention to do to no that's guys. That a best is this and then so that then so this mass what off in test. That was best apps and so that was for able to mares for revelation fashion. That was first pass man pass sam tap flash. The stronger the body, the better the stamina, and the faster the recovery. By then, I'll be able to practice more than twice a day. The two complement each other. Perhaps 2 or 3 years will be enough. Even with the time halved, Li Qingshan didn't have much of a smile, his eyes looking gloomily at the refrigerator. I should buy some nutrient fluid and give it a try. At the end of the day, what limits his progress is his body's recovery speed. If recovery were fast enough, he could practice 3, 4, or 5 times a day right now, and his body tempering progress would increase much faster. Unfortunately, before reaching the proficient level, various meats were enough to supplement the body's needs. And now his stomach couldn't hold any more food, and his digestive capability couldn't keep up either. Nutrient fluid? Li Qingshan swiped his communicator, looked at the 60,000-star coin balance, and sighed helplessly. What limits him isn't the availability of nutrient fluid, but his poverty. Inadvertently, Li Qingshan thought of that purplish-red wavy hair and curled his lips. You're down to eating free food, and you still act generous around me. In the suburbs, on the second floor of an abandoned construction site. The concrete floor is soaked in fresh blood, dark red stains winding and interweaving, forming a bizarre pattern. Beside them, 2 dried-up corpses are kneeling, withered and gaunt, with no flesh or blood under the skin, clinging tightly to their skeletons. A gentle breeze blows, and countless yellow hairs rise from the heads of the dried corpses, scattering all around. The next morning, early, one high school martial arts gymnasium. Wow, this martial arts hall is huge. Inside the vast gymnasium, a crowd of students in white training uniforms bustled about, looking around with curiosity. Brother Shan, look at those machines. They are way better than the ones in the gym we used to work at. Xiao Hongzhou tugged at Li Qingshan and pointed at the rows of training equipment nearby, his eyes lighting up. Of course! If the martial arts class couldn't even beat a regular gym, wouldn't we have come here for nothing? Li Qingshan replied, his gaze also sweeping across the surroundings. There were quite a few familiar faces who were likely students from number 1 high, but even more strangers from other schools. There are 5 high schools in Luoying City, but each year there is only 1 senior martial arts class, and only the number 1 high school has a martial arts gymnasium. People were scattered everywhere. A rough glance suggested there were over 100. Students are certainly energetic, a gruff laugh echoed, and a sturdy middle-aged man in a black martial arts uniform walked over slowly. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulged, approaching like some kind of primeval beast. The gymnasium, which had been noisy just a moment ago, instantly fell silent. Very good. The burly man curled his lips, revealing a satisfied smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Qingshan. If all goes well, I will be your martial arts teacher for the coming year. If? Li Qingshan paused. Could there be other martial arts teachers? He looked left and right, but saw no other teachers. It wasn't just Li Qingshan. The students around him made the same movements, full of confusion. Li Qingshan didn't bother to explain. He raised his left hand, and a virtual screen projected from his communication device onto his palm, which he swiped with his right index finger. Next, we will do a baseline test. As he finished speaking, 2 walls of light suddenly appeared in the center of the arena, spaced 20 meters apart and facing each other. Immediately, the eyes of all the students were drawn to the walls, some with understanding, others with confusion. In the body tempering stage, where internal energy is not yet visible, the only standard for classification is speed and punching power. Body tempering level 1, 11 meters per second, 250 kilograms of force. Body tempering level 2, 13 meters per second, 350 kilograms of force. Body tempering level 3, 15 meters per second, 500 kilograms of force. Every year, high school seniors sign up for the martial arts class, but the program lasts for 3 years, not 1. However, not everyone can smoothly advance to the second year. Body tempering level 3 is the threshold for the second year. Of course, all of that is still a long way off for you. Li Qingshan smiled and pointed at the light walls. The light walls are used to test your speed. The walls are 20 meters apart. You must run back and forth 10 times, touching the wall each time. The system will calculate your average speed. As for punching power, Li Qingshan moved his arm and pointed to the opposite side of the hall. There was a wall there too, but it was solid. It was 3 meters square, covered in thick leather, with a display screen at the top, a punch force tester. After testing your speed, you will immediately test your punching force. No winding up allowed. Strike 10 times rapidly. The tester will give the average force of the 10 punches. After hearing Li Qingshan's explanation, the students who hadn't understood before were enlightened, while Li Qingshan clicked his tongue in surprise. Average speed, average punching force. This kind of testing method was something he hadn't encountered before. Even the gym he used to work at only had a basic punch tester meant for maximum strength. Besides, this test measures far more than just speed and power, even though there are only 2 recorded results. To maintain top speed during shuttle runs, agility and reaction time are equally indispensable. Furthermore, there is the punching test immediately after the speed run. The physical exertion required for such explosive effort is terrifying. This is real martial arts. Even just the level 1 standard of 11 meters per second and 250 kilograms of force exceeds the human limits of my past life on Blue Star. Li Qingshan sighed and glanced at his status panel. Level body tempering 9100. Wait, it seems I might have already surpassed the first level of body tempering without even knowing it. The job of a security guard isn't that easy. At the very least, with the physique I had when I first crossed over, I would never have been able to handle it. And now, whether it's suppressing rowdy customers or dealing with thugs like the two punks from yesterday, it's all easy. Alright, I've said what I needed to say. Now let's begin the baseline testing. Li Qingshan swiped his finger across the light screen in his palm, seemingly checking a roster arranged by student ID. First one, Yulei. A lean, fit-looking girl stepped forward looking confident. She walked quickly to the side of the light wall and stood still, taking a deep breath. Her right foot kicked off, and her body darted forward like a cheetah. Well, just a few steps, she had reached the opposite light wall. As soon as her foot touched the ground, she barely grazed the light wall before spinning with force. The power surged from her feet, and she pivoted her body quickly to dash off again. Her agile movements as she shuttled between the walls left the other students stunned. Zhao Hongzhou gulped and whispered, "Brother Shan, this Yulei is a freak, isn't she? How is she so fast?" "It's not just the speed." Li Qingshan shook his head, staring at the figure between the walls. "Her agility and reaction time are the key points. You're retorting laws the Imperium, but not is the common that we keep the talking Saravoji has included for encapsulate. So you sorry is good set close, and I'm glad to say good grade is safe from his past mobile terms to this mature speaking song. So Bungan is merely Finland and two laboratory women a court on type politics." But the way she handled her body during the turns was simply beyond him. Also, Yulei's movements were too practiced. It didn't look like her first time testing, did it? Li Qingshan looked at Li Qingshan, lost in thought. The teacher definitely had comprehensive data on the students, and having Yulei go first was likely to set an example for everyone. Soon, Yulei finished the 10 laps and stopped, resting her hands on her knees and gasping for air. A set of numbers appeared above the left light wall. Speed, 11.8 meters per second. 11.8! Has she already reached body tempering level 1? Exclamations broke out, and many students couldn't help but whisper to one another. Li Qingshan ignored the commotion behind him, looked at Yulei, and said in a deep voice, "No time for rest. Go test your punch power immediately. Remember, no winding up, punch rapidly." Yulei took a deep breath, stood up immediately, and ran to the other side of the hall. In front of the punch tester, Yulei steadied herself, caught her breath for a few seconds, then brought her hands up and began throwing rapid, straight punches. Thump, thump, thump. In the blink of an eye, 10 punches were finished. Yulei pulled her fists back and looked up at the display screen, sweat streaming down her forehead. Punching force, 243 kilograms. Yulei frowned and turned to walk back to the line. Her speed was so far above the level 1 standard, so how is her punch power only 243 kilograms? Zhao Hongzhou stared at the returning Yulei, utterly shocked. Li Qingshan glanced at her briefly and then quickly looked away, his expression calm and unruffled. Being that skinny, it's normal for her strength to be a bit lower. It wasn't just Zhao Hongzhou who was surprised. The discussions in the group grew much louder. Li Qingshan waved his hand, signaling Yulei to return to the group, and said casually, "Everyone has a different physique, so your areas of focus will naturally differ. Remember, the standards for the body tempering stages are just the baseline. Because Yulei's punching power is insufficient, she still doesn't count as having reached body tempering level 1. After hearing Li Qingshan's words, Li Qingshan had an instant realization. Yulei going first was definitely something carefully chosen by Li Qingshan. Not only could she set a benchmark, but she could also help explain the key points. She was simply the perfect tool. Next, Li Qingshan's voice rang out. A fairly robust boy stepped forward, looking slightly nervous, and walked toward the light wall to begin the test. Compared to Yulei, Wu was much more ordinary. Speed, 8.3 meters per second. Punching force, 173 kilograms. This result was at most on par with an average student athlete. It wasn't just Wu He. The next 20 or so students all had very average results. Some were even quite a bit worse than Wu He. However, Li Qingshan's expression remained indifferent, showing no concern at all. He simply waved for them to return to the formation and continued to call the next person. Next, Jiajiang. Zhao Hongzhou perked up. Brother Shan, Jiajiang is up next. Li Qingshan nodded and watched the figure between the light walls. Jiajiang was also from Class 7, so they were at least classmates. Soon, Jiajiang's test results were out. Speed, 9.0 meters per second. Punching force, 203 kilograms. Brother Shan, are we up after Jia Zhang? Zhao Hongzhou clenched his fists, sweat seeping from his forehead. Just then, Wan Qishan's voice sounded. Next, Fang Zhu. Phew! Zhao Hongzhou breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Li Qingshan looked at him sideways, puzzled. Why are you so nervous? This is only the first martial arts class. The test is just for a baseline assessment. Didn't you notice Teacher Wan isn't even recording the scores? I've never heard of baseline tests for martial arts classes in previous years. Zhao Hongzhou muttered under his breath, sounding insecure. What if our results aren't good enough? Will we get kicked out? Don't worry, your strength is about the same as Jia Zhang's, at least in the middle to upper tier. Even if there were cuts, you wouldn't be on the list. Li Qingshan patted Zhao Hongzhou's arm and looked at a few students who had finished their tests with bottom-tier scores. They all looked worried, clearly sharing the same concern as Zhao Hongzhou. Li Qingshan shook his head and said calmly, the senior martial arts class is an opportunity for all high school students in the old continent. Anyone who signs up gets in. That's the Federation's policy. It's impossible for them to start kicking people out on the very first class. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hongzhou became even more nervous, his lips tightly shut as he signaled with his eyes. Huh? Li Qingshan looked in the direction he indicated and saw Wan Qishan staring at him with a half smile. He can even hear that? Li Qingshan was speechless and immediately shut up. There was quite a bit of chatter around them, and the fact that Wan Qishan could single him out so accurately meant his abilities were clearly beyond what he had imagined. At least he hadn't said anything bad, though. Next, Zhao Hongzhou. Zhao Hongzhou's expression tightened, and with a miserable face he walked out of the ranks. Caught in the act and called out, a timeless tactic used by teachers, and it always works. Li Qingshan couldn't help him, since Zhao Hongzhou was already up, he would be next. Soon Zhao Hongzhou finished his test. Speed 8.9 meters per second. Punching force 210 kilograms. The results were just as Li Qingshan expected, really not much different from Jia Zhang's. Upon returning to the group, Zhao Hongzhou felt a sense of relief and actually started comforting Li Qingshan. Brother Shan, it's fine. Just close your eyes and get it over with. It's fast. You think you're a mythical beast? Li Qingshan rolled his eyes, stepped forward, and prepared to leave the ranks. Next, Xiang Shuying. Li Qingshan paused and turned to look at Wan Qishan. The tower-like back stood in front of the group. Excuse me, please. A soft voice came from behind him. Li Qingshan stepped back, expressionless. The girl gave him a strange look before walking out of the ranks. Following that, one student after another went to test, but it still hadn't reached Li Qingshan. Is this on purpose? It must be on purpose. Recalling that half-smile from earlier, Li Qingshan gained a deeper understanding of this martial arts teacher. Time passed, and nearly half the students had completed their tests. However, he hadn't seen a single person at the first level of body tempering, not even a specialized athlete like Yu Lei. The testing continued, with students stepping out and returning to the ranks one after another. Finally, speed 11.1 meters per second, punching force 252 kilograms, first level of body tempering, Liang Mingyu, the first level 1 body tempering student has appeared. Gasps of surprise echoed, and many people became excited. Under everyone's gaze, a lean young man walked over from the opposite side of the venue. He held his head high, chest out, hands behind his back, intentionally slowing his pace as if savoring the cheers. He stopped in front of the group and stared intently at Wan Qishan. Logically speaking, now that the first level 1 student had appeared, the teacher should at least offer some commentary, if not praise, right? Get back in line immediately! Wan Qishan frowned and waved his hand. Next, Lu Jingya. Liang Mingyu's expression stiffened. Fortunately, Lu Jingya stepping out relieved his awkwardness. The two seemed to know each other. After exchanging a few words, Liang Mingyu returned to the group, and Lu Jingya walked toward the light wall. Zhao Hongzhou looked in Liang Mingyu's direction, excited. Brother Shan. Liang Mingyu reached the first level of body tempering. I feel like your strength isn't any less than his, so you must have reached it too. He had spent quite a bit of time with Li Qingshan and was well aware of his strength. That's still a bit off. Li Qingshan rubbed his brow, answering with uncertainty. He had watched Liang Mingyu's test process carefully, and based on his own estimations, he could certainly do just as well as Liang Mingyu. But Li Qingshan glanced at his panel. Realm, body tempering 9-100. Level 1 body tempering should obviously be 10-100. He'd also always assumed that he was just close to the first level. If 9-Oinen Chilun's counts as level 1, then doesn't level 10 only go up to 90-100? And how would the rest of the progress bar be filled? Is there an 11th level? A grand perfection? More importantly, the rate of increase for body tempering speed and punching power is non-linear. The later the stage, the greater the increase. Body tempering level 10. Speed, 50 meters per second. Punching force, 10 tons. Such speed and strength were already completely superhuman. If there really is an 11th level, Li Qingshan didn't know and didn't dare to imagine how terrifying that would be. Brother Shan, look. Zhao Hongzhou's voice brought Li Qingshan back to reality. He followed his finger and felt an immediate boost in spirit. Kid, you're on the right track. Liu Jingya finished her test and was on her way back. Sweat soaked her martial arts suit, outlining her figure as she wobbled slightly with every step. Brother Shan, with her figure, I'm afraid she's not cut out for martial arts. Huh? Li Qingshan turned around in surprise, only to see Zhao Hongzhou frowning as he commented. She almost lost her balance during the speed test. She's nowhere near as good as Yu Lei. After saying this, Zhao Hongzhou looked over, seemingly waiting for his opinion. Facing those eyes filled with wisdom, Li Qingshan straightened his expression and nodded earnestly. You're right, that's exactly what I was thinking. The testing continued, with students stepping out and returning to the ranks one after another. Among them, another student reached level 1 body tempering. Hongqian. Speed, 11.2 meters per second. Punching force, 255 kilograms. Having learned from Liang Mingyu's experience, Hongqian was much more low-key and didn't dare to show off. There were fewer and fewer people left to test, and it still hadn't reached Li Qingshan. He must be saving me for last. Li Qingshan could guess Wang Qishan's mischief, but he didn't care anymore. His gaze remained fixed on the panel, specifically on the body tempering progress bar. Does an 11th level of body tempering really exist? Finally, next, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, stepped out of the line, and came to a stop in front of the light wall. After long periods of daydreaming, he found himself surprisingly calm when the moment finally arrived. Whether the 11th level of body tempering actually exists or not, I will know once I finish this test. As the thought flashed through his mind, he stomped his right foot heavily. Bang! With a muffled thud, his figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. Strength surged from his legs as he sprinted, the wind whistling in his ears. However, this was no time to run recklessly. Within a few strides, the light wall on the other side was already right before his eyes. Li Qingshan slammed his foot down to abruptly halt his forward momentum, his feet twisting on the ground. Power rose from the ground, surged through his thighs, passed through his waist and hips, and channeled into his spine. In an instant, he pivoted his body and surged forward once again. He had no prior experience with this kind of shuttle run test, but both Yu Lei's perfect demonstration and the errors made by his many classmates were enough for Li Qingshan to understand, learn, and master it. His figure darted rapidly between the light walls, with every pivot becoming more standard and refined. In a blink of an eye, the 10 laps were completed. All the students craned their necks, staring intently at the light wall on the left. They couldn't estimate his exact score, but just by looking at him. Fast, very fast, extremely fast. Just then, bang, bang, bang! A series of booming sounds erupted continuously. The crowd looked over in surprise. It turned out that after finishing the speed test, Li Qingshan didn't rest for even a second and rushed straight to the punch force tester. In the blink of an eye, he threw 10 punches. Huff. Li Qingshan exhaled heavily, his pores opening as steam rose from his skin and sweat suddenly drenched his forehead. With a swipe of his right hand, he wiped off the sweat. Li Qingshan looked up at the screen above. Punch force, 260 kilograms. He hadn't had a chance to check his speed test results yet, but there was no need for him to check now. Brother Shan, you're amazing. I knew you'd be the best. Zhao Hongzhou shouted excitedly, his voice echoing through the gymnasium. The surrounding students couldn't help but get excited too. Speed 11.3 meters per second, punch force 260 kilograms, another body tempering level 1. Not just body tempering level 1, Li Qingshan is also first in the class. There are 3 level 1s, but Li Qingshan surpassed both Liang Mingyu and Hongqian in both speed and power. He is definitely the top in the class. As the noisy discussions filled his ears, Li Qingshan automatically filtered them out. He didn't care about things like surpassing Liang Mingyu and Hongqian or being first in the class. Li Qingshan only cared about one thing. His speed and power had indeed crossed the threshold. He was a genuine body tempering level 1. That means... Li Qingshan glanced at the interface, his expression stirred. The progress bar on the interface couldn't be wrong. If 9 out of 100 is body tempering level 1, then body tempering level 10 must be 90 out of 100, leaving another 10% left on the bar. Body tempering level 11 truly exists. Li Qingshan took a few deep breaths and walked back. By the time he reached the front of the line, his excitement had subsided, and his expression returned to calm. Now that he was certain There was no need to overthink it. The final 10% is something to consider only after reaching body tempering level 10. The discussion around him was loud, all focused on his being the top in the class, and many people were initiating greetings. Li Qingshan stood at the front of the line, his eyes watching him as well. However, knowing Li Qingshan's twisted sense of humor and with Liang Mingyu's cautionary tale in mind, Li Qingshan didn't stop at all and walked right past him. "Not bad!" Li Qingshan's voice suddenly rang out, drowning out the noisy discussions. Everyone fell silent instinctively, looking at Li Qingshan in surprise. Starting from the first student, Yu Lei, all the way to the appearances of Liang Mingyu and Hong Qian, both at level 1, Li Qingshan hadn't said a word, not even a single comment. Why would he speak up now? Could it be just because Li Qingshan is first in the class? Li Qingshan turned his head in surprise as well to look at Li Qingshan. Finding a hint of genuine appreciation on his face, he was even more puzzled. Based on what he knew of Li Qingshan, it didn't seem like he would offer praise over such a small achievement. In the crowd, Liang Mingyu frowned, his face darkening. These were exactly the things he had wanted for himself. Clearly, he was the first to hit level 1, and Li Qingshan's scores were only slightly higher. Why does he get special treatment from Li Qingshan? It's obviously biased. Liu Jingye clutched Liang Mingyu's arm and muttered. Suddenly, a cold, piercing gaze swept over them, feeling almost physical. Liang Mingyu and Liu Jingye felt their breath hitch, their faces turning pale. Li Qingshan curled his lip and scanned the room, his booming voice echoing throughout the gym. In this assessment, Li Qingshan is the only one in whom I see a glimmer of a chance to go to Xinzhou. As he finished, the crowd broke into an uproar. The martial arts class was their last ticket to go to Xinzhou. Even though they all knew it would be difficult, they never imagined it would be this absurd. Even Li Qingshan, the top of the class, only has a glimmer of a chance? For a moment, everyone present found it hard to believe. Liang Mingyu and Hong Qian clenched their fists, unable to accept it. Yu Lei stared at Li Qingshan with an unreadable expression. Does she know the reason? Li Qingshan was confused by her look, and he also had no idea how Li Qingshan had come to that conclusion. However, none of that mattered. A glimmer of a chance, you say? With the panel, his goal was never just Xinzhou. He aims for the stars and the sea. I know it's hard for you all to believe, but after my first lesson, I will naturally tell you the reason. Li Qingshan tapped his communicator twice, then crossed his arms and said meaningfully, of course, that is assuming you can seize the opportunity. Opportunity? Everyone was stunned, but soon someone remembered the first thing Li Qingshan said after his self-introduction. If there is a chance, I will be your martial arts teacher for the next year. Li Qingshan pondered carefully and suddenly realized this opportunity refers not to Li Qingshan himself, but to them, the students. So is Li Qingshan really planning to cut people?
Once these outcomes, like Levi was saying, through that by really sense that gains is that the Western reason the last begin is.
Amidst the curious gazes of everyone, a square box was pushed into the gym. The box was huge, at least 2 meters on each side, covered tightly by a piece of black cloth. The young man pushing the cart was tall and sturdy, clearly a senior student from the martial arts track. Li Qingshan walked to the center of the gym and turned off the light wall. Once the young man pushed the box to his side, he waved him away. To enter the martial arts class, get into Xinzhou Martial Arts University and witness the true interstellar era in Xinzhou. Li Qingshan paced slowly, sighing softly. What a beautiful vision. However, Li Qingshan's tone shifted, his gaze burning intensely. The starry sky has never been a synonym for beauty. The universe is vast. Besides humanity, there are countless alien races, fierce beasts, and unfathomably terrifying evil gods. Of course, you've all learned this in your textbooks before. I will ask you. Li Qingshan stopped and looked at the students, his voice deep. Do you really dare to draw your blades against them? All the students fell silent, their gazes fixed on the covered box. Vaguely, they had already guessed what was beneath the black cloth. Swish! The black cloth was ripped away, revealing the box inside. Wait, it wasn't a box, but an alloy cage. On the cage lay a machete with a thick back and a razor-sharp edge. Inside the cage was a wolf-like beast, its massive frame nearly filling the entire space. The beast was hairless, and beneath its dark red skin, blood vessels could be seen twisting and writhing. 4 sharp fangs interlocked, shimmering with a cold light. The beast's limbs were fixed to the steel plate at the bottom of the cage, and it even had a steel collar around its neck, with an iron chain connecting the collar to the top bars. The beast's eyes were tightly shut, and it didn't move an inch, looking just like a statue. Even so, confronting a beast face-to-face for the first time made many students instinctively retreat. And just as everyone was backing away, one figure suddenly stepped forward, standing out sharply. Li Qingshan looked over in surprise. Li Qingshan drew back his foot and remained expressionless. He felt like he had pins and needles on his back, aware that many gazes were fixed upon him. However, Li Qingshan didn't care. His focus locked onto the last line of the panel. Function: martial arts space. The moment the black cloth was unveiled, that line of text suddenly flickered.
2 years since I crossed over, the martial arts space tab has always been grayed out without a single change. For the flicker just now was the only anomaly in these 2 years. Li Qingshan's eyes burned as he looked through the illusory panel at the beast that stood as motionless as a sculpture. Could it be the key to unlocking the martial arts space? Astral beast, Toxolupus. Li Qingshan smiled, and amidst the shocked gazes of the students, he reached through the alloy bars and patted the beast's exposed scalp. It seemed that because of the steel collar around its neck, the beast didn't react at all. Many people's eyes lit up. In that case, maybe swinging a sword at it isn't so hard after all? Beasts struggle to break through the astral barrier to appear on our planet. But Li Qingshan pulled his hand back, his smile fading as he said sternly, "Scum who worship evil gods might be hiding right beside you." Just last night, a cultist completed a ritual on the outskirts of the city. Ask yourselves, if you had run into them last night, would you have dared to swing your blade at that piece of trash? Evil god cultists? Li Qingshan pulled his gaze away from the beast and suppressed his itching desire to act. I didn't expect to hear news about cultists while seeing a beast today. Cultists are transformed from humans, making them extremely good at staying hidden. Not to mention Loyang City. There's hardly any news about cultists across all 107 provinces of the old continent. But few doesn't mean they don't exist. According to history books, there used to be 108 provinces in the old continent. The missing one was destroyed when cultists sacrificed the entire city's souls, drawing down corruption from an evil god. Teacher Wan, have they caught the cultist responsible? A student couldn't help but ask. After all, how could they not be worried when a cultist had completed a ritual right here in Loyang City? If they'd caught them, it wouldn't be Toxolupus in the cage right now. Li Qingshan's voice was cold. Seeing another student wanting to speak, he cut them off directly. The Inspection Bureau will issue a report on the cultists soon. Look it up yourself then. This Toxolupus is something I prepared specifically for you today. Now I'll teach you the first lesson of martial arts, swinging your blade. Li Qingshan slammed the alloy bars and a machete resting on the cage popped up, its hilt landing right in his hand. The senior martial arts class is mandated by the Federation and cannot be changed. However, I, Li Qingshan, do not teach cowards. Li Qingshan extended his right hand, held the machete downward, and signaled to the students. The opportunity is right here. Slash it once and you stay. If you don't have the guts, drop out. As expected. The students had anticipated this. There wasn't much surprise. Teacher, let me go first. Liang Mingyu held his head high and was the first to step out of line. Hong Qian also said nothing and followed him out. At the front, Yu Lei, who had been in the first row and was also first during the previous test, naturally stepped out without hesitation. The three walked to the center of the gymnasium and stood before Li Qingshan. Damn, one step too slow! The thought flashed through many people's minds, including some who had ranked at the bottom in the tests. After all, this was a rare opportunity to show off, and Li Qingshan had already demonstrated it himself. The Toxolupus trapped in the cage couldn't move at all, so what was there to fear? However, the three top students had already taken the stage. The others had to wait, their gazes focusing on Li Qingshan. At a time like this, the class leader should be coming out to take charge. Unfortunately, their stares had no effect. Li Qingshan just stood with his hands behind his back, sizing up the Toxolupus in the cage with no intention of moving. The beast is right there, and it's not going anywhere. Besides, he didn't think Li Qingshan's first lesson was just a hack at a log. Teacher, my turn. Someone couldn't help but raise their hand, wanting to step forward. But the crowd ahead blocked his way. Teacher, I'm not afraid of it. Let me slash it first. Teacher, give me the blade. I'll finish this beast off. Before anyone knew it, a circle had formed in the center of the gym, buzzing with activity. Students are all so eager. It seems I was worried for nothing and underestimated your courage. Li Qingshan said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over them. Behind them, there were still a few who stood still. Li Qingshan, the top of the class, was particularly conspicuous. Zhao Hongzhou nudged Li Qingshan's shoulder and whispered, "Brother Shan, the teacher seems to want you to go up. You're seeing things." Li Qingshan's expression didn't change. He had sensed Wan Keshan's gaze too, but he also noticed that after Wan Keshan looked away, a clear trace of regret flashed across his face. Thinking of Wan Keshan's dark sense of humor, Li Qingshan looked at the eager students in front with a tinge of pity. "Is this the top of the class?" Liu Jingya walked past with her arms folded. Despite not being tall, she wore a condescending expression. Bang! Li Qingshan threw a kick. The impact felt decent. Liu Jingya couldn't help but stumble forward and fall to the ground. "You dare kick me?" Liu Jingya turned back, clutching her backside, her face filled with disbelief. "Just a friendly spar," Li Qingshan said coolly. "We're in the same martial arts class. If you're interested, we can spar more often." "Liu, Brother Shan didn't use much strength or you'd have been sent flying." Zhao Hongzhou added, completely serious. "The reason you fell is that you're too cumbersome. Personally, I suggest you learn from Yulei." "Just you wait!" Liu Jingya was so angry her face turned red. She ran towards Liang Mingyu, clutching her butt and muttering in his ear. "This Li Qingshan again." Liang Mingyu's expression sank. After glancing at Li Qingshan behind the crowd, he said to Wan Keshan, "Teacher, let me go first to set an example for the class." It was already a given that he had lost the test. It didn't matter if Li Qingshan really lacked the guts to come over. As long as Liang Mingyu swung first, he could reclaim his standing. No rush. Demonstrations like this should naturally be done by the teacher himself. Wan Keshan's smile grew warmer as he gripped the hilt. "Watch closely." The movement was incredibly fast. Too fast for anyone to even catch a glimpse of the blade. Clang! Metal rang against metal as the blade stopped against the alloy bars. The students stared wide-eyed, completely baffled. Demonstrating how to cut a cage? Just at that moment, click, click, click! Fine cracks emerged where the blade met the bar, spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the cage's surrounding bars, the top, and even the steel collar around the beast's neck were covered in a dense web of cracks. Boom! A dull sound erupted as the cage shattered, iron shards flying everywhere. The beast's body was coated in a layer of silver dust, and 2 points of crimson suddenly appeared on its head. Toxolupus had opened its eyes. Roar! A blood-red maw opened, releasing a foul, pungent stench. A terrifying roar deafened everyone. The beast is alive! The students shrieked in panic and scrambled to run away. In the back, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up. The very moment the beast came alive, the martial arts space tab began flickering again. In the center of the gym, Yulei and Hong Qian were closer. They backed away several steps, their faces pale. The revived Toxolupus was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The unluckiest ones were Liang Mingyu and Liu Jingya, who were right next to the cage. Liu Jingya rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Liang Mingyu collapsed on the ground, his eyes vacant. Ding dong! The machete fell to the floor in front of them, and Wan Keshan's cheery voice sounded. "The teacher's demonstration is finished. Now it's your turn." "Me?" Liang Mingyu snapped back to reality, his lips trembling. He looked at the machete, raising his shaking hand, but couldn't bring himself to reach for it. Just then, a pair of legs suddenly appeared in his line of sight, stopping right by the machete. Li Qingshan bent down, picked up the machete, stared intently at the beast, and licked his lips. "Teacher, are we only allowed one strike?" Wan Keshan looked the student in front of him up and down, feeling somewhat surprised. The first lesson of martial arts was his signature move. Almost every time he brought a new group of students, he would bring in a fierce beast for the class. The purpose was not to intimidate them, but to let these students see what a real fierce beast looked like. He wanted them to realize that martial arts were never meant for just physical fitness. Martial arts are weapons, the path of slaughter. Whether it was the ordinary students who fled in panic, or Liang Mingyu, who was paralyzed by fear, none of them surprised him. Students like Yulei and Hong Qian, who only took a few steps back but could still stand their ground, were already quite impressive. But this was the first time he had seen someone like Li Qingshan, who, after the beast revived, charged forward and took the initiative to swing his blade. More importantly, Li Qingshan was staring at the beast with blazing eyes, licking his lips. It looked as if he weren't facing a fierce beast, but a delicious meal. A natural-born fighter? The thought flashed through his mind, and Li Qingshan broke into a smile. Go ahead and chop. Chop as many times as you want. Kill it if you have to. Thank you, teacher. I understand. Li Qingshan stepped forward, his right hand gripping the hilt, trembling slightly, trembling with excitement. The venom wolf noticed the human approaching with a blade, and its eyes filled with even greater malice. But with its limbs still fixed to the steel plate, the only thing it could do was open its bloody maw. Roar! A brutal roar, accompanied by a foul stench. Li Qingshan did not stop his pace at all. Instead, he took a deep breath, and a trace of joy appeared on his face, as if he had just caught the scent of food. In his field of vision, the illusory interface overlapped with the figure of the venom wolf, and the martial arts space section was flickering constantly. And as the distance closed, the flickering frequency became faster and faster. Kill it, and the martial arts space will definitely unlock. Stay safe. Watch out for a counterattack. Li Qingshan, fearing Li Qingshan was letting his excitement cloud his judgment, gave a word of warning. Although the venom wolf's limbs were fixed, its head still had a certain range of movement. However, his concern was unnecessary. When Li Qingshan was 1 meter away from the venom wolf, he shifted his feet, bypassed the head, and stopped at its waist. He raised his blade high and brought it down hard. Bang! So tough? Li Qingshan shook his numb wrist and looked at his handiwork. There was a wound less than a centimeter deep on the venom wolf's midsection. Tough to kill, Li Qingshan frowned. Attacking near the neck was too dangerous, as he might get bitten. He specifically chose to strike the midsection to avoid the protection of the ribs. But he was clearly wrong. Star Realm beasts could not be measured by common sense. Although the venom wolf looked like a wolf, its anatomy was completely different, with fine, dense ribs distributed under the entire torso. Moreover, his blade hadn't even reached the bone. It had been blocked by muscle. In fact, the wound had already stopped bleeding due to muscle contraction. Roar! The venom wolf twisted its head and snarled at the human standing with the blade. Its brutal red eyes contained a hint of mockery. Is that all? Liang Mingyu, who had stood up at some point, sneered. He thought he was something again. Does Student Liang want to go up and demonstrate? Li Qingshan's voice sounded nonchalant. Liang Mingyu shuddered and immediately shut his mouth. Li Qingshan glanced at Liang Mingyu, then turned his gaze to the surroundings. Except for Lu Jingya, who was still passed out on the ground, the other students had recovered and gathered in a circle to watch Li Qingshan swing his blade. Good, at least they weren't scared out of their wits. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction and looked back at Li Qingshan. After that one strike, Li Qingshan didn't lift his blade again. He was examining the beast's body, seemingly in thought. Body tempering stage 1, wanting to kill a venom wolf. How can it be that easy? Li Qingshan shook his head. Although the beast's limbs were bound, its physical strength was not fake. Even at stage 1, one would exhaust all their energy just to cause a superficial bleeding wound. But why did Li Qingshan calm down after just one strike? Li Qingshan was hesitant, no longer certain of his judgment that he was a natural-born fighter. True fighters are fanatical warmongers who enjoy the battle. Once they enter a fight, they never stop until the very end. As he was pondering, Li Qingshan moved. He walked further past the venom wolf's midsection and around to its rear, standing firm. Then, he held the blade inverted, edge facing upward. He gestured up and down between the beast's hind legs. Good heavens! What kind of natural-born fighter? He just purely wants to kill this beast. Li Qingshan slapped his forehead. He had already guessed what Li Qingshan was about to do. The crowd of watching students also had their eyes light up, becoming excited. He deserves to be the top of the class, finding a different way so quickly. I'm suddenly not scared anymore. I even feel a bit of sympathy for this beast. No, I can't look. It's cold down there. Big Brother Shan is still the smartest. He's seen through the essence of biology. Zhao Hongzhou smiled triumphantly and analyzed seriously. As long as it's a living creature, it has weaknesses, especially since it's a male. Roar! The venom wolf felt the gaze converging on it and roared again. The roar was much louder, and besides ferocity, it carried the kingly aura of a forest-ruling predator. Its blood-colored eyes scanned in all directions. This group of weak humans had no right to hurt it. Even the little guy behind him wouldn't dare take a second strike. However, the group of humans who had fled in panic before were not scared off again. Everyone remained in place, their gazes uncannily similar, containing an emotion it couldn't understand. The next second, splat! The blade entered flesh. The wound wasn't deep, but a terrifying, sharp pain surged through it. Roar-gaw! Its hideous head jerked high. The roar reached its peak in an instant, then cut off sharply. The high head dropped, then immediately lifted again, twisting wildly to look left and right. But there was no time to find the culprit, as the terrifying pain came from its lower body again. Roar-gaw! The venom wolf raised its head and roared with all its might. Directly behind it, Li Qingshan had a burning gaze and was not affected in the slightest. He gripped the hilt with both hands, blade facing up and thrust upward with force. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes! The venom wolf's roars grew weaker, but Li Qingshan's strikes grew more forceful. Crushing, ripping, gutting, squish! A wound over 30 centimeters long penetrated the hide, and a mass of organs spilled out. The venom wolf's body shuddered violently, then slumped to the ground, dying. Huff! Li Qingshan let out a long breath and stood leaning on his blade. His white martial arts uniform was covered in blood, and sweat dripped from his forehead, mixing with the blood spots on his face. It's finally over! All the observing students let out a sigh of relief, each of them crossing their legs tight and looking pale. Wan Keshan's eye twitched. He never expected this lesson on blade swinging to turn into an anatomy class. Just as he reached out to call Li Qingshan back, squish! Li Qingshan lifted his blade again and stabbed it into the beast's abdomen along the wound. The 1.2-meter blade went in completely, leaving only the hilt visible. What kind of grudge? What kind of hatred? Everyone was dumbfounded, muttering to themselves. The venom wolf wasn't dead yet. Li Qingshan explained, seeing Wan Keshan's outstretched hand. Is this a matter of whether it's dead or not? Looking at the beast with only a breath left, everyone fell silent. Wan Keshan's face also showed a hint of confusion. If he hadn't known the origin of this venom wolf and the fact that Li Qingshan was a ward of the state, he would have thought this beast was Li Qingshan's father's murderer. In the silent venue, Li Qingshan gripped the hilt with both hands and stirred with all his might, tearing through all the organs the blade touched. Finally, the last glimmer of life faded from the venom wolf's remains. Li Qingshan pulled out his blade, a smile appearing on his face. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and focused his eyes on the illusory interface. Martial arts space unlocked. It should be over, right? All the students stared wide-eyed as Li Qingshan walked toward them, sheathing his blade, yet they couldn't bring themselves to exhale. His white martial arts uniform was soaked in blood, clinging to his skin and clearly outlining his muscles. The machete in his right hand was covered in gore, with droplets of blood falling from the tip, forming a line of crimson on the floor. His handsome face was already obscured by bloodstains, and the bloodthirsty grin on his parted lips looked exceptionally ferocious. Liang Mingyu's expression turned fearful as he retreated several steps. What are you doing? Li Qingshan was puzzled and cast a glance at him. However, this casual glance felt quite different to Liang Mingyu. Blood flowed from the other's forehead, tracing down his brow and carving 2 crimson tracks. Beneath those dark red blood-stained brows, a cold gaze struck him like the edge of a blade, shattering his nerve instantly. Liang Mingyu's knees buckled and he collapsed to the ground, crying out, "Stay away from me!" Li Qingshan was stunned and looked toward Wan Keshan with an innocent expression. "Useless coward, if you don't have the guts, get out of my martial arts class!" Wan Keshan's angry shout snapped Liang Mingyu back to reality. Looking at the silent Liang Mingyu and the still unconscious Lu Jingya on the floor, he had already written both of them off. Being afraid is not shameful, but having no courage to face the threat makes you unqualified to stay in the martial arts class. Teacher, the blade. Li Qingshan held the hilt and handed it to Wan Keshan. Wan Keshan frowned. The blade had been pulled from the internal organs of the wolf-poison beast, and it wasn't just blood on it, but all sorts of filth emitting a pungent odor. Not only the machete, but Li Qingshan himself also reeked quite impressively. In the end, he could only wave his hand. "That is enough. You can keep the blade. Today's lesson is over. Go to the lounge and get cleaned up properly." "Thank you, teacher." Li Qingshan looked delighted, and without showing any signs of disgust, ran toward the lounge with the machete in hand. As Li Qingshan left, the students finally let out the breath they had been holding. Gazing at the ghastly remains of the wolf-poison beast, discussions began to rise, and the atmosphere warmed up gradually. At this moment, the ferocious beast didn't seem so terrifying anymore, because Li Qingshan was even more terrifying. The discussions grew louder. Wan Keshan had no intention of stopping them, and as his gaze swept across their excited faces, he broke into a satisfied smile. Although the first martial arts lesson was cut short by Li Qingshan, the purpose of the lesson had already been achieved. In fact, the effect was even better than before. Yulei withdrew her gaze from the direction where Li Qingshan had disappeared. She walked up to Wan Kashan, pursed her lips, and said, "I've disappointed you, uncle." Hong Qian was right behind Yulei. He was shaken when he heard this, and his eyes darted back and forth between Yulei and Wan Kashan. Wan Kashan's facial muscles twitched as he said sternly, "At school, you must call me teacher." After saying this, he glanced at the two of them, his tone softening slightly. For your first time facing a ferocious beast, being able to endure the pressure and stand your ground, you both did quite well. Although Yulei was his niece, she had never seen a ferocious beast before either. Their performance was definitely among the best of any previous martial arts classes. "Teacher, what about Li Qingshan?" Hong Qian looked much better, but he was more curious about the teacher's evaluation of Li Qingshan. "Li Qingshan?" Wan Kashan pondered for a moment and shook his head. "He is truly hard to evaluate." He had never met anyone like Li Qingshan in his life. How was he supposed to evaluate him? In the lounge, inside the single shower stall, mist filled the air. Li Qingshan stood quietly under the shower head, letting the water wash over him as his focus shifted to the panel. Li Qingshan. Realm, body tempering 9-100 Fui. Technique. The 36th set of radio calisthenics, the Starry Sky is calling 8-1000. Function, martial arts space, LV111. Available time, 1 year. Time dilation, 1 to 10. The martial arts space had been unlocked, and at the moment of unlocking, relevant information flooded into Li Qingshan's mind. The martial arts space is a mysterious training area that automatically archives projections of every monster that dies by his hand. The newly unlocked space is only at level 1. Experience and available time are the same, both earned by hunting monsters. However, consuming available time does not affect the experience points of the martial arts space. Inside the space, his consciousness projection faces no physical exhaustion, allowing him to fight recklessly to hone his combat skills. After being defeated, monster projections can be recreated with zero cost. Not just martial arts, techniques can also be practiced within the martial arts space. Although it's only projection-based training and won't increase his physical body tempering progress, the proficiency of his techniques can still be improved. The most important thing is that there is no physical exhaustion in the martial arts space. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up as he began to calculate. Every time he practices The Starry Sky is Calling, he has to give it his all, and each session takes an hour. With his previous rate of stamina recovery, he could only practice twice a day. 2 days and 4 practice sessions were needed to increase his technique proficiency by just 1 point. But if he were inside the martial arts space, he could practice non-stop for 24 hours, gaining 6 proficiency points in a single day. Furthermore, there is a time dilation between reality and the martial arts space. A 1 to 10 ratio means 1 day in reality equals 10 days in the martial arts space. This means that if he spent an entire day in the martial arts space, he could gain 60 proficiency points. At this thought, Li Qingshan's breathing quickened. From 1 point every 2 days to 60 points a day, that is a 120-fold increase. It would only take half a month to advance. The Starry Sky is calling to the next level. This represents a doubling of his training efficiency. From a high school student at the time of his transmigration to the #1 student in the class, he had relied on nothing but the steady increase in his technique levels. In fact, Li Qingshan suspected that not a single person in his entire class had reached the level of proficiency in The Starry Sky is Calling. After all, even Zhao Hongzhou had consumed plenty of nutritional fluids, not to mention Yu Lei, Hong Qian, and Liang Mingyu. And yet, despite never having touched a single bottle of nutritional fluid, Li Qingshan was still a step ahead of them. Could Teacher Wan's remark about seeing a sliver of hope for him to reach the new continent be because he had noticed his technique level? Li Qingshan had an epiphany. Wan Kashan possessed the files of every student. He certainly knew Li Qingshan came from a state-funded background. Combining that with his test scores, it wouldn't be hard to figure out. If it's just a sliver of hope now, what happens once the technique upgrades 1 or even 2 more times? Li Qingshan's thoughts were racing. However, the cold text on the panel brought him back to reality. Available time, 1 year. No, just 1 year of available time certainly won't be enough for another upgrade. With every level up of the Starry Sky is Calling, the efficiency of training increases exponentially. However, the difficulty of leveling up does the same. It had taken Li Qingshan 2 years to reach his current level of proficiency. If not for the appearance of the martial arts space, it would have taken at least another 3 years to max out the current proficiency bar. As for upgrading again, Li Qingshan didn't know what the next level's requirement would be, but his remaining available time would definitely not be enough. Hunt monsters, earn time for the martial arts space, and gain experience for the space itself along the way. But where can I find more monsters? Forget it, a single wolf poison beast is already more than I can handle, so overthinking won't help. Li Qingshan rubbed his temples and emptied his mind. Closing his eyes, he quietly felt the water flow wash over him. The scent of the beast's filth was pungent and hard to remove, leaving Li Qingshan to scrub himself with body wash again and again. Outside the shower stalls, things were getting lively as other students returned to the lounge to change. A while later, the voices gradually faded. "Brother Shan, I will wait for you outside." Zhao Hongzhou's voice came from the outside. Li Qingshan replied, sniffed himself from left to right, and once he was sure the smell was gone, he turned to pick up the machete leaning against the doorframe and rinsed it under the shower head. Under the running water, the stains vanished quickly, and the 1.2-meter-long blade regained its metallic luster. Li Qingshan ran his hand over the blade, a satisfied smile on his face. Wan Kashan had used this very blade to shatter an alloy cage earlier, yet there wasn't even a scratch on it now. What a fine blade! Perhaps due to the material, after a thorough rinsing, there was no lingering odor on the blade. Li Qingshan quickly changed into his clothes and walked out of the lounge. Zhao Hongzhou was standing by the door holding a scabbard in his arms. As soon as he saw him, he tossed it over. "Brother Shan, the teacher asked me to bring this to you." "Good. Let's head to the cafeteria for lunch." Sheathing the blade, the two headed toward the cafeteria. It was peak lunch hour, and students from all over the #1 high school were gathered in the cafeteria, making it incredibly boisterous. After getting their meals, Li Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou found an empty corner table and sat down. Li Qingshan is in the cafeteria too. 50 meters away, over 20 students from Class 7 occupied several tables, Jia Jiang among them. Upon hearing that someone had spotted Li Qingshan, all eyes turned that way, except for Jia Jiang's. "Why are Li Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou sitting in the corner?" "Yeah, why don't they go sit with the martial arts class group?" someone asked in confusion, tilting their head toward the other side of the cafeteria, where a dozen tables were clustered. Apart from local students like Jia Jiang, the martial arts students who transferred from other schools were mostly sitting there. Most conspicuous was a small table in the center of the crowd, where a boy and a girl sat opposite each other, looking like stars surrounded by the moon. They must be the elites of this year's martial arts class, right? Several students who had previously given up on their applications looked on with envy, whispering intentionally into Jia Jiang's ear. However, Jia Jiang ignored them and just continued eating. Finding no luck impressing him, the group turned their gaze back to the corner. Why does Li Qingshan even bother? Why force his way into the martial arts class? Everything is about social circles, and it looks like he couldn't even break into the martial arts class circle. Haha! What do you know? He's aiming for the sky. Our little Class 7 just isn't big enough to hold him. We're all classmates, don't say that. After all, Li Qingshan won't be in the martial arts class long. He'll have to come back eventually. Once he's kicked out of the martial arts class, he'll learn that the truth hurts. Sneers and mocking comments echoed back and forth. Bang! An empty tray slammed onto the table, interrupting their lively gathering. Everyone paused and looked at Jia Jiang. "I'm finished." Jia Jiang wiped his mouth and set his gaze on the few classmates who had been chirping the loudest. They were all the ones who had given up on their martial arts class applications at the very last moment. Having been classmates for 2 years, Jia Jiang naturally knew them well. But now these people seemed strangely unfamiliar to him. He didn't understand. There was no conflict of interest, and Li Qingshan was just following his own path. How could these bystanders harbor such deep malice? Jia Jiang turned to look at the martial arts class circle and spoke up. The two sitting in the middle, the girl is Yu Lei and the boy is Hong Qian. Both are at the first stage of body tempering. Yu Lei was still slightly short on fist power, but there was no need to explain that in detail to these people. First stage of body tempering? They've already reached the first stage just after entering the martial arts class. Everyone around widened their eyes. However, Jia Jiang wasn't finished. Li Qingshan is also at the first stage of body tempering, and his results are even better than theirs. He is the top student in this year's martial arts class. This statement caused a massive stir. The first reaction of the Class 7 students present was disbelief. What? Impossible? Li Qingshan, a government-sponsored student? How could he possibly? Absolutely impossible. Stop joking, Jia Jiang. A joke? Jia Jiang shook his head, picked up his empty tray, and walked away without looking back. At least one thing they said earlier was right. No matter where you go, there are social circles. And he didn't want to stay in the Class 7 circle anymore. Watching Jia Jiang's receding back, someone asked hesitantly, Jia Jiang, he was probably just joking, right? Nonsense, you actually believe that? The speaker said with a disdainful look, pointing toward the corner. If it were true, would he and Zhao Hongzhou be sitting in a corner? Exactly! Exactly! The people around nodded in agreement and looked back toward the martial arts class circle. Those martial arts students aren't blind. They wouldn't just ignore the top student in their class, would they? As soon as the words left their mouths, they suddenly noticed that all the martial arts students who were eating stopped what they were doing and stared in one direction. Confused, everyone turned their heads to look where they were looking. In the corner, Li Qingshan was holding his bowl and drinking soup. Are the martial arts students watching Li Qingshan? How is that possible? The thought flashed by, and the Class 7 students, unable to believe it, turned their heads quickly, only to find that the martial arts students who had been looking over all flinched and ducked their heads, speeding up their eating. Are they scared? The Class 7 students widened their eyes, faces filled with confusion. Just then, the two at the center of the martial arts circle, Yulei and Hong Qian as Jia Jiang had called them, both stood up with their trays and walked toward the corner where Li Qingshan was. Jia Jiang was telling the truth. The Class 7 group fell into a heavy silence. Everyone looked at one another, then quietly stood up and made a quick exit from the cafeteria. In the corner, Yulei and Hong Qian had already reached the side of Li Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou. Do you mind if we sit here? Go ahead. Li Qingshan smiled, set down his soup bowl, and gestured for them to sit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The four of them paused and looked at their wrists. Their communicators were vibrating intensely, their borders flashing red. It wasn't just them. The entire cafeteria fell silent in an instant, as everyone simultaneously lowered their heads to look at their own communicators. Notice from the Inspectorate Bureau. Li Qingshan and the others exchanged glances, showing little surprise, and quickly opened the message. Last night, followers of an evil god appeared in Luoyang City and performed a sacrifice in the suburbs, resulting in the deaths of 2 citizens. The Inspectorate Bureau has confirmed the identities of the 2 victims based on their DNA and is now releasing their photos. If you have any leads, please contact the Inspectorate Bureau. The perpetrators are still at large. Please exercise caution, fellow citizen. Below the brief text, 2 photos popped up. The 2 faces he had seen just last night appeared on the display. Yellow hair? Li Qingshan's pupils contracted. He swiped his finger to read the notice again. Victims only 2! After confirming the number of victims, a flicker of thought crossed Li Qingshan's eyes. They were traveling in a group of 3, yet only 2 of the yellow hairs were killed. Hiss! The image of purple-red wavy hair flashed through his mind, and Li Qingshan drew a sharp breath. Thank goodness he held his ground last night. Whoa! A brief announcement, yet it hit like a thunderbolt. After a moment of silence, the cafeteria erupted in an instant. At Li Qingshan's table, they weren't too shocked since they had heard the news from Wan Qishan beforehand. Yu Lei, Hong Qian, and Zhao Hongzhou whispered among themselves about the brief information in the notice. Li Qingshan, however, kept his head down, silent, his fingers tapping rapidly across his light screen. Not hearing a word from Li Qingshan for a while, Zhao Hongzhou turned his head in confusion. Brother Shan, what are you busy with? Nothing much, just writing a resignation letter. Li Qingshan smiled, lifted his wrist, and displayed the screen. It was indeed a resignation letter, only halfway written. I just joined the martial arts class, and I don't want to be distracted, so I'm putting the part-time job on hold. Li Qingshan explained briefly, pulled back his wrist, and continued tapping away. If there's a risk, it's best to avoid it early. Regardless of whether the culprit is that purple-haired woman or not, he wasn't planning on going back to Galaxy Bar. Soon the resignation letter was sent, and another document appeared on the page underneath. A report. The page was dense with text, all written just now with his incredible typing speed. Li Qingshan scanned it carefully, confirming every detail of last night's encounter was described clearly, then sent it immediately to the inspectorate. The inspectorate is always fair. As long as the lead is useful, there's bound to be a reward. Still, he had to be quick. After all, he wasn't the only one who could file a report. Just on the bus last night, there's no telling if someone else saw those three guys with the yellow hair. By the time Li Qingshan finished, the discussion at the table had already died down. There was too little information in the notice to come up with anything useful. Yulei looked at Li Qingshan, her eyes darting as she thought of a new topic. Li Qingshan, do you rarely use nutrient solution? I haven't used it before, but I'm planning to buy some when I head back later. Li Qingshan nodded, making no secret of it. You should have bought some ages ago. Zhao Hongzhou wiped his mouth. He knew Li Qingshan's situation well. If Brother Shan had started using nutrient solution earlier, your test scores today surely would have been even higher. To be top of the class without even using nutrient solution is already insane, Hong Qian remarked with a click of his tongue. Yulei, however, wasn't surprised at all. Instead, her eyes lit up. I knew it! Li Qingshan's gaze shifted to Yulei. Back when Wan Kashan was commenting on him, Yulei's reaction had been different from the other students. She definitely knew more about martial arts. Starry Sky Calling has different stages, which you all probably know, but you definitely don't know that this technique actually has 4 stages. Yulei held up 4 fingers without trying to be mysterious. The 4 stages are movement, force generation, breathing, and muscle. In our class, apart from a few who only know the movements, most are at the 2nd stage, having mastered the force-generating techniques of the 108 movements. The only reason Hong Qian and I have better scores is because we've been using more nutrient solution. And you, Li Qingshan, you must have reached the 3rd stage, haven't you? Mastering the integration of breathing? That's right, you've got a sharp eye. Li Qingshan nodded. The traits of the first 3 stages did indeed map perfectly to beginner, proficient, and master on his interface. But he was more curious about the next stage. Classmate Yu, could you explain what the muscle stage means? Just call me by my name. Yulei waved her hand and pondered. The focus of the 4th stage is mastering muscle rhythm. It's a very abstract concept. I heard my uncle, Teacher Wan, say that movement, force, and breathing work from the outside in, while muscle rhythm works from the inside out. Her voice trailed off, and seeing 3 pairs of blank stares, she helplessly spread her hands. That's all I know. It was indeed abstract. They couldn't understand it at all. Li Qingshan shook his head with regret. From that explanation, he had only learned one thing. Wan Kashan is Yulei's uncle. Li Qingshan, don't be discouraged. Yulei felt bad and offered comfort. To reach the 3rd stage so quickly, you must have had a breakthrough. With your talent, you'll reach the 4th stage sooner or later. Talent? Li Qingshan smiled without speaking. That was something he had never experienced. Whether it was force generation or breathing techniques, he learned them automatically after his interface leveled up. There was no process of conscious realization. However, Yulei wasn't entirely wrong. Once he maxed out the proficiency level, he would naturally master muscle rhythm. After chatting a bit more, the 4 of them stood up to leave the cafeteria and parted ways outside the school gate, with Li Qingshan heading straight to the nearest mall. 10 bottles of primary nutrient solution, here you go. The salesgirl beamed, holding out a special small thermal box with both hands. Li Qingshan tried to force a smile, but his mouth felt stiff. He took the box with his right hand, gripped the scabbard with his left, and swiped his comms device across the register. 30,000. Savings cut in half. Please come again. The girl's service was excellent, but Li Qingshan couldn't leave fast enough, picking up his pace to accelerate away from the scene of his financial trauma. Back home, Li Qingshan leaned his machete against the wall, glanced at the interface, but didn't rush to enter the martial arts space. Reality is the foundation. The technique level is just a tool for improvement. If he wanted to advance his body tempering progress, he couldn't skip his daily training. Besides, now that I have nutrient solution, I should be able to increase the number of training sessions. Li Qingshan placed both hands on the thermal box and opened it carefully. Hiss! Mist billowed as 10 thumb-sized test tubes were revealed, the glowing blue liquid faintly visible. The packaging is certainly luxurious, Li Qingshan muttered, feeling slightly better. He pulled out 1 bottle, quickly closed the box, uncorked the cap, and downed it. The sweet and sour icy liquid flowed down his throat and vanished. 3,000 and it's gone? Li Qingshan shook the empty bottle, feeling a bit dazed. His body felt nothing special. The nutrient solution worth 3,000 star coins seemed no different from a 3-coin drink. However, the salesgirl had already explained this. Nutrient solution is a supplement, and the specific effect depends on the individual. Ordinary people who drink it can't absorb much of it at all. To improve absorption efficiency, one must train in the techniques. The results vary from person to person. In other words, the higher the technique level, the better the absorption efficiency. Li Qingshan composed his thoughts, stood in the center of his living room, moved his hands, and began practicing Starry Sky Calling. An hour later, finishing the final movement, Li Qingshan slumped to the floor, soaked in sweat. Not hungry? He patted his belly, his eyes lighting up. In the past, every time he finished practicing, he'd be so hungry he felt hollow and needed to eat immediately. Now, not only did he feel no hunger, but his stomach seemed to be releasing gentle, trickling streams of energy that permeated his entire body, nourishing his exhausted frame. 3,000, worth it, Li Qingshan grinned. At this rate of recovery, it won't be long before I can start the second session. Li Qingshan spent the entire afternoon training. By evening, after having dinner and finishing another practice session, Li Qingshan's limbs were sore and weak, unable to muster any strength. The effects of the nutrient solution had been fully depleted. Status: Body tempering, 9,100. Body tempering, 10,100.
Li Qingshan forced his weary body to stand, walked to the kitchen, fished a piece of beef from the fridge, and tossed it into a pot of boiling water. The water in the pot rolled and bubbled, sending up curls of white steam. Li Qingshan stared straight into the mist, though his mind was focused on the system panel. Body forging progress has finally increased. It had been stuck at body forging 9 out of 100 for over 10 days, and today, it finally took another step forward. Of course, this improvement wasn't just thanks to the nutrient solution. Still, the efficacy of the solution was better than Li Qingshan had expected. A single bottle of nutrient solution can actually support 4 practice sessions. At noon, he had discussed the effects of the solution with Yulei and the others. According to them, 1 bottle was only enough for 2 sessions. So this is what they mean by it varies from person to person. Recalling the words of the salesgirl from earlier, Li Qingshan quickly understood the reason. His Starry Sky's calling technique is at the 3rd realm, while Yulei and the others are only at the 2nd, which is why there is such a big gap. But with such low absorption efficiency, Yulei and Hongqian haven't fallen behind in their progress. Are they drinking that stuff like water? Li Qingshan clicked his tongue in envy, lost in his own daydreams for a moment. If only I could keep up a bottle a day. Beep, beep, beep. The stove timer went off, and the beef floating in the pot pulled Li Qingshan back to reality. With only 30,000 star coins left, even if he spent it all on nutrient solution, he could only buy 10 more bottles. By then, he wouldn't even be able to pay his rent. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched. He fished out the beef, rinsed it under cold water, and started gnawing on it. After finishing the beef and taking a quick shower, Li Qingshan returned to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. If resources aren't enough, make up for it with talent. His eyes scanned the martial arts space entry on his panel. Full of anticipation, Li Qingshan closed his eyes and focused his intent. When he opened them again, a vast, empty platform came into view. So this is the martial arts space? Li Qingshan looked around curiously. There was no sky overhead, just a void. A dim, hazy light seeped from the void, just enough to barely make out the edge of the platform about 500 meters away. The edge was curved, in other words, he was standing on a circular platform with a diameter of 1,000 meters. After a brief observation, Li Qingshan stretched his limbs, preparing to cultivate. Just then, A low growl came from behind him, approaching rapidly. Huh? As Li Qingshan turned around, a foul stench hit his face and a gaping maw was right before his eyes. Splat! With a crunch of teeth, his head exploded like a watermelon. In his bedroom, Li Qingshan jolted upright on his bed, covered in cold sweat. Toxic wolf! His heart pounded wildly. His eyes filled with lingering fear. After all, he had just died. What happened? How could the toxic wolf appear just like that? I didn't even summon its projection. His chaotic thoughts suddenly paused. Li Qingshan remembered the information that appeared when the martial arts space was first unlocked. The martial arts space is a mysterious realm for training that automatically records projections of all monsters killed by him. Automatically record. So when first recorded, the monster projection just appears directly in the space? Thinking of this, Li Qingshan felt a headache coming on. Perhaps in the eyes of the system, if he could kill it once, he could naturally kill it a second time. Whether the monster projection appeared immediately or not made no difference. But for Li Qingshan, the difference was huge. After all, the toxic wolf he had actually killed had its limbs pinned to alloy steel plates. So is this karma for taking a shortcut? Li Qingshan was speechless. To be accurate, he really had cheated to unlock the martial arts space today. The condition to unlock the martial arts space was to kill a monster. If not for Wan Qingshan's first martial arts lesson, he would never have had a chance to encounter a toxic wolf, let alone have the strength to kill it head-on. Strength? Li Qingshan muttered to himself, a flash of ferocity crossing his eyes. I can kill you once, and I can kill you 1,000 times over. I refuse to believe it. The existence of the toxic wolf projection had disrupted his plan to increase his technique proficiency. To cultivate in peace, this toxic wolf had to die. Li Qingshan rolled off the bed, walked to the living room, picked up a machete from the wall, and returned to the bedroom. Gripping the handle, he drew the blade, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed his eyes. Space shifted. The moment Li Qingshan opened his eyes, he turned and gripped the machete. He had successfully brought the machete in, and a pair of crimson eyes were staring at him from 100 meters away. Roar! With a roar, the toxic wolf pushed off the ground and leaped forward. A blur of limbs moved at incredible speed, covering more than half the distance in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan tensed, shifted his left foot back, and turned his body. The beast's hide grazed past his face, and he swung the machete down with all his might. They crossed paths. The toxic wolf landed 10 meters away with only a negligible scratch on its neck, while Li Qingshan's wrist was left numb. After landing, the ferocity in the toxic wolf's eyes intensified. It turned and lunged again. The 10-meter distance vanished in an instant. This time, Li Qingshan couldn't dodge. He could only barely raise his machete to block. Bang! The claw came down with terrifying force. The machete was instantly knocked from his hand. The claw slammed into his chest, crushing bone and organs alike. Li Qingshan shuddered and jolted awake, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He had died again? After calming down a bit, Li Qingshan carefully reviewed the confrontation. Though it only lasted a few seconds, it was clear that the toxic wolf's speed and strength were far beyond his own. Is this the true strength of a toxic wolf? Li Qingshan's expression darkened. He tightened his grip on the handle and tried again. Giving up was not an option. It had stood in the way of his cultivation, so the beast had to die. In the pitch-black room, Li Qingshan sat on the bed, his right hand gripping the machete tight. Every few seconds, his body would shudder as he opened his eyes with a jolt of panic, only to close them again. Time slowly ticked by. The frequency of him opening his eyes remained almost constant, but his body stopped trembling. Beneath his lids, his eyes remained calm and unruffled. Boom! A sonic boom echoed deafening. A heaven patroller? Opening his eyes once more, Li Qingshan got up quickly and walked to the window. Although heaven patroller mechs patrolled between cities in the province, they rarely broke the sound barrier over the city at night. This deployment must have been for an emergency. The mech had already disappeared into the night sky, leaving only rings of turbulence behind. Li Qingshan followed the trajectory of the turbulence with his gaze. Does that look like it's heading toward Linjiang Road? Could that purple-haired woman really be a cultist? The Star River Bar is on Linjiang Road. With his tip from earlier today, the inspectorate must have been monitoring the place. I hope so. Li Qingshan muttered a silent prayer and looked away. If his tip-off really worked, the reward money would be as good as his. There were no emergency alerts on his communicator, which meant the situation was well under the inspectorate's control. Rubbing his temples, Li Qingshan sat back on the bed and began another attempt. The next day, early morning. The martial arts hall was bustling with activity. Zhao Hongzhou had just changed into his martial arts uniform and stepped out of the lounge. He saw a figure ahead, his eyes lit up, and he strode forward to pat the person on the shoulder. Before his hand could land, the figure in front suddenly whirled around, shifting their stance with a sharp electric gaze, and struck out with a hand like a blade. Whoosh! The palm blade stopped an inch from his throat, a gust of wind grazing his skin. Zhao Hongzhou's left hand hung frozen in midair, a stiff smile plastered on his face. Brother Shan, it's me! Reflex action, my apologies. Li Qingshan shook his head, withdrew his hand, and glanced toward the lounge behind Zhao Hongzhou. Good thing I left the machete in the lounge just now, otherwise. Thinking of this, he rubbed his brow and added a warning. Don't pat me on the back lately. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back. Won't happen again, never again. Zhao Hongzhou rubbed his neck, still feeling shaken, then asked curiously, Brother Shan, when you went back yesterday, you weren't training martial arts techniques the whole time, were you? Before, Li Qingshan didn't have such terrifying reflexes. I only just joined the martial arts class. Why would I be training techniques? It's just a bit of combat instinct. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly and looked behind Zhao Hongzhou, where Yulei was walking towards them. Li Qingshan, can you tell me how you train that? Yulei's eyes were shining. She had watched the entire scene just now. Compared to the other students in the class, she had the opportunity to be exposed to martial arts earlier and had been practicing techniques for a while. But Li Qingshan's lightning-fast reaction was something she definitely couldn't achieve. Li Qingshan met those sparkling eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, "Actually, it's not hard. As long as your imagination is vivid enough, you can do it." Imagination? Yulei was stunned, never expecting to hear an answer like that. Zhao Hongzhou frowned and racked his brain, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't see what this had to do with imagination. Well, when you are practicing, don't limit yourself to the current environment. Use your imagination to its fullest to conjure up an opponent, for example, a toxic wolf. Li Qingshan spoke eloquently, getting smoother as he went. Brother Shan, I get it now. Zhao Hongzhou's eyes lit up. You mean creating a virtual, powerful opponent and using a life-or-death crisis to stimulate your own progress? A student worthy of being taught. Li Qingshan tapped Zhao Hongzhou's arm and nodded with satisfaction. Life-or-death crisis? Yulei started to catch on. In martial arts training, sparring is naturally an essential part. Her uncle, Wan Kashan, had even personally sparred with her. But that kind of sparring could never involve a real life-or-death crisis. Still, that's way more reliable than using imagination, right? Yulei looked at Li Qingshan with an increasingly strange expression. Can just using imagination to create a life-or-death crisis really be more effective than real hard-hitting sparring? Without realizing it, Yulei took a step back. She had seen this kind of imagination before, but not in a martial arts class, in a psychiatric hospital. Li Qingshan noticed the strange look in her eyes, but he had no energy to dwell on it right now. He couldn't help but rub his brow again, a flash of exhaustion appearing in his eyes. It's not that easy to learn. It was bought with my life, or rather hundreds of lives. Even though those were just projections and I wouldn't be truly injured, the pain was incredibly real. As time passed, the students arrived one after another and the formation naturally took shape. However, while lining up, Li Qingshan noticed that all the students were standing behind him. This forced him from the middle of the line to the very front, with Zhao Hongzhou, Yu Lei, and Hong Qian beside him. Li Qingshan scanned the back and realized two people were missing. Liang Mingyu and Lu Jingye didn't come. Hong Qian glanced at him and spoke. One was scared unconscious by the beast, the other was scared to their knees by you. I guess they're too ashamed to show up? I heard they both dropped out of the martial arts class after class ended yesterday. Zhao Hongzhou whispered, gossiping sneakily. Yu Lei curled her lip and chimed in. No, they were expelled directly by Teacher Wan. Apparently, Yu Lei's information was more accurate. That's a shame, Li Qingshan sighed. The three of them were taken aback and looked at him strangely. Li Qingshan twisted his right ankle and said regretfully, I was planning to spar with her often in the future. Him? Spar with Liang Mingyu? Yulei frowned in confusion. She started to ask, but stopped herself immediately. At the front door of the venue, a burly figure was walking toward them. Wan Keshin had arrived. Good discipline. I hope you can keep this up. Looking at the quiet and orderly group, Wan Keshan nodded with satisfaction. Starting today for the next 6 months, our focus will be on the cultivation technique, Call of the Starry Sky. I know some of you might not think much of it, believing it's just a set of radio exercises. However, I must tell you, Wan Keshan swept his gaze over them and grinned. This set of exercises is actually the most advanced product in the entire Xing Star and even the entire Qihong Star sector. Most advanced? Li Qingshan was a bit bewildered. Although he didn't look down on this technique, he never thought it would be this legendary. It wasn't just Li Qingshan, the other students wore the same expression of confusion. Don't believe me. Wan Keshan glanced at them and shook his head. Xing Star is just an ordinary planet in the Qihong Star sector. Whether it's the communicators in your hands, the sky patrollers flying above, or the various high-tech products in the new continent, they all pale in comparison to other great stars. Only Call of the Starry Sky is different. It is the culmination of the efforts of countless predecessors of the Federation, having gone through 36 iterations. Every time it is updated, it is immediately popularized across all planets within the entire Qihong Star sector. Even if some martial arts planets have deeper body-refining techniques, those have high entry barriers. The only one truly available to the general public is Call of the Starry Sky. After the explanation, all the students came to a realization, their spirits significantly lifted. Wan Keshan saw this, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes, and he got down to business. Call of the Starry Sky has 4 levels of realization: movement, force, breathing, muscles. Wan Keshan explained unhurriedly. being exceptionally detailed when covering force techniques and breathing coordination to help the students self-correct. An hour later, Li Qingshan finally finished explaining the third level. Just as Li Qingshan's eyes burned with anticipation, ready to delve into the mysterious fourth level, 10-minute break, then we start training. Li Qingshan waved his hand, saying no more. The formation dispersed, leaving Li Qingshan standing in place. He thought he knew Li Qingshan well enough, but it turns out he was still naive. Li Qingshan didn't say a word, waiting until everyone returned before speaking. Group up according to your current progress in the technique and prepare to practice. The students automatically formed 3 groups, scattered, and got into position. Li Qingshan was in a group by himself with plenty of space around him. Just after finishing the first move, clear your mind and focus on your breathing, came Li Qingshan's voice in his ear. As expected, Li Qingshan wasn't surprised and continued to the next move. The focus of the fourth level is on muscle rhythm. As they reached the core, Li Qingshan's tone became serious. There are countless tiny nerves distributed throughout our muscles. Think carefully. Have you ever suddenly felt a muscle in your arm or thigh twitching in sync with your heartbeat? The fourth level is about using your breathing to mobilize the heart's power, to sense these nerves hidden in the muscles, and to master this rhythm. When performing each move, you must simultaneously activate the nerves in the corresponding parts to make the muscles tremble. Once you can do this, your training efficiency will double once again. Li Qingshan's explanation was quite accessible and not difficult to understand. Sensing nerves hidden within the muscles, Li Qingshan settled his heart and mind, carefully sensing his heartbeat with every breath. However, he had only ever exerted force through his bones and sinews. Mastering the subtle nerves hidden beyond them was far easier said than done. Don't rush, take your time, you have good aptitude. It shouldn't take long for you to master it. Li Qingshan gave a final word of encouragement and turned to leave. Li Qingshan decided not to agonize over it, and the phantom interface flashed before his eyes. The teacher was right, it wouldn't take long for him to master it. Inside the vast gymnasium, the students were sweating, their expressions full of focus. Li Qingshan moved among the students, offering guidance from time to time. An hour later, one by one, the students finished their last movement and collapsed onto the floor. Li Qingshan wiped the sweat from his forehead. His stomach growled so loudly he felt like he could eat a cow. Looking around, the other students were in a similar state, all of them staring with famished eyes. Everyone, that is, except for Yulei and Hongqian. Though they were also drenched in sweat, they were clearly in much better shape. It must be nice to be rich, drinking nutrient solution first thing in the morning. Li Qingshan suppressed the envy in his heart and silently looked away. He couldn't afford to drink nutrient solution like a beverage. Every bottle had to be carefully rationed. For now, the most cost-effective way was to drink a bottle every day after getting home and train until its effects were fully exhausted. Li Qingshan scanned the room, took in everyone's condition, and reminded them, since you've joined the martial arts class, you can't skimp on the cost of nutrient solution. Everyone should act according to their own circumstances and capabilities. However, very few people actually listened to his advice. The vast majority of students were staring blankly at the gymnasium doors. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly and waved his hand. Go eat! Long live the teacher! Cheers erupted. The students rushed out of the martial arts hall like hungry wolves released from a cage, sprinting toward the cafeteria. Since it wasn't lunchtime yet, the cafeteria was still quite empty. Everyone quickly grabbed their meals and began to wolf them down. After finishing his meal, Li Qingshan left the cafeteria. Just as he approached the martial arts hall, he changed course and headed toward an office building nearby. This building was reserved for the martial arts instructors. Knock, knock, knock! The door is unlocked! Come in! Li Qingshan was organizing files. When he saw Li Qingshan walk in, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you, and here you are. Looking for me? Li Qingshan was taken aback. My matter isn't urgent. We'll talk about it later. Li Qingshan waved his hand and looked at Li Qingshan. Tell me, why did you come to see me first? Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Teacher, I wanted to ask if I were to run into that poison wolf alone outside of school, how could I kill it? He had died well over 100 times last night. Let alone fighting back against the poison wolf, he hadn't even managed to block its second attack a single time. For now, the best strategy was to consult a professional. Still thinking about that poison wolf? Li Qingshan said, surprised, looking his student up and down. Are students these days really this anxious about danger? That poison wolf was hacked to pieces yesterday and he still won't let it go? Hypothetically. Li Qingshan said sheepishly. Fine, hypothetically. Li Qingshan didn't dismiss his premise and gave a casual smile instead. The answer is actually quite simple. This will solve it. As he spoke, Wang Qingshan opened a drawer, pulled out a silver pistol, and tossed it onto the desk. Wu and 17, a standard laser pistol. As long as the poison wolf isn't within 20 meters, you have enough time to react and land a headshot. A laser pistol? Li Qingshan was dumbfounded. He never expected a martial arts instructor to give him such an answer. This is the interstellar era. Don't be so rigid in your thinking, Wang Qingshan said earnestly. Whether it's a broadsword or a laser pistol, they're both just weapons. Use whatever works best. You're right, teacher. I've learned something today. Li Qingshan nodded heavily, his eyes locked on the laser pistol, looking expectant. Teacher, may I pick it up to take a look? Go ahead, Wang Qingshan waved his hand. With his permission, Li Qingshan grabbed the gun eagerly and examined it carefully. After a moment, he gripped the handle and closed his eyes, as if imagining the feeling of firing it. Do you like it? Wang Qingshan said with a proud smile. You can apply for a gun license once you reach the 3rd stage of body tempering. If you can be the first to reach that stage, I'll give this gun to you. To Li Qingshan, a laser pistol was far more powerful than a broadsword. But for him, even throwing a pebble with his own strength packed more punch than a handgun. Using it as an incentive for a student was a pretty good choice. Just as Wang Qingshan felt smug, "Thank you, teacher." Li Qingshan opened his eyes, his expression calm, and placed the pistol back on the desk without the slightest hesitation. Huh? Wang Qingshan couldn't quite figure it out. He had just been fond of it, so why did he suddenly treat it like trash? Across the desk, Li Qingshan kept a straight face while feeling helpless inside. A broadsword and a laser pistol are both weapons, but the martial arts space doesn't recognize them. He had entered empty-handed before and was torn apart by the poison wolf immediately. After pondering for a while, Li Qingshan had to speak again. Teacher, you just said I need to reach the 3rd stage of body tempering to get a license. That means if I encounter a poison wolf now, it's impossible for me to kill it with a laser pistol. Poison wolf's maximum burst speed is nearly 50 meters per second, and a single strike from it exceeds a ton of force. Wang Qingshan's smile faded, his expression becoming serious. You're only at the 1st stage of body tempering, and you want to win without a gun? I do! Li Qingshan nodded without hesitation. All right, then I'll tell you how. Wang Qingshan lowered his head and swiped on his communicator. Buzz, buzz! His wrist vibrated. Li Qingshan looked at his communicator and saw a new email sent by Wang Qingshan sitting right across from him. He opened the email to see 2 compressed files, Phantom Steps and Shadow Blade. These 2 basic martial arts techniques were originally meant for the second half of the year, but I'm giving them to you early now. Wang Qingshan's voice sounded, and Li Qingshan perked up. Teacher, if I master these 2 techniques, will I be able to kill the poison wolf alone? It's not that simple. Wang Qingshan's mouth twitched. Starry Sky Calling has 4 realms, but martial arts techniques have 5. Entry, proficient, mastery, great success, and perfection. If you want to kill a poison wolf at the 1st stage of body tempering, you must at least train Phantom Steps to the 4th realm of great success. The proficiency levels for martial arts techniques matched the ones on his interface exactly. A thought flashed through Li Qingshan's mind, and he noticed that Wang Qingshan hadn't mentioned Shadow Blade. Teacher, do I only need to train in Phantom Steps? Only those who survive can deliver an attack. Wang Qingshan tapped the desk lightly, his eyes deep. Against a monster like the poison wolf, which far surpasses you in both strength and speed, footwork is your only chance. Phantom Steps is excellent for shifting and dodging in combat. If you can train it to the realm of great success, you'll be able to dodge the poison wolf's attacks, even at the 1st stage of body tempering. At that point, it will be nothing more than a lamb for the slaughter. Li Qingshan felt like the clouds had parted and everything was clear. He thanked Wang Qingshan. Thank you, teacher, I understand. You don't understand a damn thing. Wang Qingshan jokingly scolded him, looking somewhat helpless. What I just gave you was only a theoretically viable method based on your assumption. Even though Phantom Steps is just a basic footwork technique, it takes at least 2 years to reach great success. 2 years? Li Qingshan thought to himself. The 2 years Wang Qingshan mentioned were based on a normal person's training progress. But he was different. Phantom Steps is a footwork technique. As long as he can move his feet, he can increase his proficiency. Even with the poison wolf lurking in the martial arts space, he could start training immediately. At most, he'd just have to die a few more times in the beginning. If he practiced Phantom Steps without rest, 24 hours a day, the speed of his progress would definitely be beyond imagination. Have you figured it out?
Watching Li Qingshan lost in thought, Wang Qingshan offered some guidance.
2 years is enough for you to reach the 5th stage of body tempering. By then, when facing the wolf poison beast, even if you don't know any martial techniques, you could still hack it to death by brute force. When all is said and done, your cultivation base is the foundation. Even in the new continent, people prioritize raising their cultivation level before delving into martial arts. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Li Qingshan nodded without arguing. Wan Qingshan's words were correct, but they didn't apply to him. With the martial arts space at his disposal, the mastery of the vanishing steps was within reach. And once the vanishing steps reached mastery and he successfully killed the wolf poison, he could focus on grinding proficiency for Starry Sky Calling. At the 4th stage, the cultivation efficiency of Starry Sky Calling would double once more. Reaching the 5th stage of body tempering wouldn't take 2 years at all. Wan Qingshan nodded and said no more, his fingers sliding across his communicator. Li Qingshan's wrist vibrated. Go! Account credited 100,000. Li Qingshan's eyes widened as he stared at the numbers on the screen. That is the reason I asked you to come. Wan Qingshan smirked, clearly satisfied with Li Qingshan's reaction. The report you sent yesterday was very useful. Those 100,000 star credits are your reward. Li Qingshan looked up, surprised. Teacher, do you have a side job at the patrol bureau too? Wan Qingshan's smile stiffened, his face twitching. What side job? It is an honorary consultant position. Right, consultant. I am just used to calling it a side job. My apologies. Li Qingshan offered an apologetic smile. Li Mokang's star credits was enough to cover a month's worth of nutrient solution. When it came to a benefactor, he always maintained a good attitude. Afterward, Li Qingshan asked the question he cared about most. Teacher, was that woman with the purplish red hair from the report really a cultist of an evil god? Basically confirmed. Wan Qingshan nodded. Basically confirmed? Li Qingshan paused, asking in surprise, the patrol bureau didn't catch her? If they had caught her, they wouldn't have used such phrasing. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wan Qingshan spoke. According to the patrol bureau's rules, I am not supposed to tell you. After saying that, he noticed that his student was not disappointed, but rather his eyes brightened, waiting intently for what came next. Are students these days so socially savvy now? With that thought, Wan Qingshan had no choice but to continue. Originally based on the identities of the 2 victims, the Patrol Bureau had placed several streets, including Linjiang Road, where they frequented, under surveillance. However, after receiving your report, they specifically conducted a deeper investigation into the Galaxy Bar on Linjiang Road. And to our surprise, that investigation actually uncovered something. The Galaxy Bar was a stronghold for a group of flesh cult fanatics. A stronghold! Li Qingshan took a sharp breath, feeling a lingering sense of fear. He had worked at the Galaxy Bar for over a month and had no idea how many cultists he might have brushed shoulders with. They are just a bunch of lowlifes. What is there to fear? Wan Qingshan frowned with dissatisfaction. The entire stronghold was taken down by the Patrol Bureau last night. Through overnight interrogations, we learned that the woman you mentioned was just a newly recruited believer, and the night before last was her first sacrifice. The Bureau estimates that she might have already fled Luoying City to lay low elsewhere. Having said that, Wan Qingshan paused and reminded him. You resigned yesterday and didn't go to the bar. That level of caution is good. But just to be safe, I must warn you, the flesh cult worships the flesh demon god, and its followers possess the ability to alter their physique. Be careful of anyone who tries to get close to you. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Li Qingshan wasn't too worried. After all, the stronghold had been wiped out. A single stray fish wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Besides, he only had that one encounter with the woman the night before last, and had no grievances with her, so it was impossible for her to target him. He had already found a way to kill the wolf poison, and the 100,000 reward was in his pocket. Li Qingshan said his goodbyes and turned to walk out the door. Just as he reached the door, Wan Qingshan's voice came from behind him. Remember, assumptions are just assumptions. Your cultivation base is the foundation. I understand, teacher. Li Qingshan replied, his figure disappearing outside the door. I hope you truly do understand. Wan Qingshan sighed, his expression complex. Li Qingshan had specifically come to his office to ask for ways to kill the wolf poison. That look of obsessive determination didn't seem like he was just asking out of casual curiosity. He once had another student who asked similar questions, pursuing combat power that surpassed their own realm. And that student was very talented, having already practiced Starry Sky Calling to the 3rd stage when they just started junior high. With that kind of talent, they could have gone straight to the new continent. But at the time, Wan Qingshan made an impulsive decision to keep them in Luoying City to teach them personally, because he had seen the world and knew that the super geniuses from the great martial arts stars all possessed the ability to defeat enemies across realms. However, reality gave Wan Qingshan a harsh slap in the face. The student he had carefully cultivated did indeed gain the strength to defeat enemies of higher realms. But this so-called cross-realm ability had its limits. Among the same cohort of students in the new continent, several had already surpassed his student by an entire major realm. Because of this, his student lost the opportunity to leave Xing Star and further their studies on a major martial arts star. Buzz! Buzz! Ah! His wrist vibrated as a video call request popped up on his communicator. Wang Qingshan's face stiffened slightly when he saw who was calling. However, he still answered. A light screen popped up. A bright silver mecha appeared on the other side, with streams of light flickering across its metallic hull. The mecha's face remained motionless, but a cold female voice sounded out. Consultant Wan, has Li Qingshan's reward been issued? Wang Qingshan's expression returned to normal, and he grinned. Why else would you be calling me? Consultant Wan, according to the Bureau's standards, the reward for intelligence on a stronghold like this should be 50,000 star credits. You, man, you have grown bold. Are you trying to pull rank as a deputy director on me? Forget about the consultant title. Call me uncle. Wang Qingshan replied, embarrassed and angry. Li Qingshan is a martial arts genius. He comes from a state-sponsored background and can't even afford nutrient solution. What's wrong with giving him a bit more? After 2 seconds of silence on the other end, the mecha's faceplate opened, revealing a beautiful, refined face that bore a 60% resemblance to Yulei. A genius? Yuman asked flatly, non-committal. If he were a real genius, he would have gone to the new continent long ago. Wang Qingshan couldn't argue with that and finally sighed. Li Qingshan came over just now and asked a question similar to the one you asked all those years ago. Yuman was the student he referred to. Wang Qingshan didn't even know if he helped Li Qingshan because of his state-sponsored status or because he was thinking of Yuman. Perhaps it was both. Yuman's cold face finally showed a change, her voice softening slightly. Uncle, I never blamed you. Even if I hadn't spent my energy on martial techniques back then, my cultivation base might not have been higher than those few. Besides, I studied martial arts just for stronger combat power. Mechas can also help me achieve that goal. At the very least, those people are no match for me now. Mechas? Wang Qingshan stared at the light screen, looking at the silver mecha with its flashing lights, and shook his head. It's different. If you had gone to a great martial arts star, you might have been able to catch a glimpse of the pinnacle of martial arts. Wang Qingshan looked out the window at the sky as if filled with longing. That is the ability to traverse the starry sky with one's physical body and roam the universe. Interstellar warships can roam the universe as well. Yuman's voice became flat again. Wow. I will strive for an opportunity to further my studies at a planetary fortress. If things go well, my combat power will further increase, and even those super geniuses from the great martial arts stars will be people I can fight. Combat power again! Wang Qingshan shook his head and closed the connection. The path of evolution has not yet reached its end, so no one is qualified to judge whether a direction is right or wrong. But as a martial arts teacher, he was loyal to martial arts for his entire life. Li Qingshan and Yuman are ultimately different. I hope he listens to advice. Wang Qingshan sighed. Yuman had a backup plan like the mecha because she awakened psychic powers. But once Li Qingshan takes the wrong path, he will lose even the slightest chance of going to the new continent. In the end, he would only be left in the old continent, lost in the crowd. The afternoon classes were much like the morning ones, still focused on practicing the calling of the starry sky, while Wang Qingshan moved among the students, offering his tireless guidance. Combined with their previous conversation in the office, Li Qingshan clearly sensed that Wang Qingshan seemed to place particular importance on the body refining realm. This was because the focus of the curriculum for the next half year would be entirely on the calling of the starry sky. This technique is the foundation of body refining, and Wang Qingshan seemed to hope that all students could advance their mastery of the technique by one level within 6 months. After class, all the students bolted toward the cafeteria, and even Yulei and Hong Qian were no exception. After devouring 2 plates of food with great gusto, Li Qingshan patted his stomach, feeling incredibly satisfied. Practicing twice during the day at school saves quite a bit on food costs, and it doesn't interfere with using nutrient solution to continue refining my body when I get home at night. 6 sessions of body refining a day, the efficiency is 3 times higher than before. What I previously estimated would take 6 months to reach the second level of body refining will now only take 2 months. However, Li Qingshan did not think it was fast enough. If that wolf venom projection weren't standing in his way, he would already be happily grinding for proficiency. Once the calling of the starry sky reaches the 4th level, the cultivation efficiency could double again. The enmity of blocking my path shall not go unavenged. Li Qingshan's eyes turned fierce. He got up, exchanged a few words with Zhao Hongzhou and the others, then hurried home without a moment's delay. Downstairs at his apartment building, it was evening and many people were out for a stroll. Children were running wild and playing. It took Li Qingshan quite a while to find a patch of empty grass. His fingers tapped rapidly on his communication device, and soon a light screen popped up displaying the training materials for the Lost Trail steps. The materials included diagrams, text introductions, and video tutorials, all very comprehensive. Half an hour later, Li Qingshan finished reviewing all the materials deep in thought, moving and shifting within a square inch. These 8 characters form the essence of the Lost Trail steps. The foundation of the Lost Trail steps is a set of footwork. As long as one can complete the entire set of footwork without a single pause, that counts as entry level. Proficient and mastered levels require the footwork to be internalized until it becomes a physical instinct. The instructor in the video even mentioned an aside when reaching this point. Reaching the mastered level in Lost Trail steps provides a bonus to the speed test in the body refining examination. This is easy to understand. The speed test involves shuttle runs, and shifting and maneuvering is exactly what the Lost Trail steps are best at. Seeing this, Li Qingshan immediately thought of Yulei. Yulei must have practiced the Lost Trail steps, otherwise, even with her talent, she couldn't have been so lopsided in her test results. As for the Grandmaster level that Li Qingshan was looking forward to most, the instructor only offered one piece of advice: combat. The Grandmaster level transcends simple footwork. Practicing it alone is useless. Only through actual combat, under the stimulation of danger, can one achieve the state where the cicada senses the autumn breeze before it moves, avoiding attacks in advance, which counts as reaching the Grandmaster level. Even a basic movement technique seems quite unfathomable once mastered. Li Qingshan sighed aloud. If the Grandmaster level is unfathomable, the subsequent perfect level is even more metaphysical. In the video, the instructor only said one sentence at the end: grasp the beauty of the square inch, and perfection shall come naturally. Li Qingshan seriously doubted that the instructor himself had reached perfection. Luckily, I am not short on combat experience. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly froze as he realized something. Wait, I don't need real combat to gain insight. With the system panel, whether it's Grandmaster or Perfect, as long as I grind the proficiency, it won't be a problem. Thinking of this, Li Qingshan looked energized and began attempting the basic footwork. He only needed to record the Lost Trail steps into the panel to be able to practice in the martial arts space. As dusk approached, the elderly and children taking their walks began to head home one after another. "Grandma, look at that big brother. He doesn't even know how to walk." The little girl tugged at the old woman's clothes and stopped, pointing toward the lawn not far away. "Ran, don't be rude." The old woman scolded her granddaughter, then looked where she was pointing. She saw a young man stumbling about, his footsteps strange, and he fell to the ground after only a few steps. He immediately got up again, stomped his foot in frustration, and started all over again. The little girl clapped her hands happily and said excitedly, "Grandma, that brother's moves are so funny, I want to learn them too." "Don't you dare." The old woman's expression changed. She picked up her granddaughter and hurried home. An hour later, the stumbling figure finally stopped. "Damn it, this footwork is too anti-human." Though it's called a set of footwork, each step has nothing to do with the next. They are practically polar opposites. Clearly, after taking one step forward, the next step immediately requires a turn, completely violating body instincts. It took him over a full hour to successfully complete it once. Li Qingshan felt lingering fear as he looked at the panel. Li Qingshan, realm, body refining 10 hundredons. The technique! The 36th set of broadcast gymnastics. The Calling of the Starry Sky, 10-1000. Martial Skill Lost Trail Steps 1-100. Entry level. Function, Martial Arts Space, LV1-1-1-1. Available time, 1 year. Time dilation, 110. Good, finally reached the entry level. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief and walked toward his house. On the way, he changed his footwork and tried twice more. Although his movements were stiff, he didn't fail a single time. Once recorded in the panel, it's verified forever. If it were anyone else, successfully completing it just once would be far from enough to be considered entry level. Back home, Li Qingshan opened the insulated box and took a bottle of nutrient solution. He then walked to the center of the living room and began his body refining practice. By late at night, the 4 sessions of body refining were finally finished, and the effects of the nutrient solution were completely exhausted. Dragging his exhausted body, Li Qingshan lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. The real practice was just beginning. He opened his eyes and the familiar circular platform came into view. Li Qingshan didn't turn to face the wolf venom as he did last night, but immediately moved his feet, beginning the practice of the Lost Trail steps. Roar! The roar grew closer, and within 3 seconds, a bloody maw was right before his eyes. Li Qingshan's expression didn't ripple. He simply followed the principles of the footwork and continued with the next step. His head was smoothly delivered into the jaws of the wolf venom. Bang! The watermelon smashing. In the bedroom, he blinked his eyes open. Li Qingshan returned to the martial arts space once more, started his steps, and picked up from where he left off. Roar! After dying more than 20 times, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and looked at the panel. Lost trail steps 100. Lost trail steps 200. Great, death interruptions don't affect proficiency gains. As long as I complete the sequence once, I can gain 1 point of entry-level proficiency. Li Qingshan tried to force a smile, but the shadow of being repeatedly shredded by the wolf venom made it impossible for him to smile. Wolf venom. A low murmur in the dark, and Li Qingshan closed his eyes once again.
Ding, ding, ding! Buzz, buzz, buzz! The frantic vibration and ringing were intertwined, making one feel incredibly irritable. Li Qingshan struggled to open his eyes, the edges of his eyeballs bloodshot. Late again? Li Qingshan frowned and turned off the alarm. In the past, he would wake up naturally every morning, and the alarm was just a backup. However, due to the martial arts space over these last 2 days, he had been severely sleep-deprived and woken up by the alarm every time. The martial arts space ignores physical exertion, but it doesn't seem to have any effect on mental recovery. After 2 days, Li Qingshan was basically certain of this hypothesis. However, that didn't really count as a drawback. The martial arts space has a 1 to 10 time dilation, so he could perfectly well put his rest time inside the space. The key is still to get rid of the wolf poison projection. Li Qingshan shook his head, collected his thoughts, and looked at the panel. Li Qingshan! Realm, body tempering 10 out of 100. Technique? The 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling 10 out of 1,000. Mastery, martial skill. Phantom steps, 2 out of 500. Proficient. Function martial arts space level 1, 1 out of 100. Available time, 364 days. Time dilation, 1 to 10. The available time has already decreased by a day, though exactly how many hours he wasn't sure. Anyway, he had died over 1,000 times last night just to get the phantom steps to the proficient level. And to verify the progression pattern for the skill level, he had forced himself to die dozens more times to complete 2 sets of the footwork. That is right. At the proficient level, one has to complete the phantom steps twice to increase it by 1 point. However, after becoming proficient, the footwork felt completely natural, so the efficiency hadn't slowed down much. Almost there, almost there. Li Qingshan patted his cheeks, trying to boost his spirits. In a few days, the phantom steps will reach the mastery level. At the mastery level, the footwork becomes instinct. Perhaps then I can try to dodge Wolf Poison's attacks. First high school, martial arts hall. Zhao Hongzhou noticed the bloodshot eyes of Li Qingshan and asked in surprise, "Brother Shan, didn't you quit your job? Why are you still staying up late?" Yu Lei and Hong Qian heard the voice and turned their heads out of curiosity. "It is nothing. I was just training a bit late." Li Qingshan waved his hand, not saying much more. Hong Qian hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Li Qingshan, if it is not inconvenient to say, how many times do you perform body tempering when you go back? Why would that be inconvenient?" Li Qingshan rubbed his brow and said casually, 4 times. Hong Qian's pupils dilated, his face showing shame. He couldn't even handle more than 2 sessions of body tempering when he got home each day. Li Qingshan had better natural talent than him, a higher cultivation technique level, and was working harder than him to boot. Yulei caught on to Hong Qian's thoughts from the side and shook her head, saying, "Don't overthink it. I can only do 2 sessions of body tempering when I go back. This is the difference in technique levels. When doing body tempering, try to focus on the breathing coordination. Raising your technique level as soon as possible is the right path." Hong Qian nodded gratefully, his expression looking much better. Yulei then turned to look at Li Qingshan, scrutinizing the bloodshot eyes, and asked with some hesitation, "Li Qingshan, were you practicing martial skills last night?" While body tempering does exhaust energy, the body recovers faster after deep sleep. It is impossible to be this exhausted just from body tempering. Li Qingshan nodded and asked in surprise, "Did Teacher Wan tell you?" No, Yulei shook her head and gave a low piece of advice. "Going too far is as bad as not doing enough. A person's energy has its limits. Last night, when her sister Yuman came home, she had offhandedly asked her about Li Qingshan's situation. Combined with how Li Qingshan looked today, it inevitably reminded her of her sister's past experiences. Thanks, I know my limits." Li Qingshan nodded with a smile, accepting Yulei's goodwill. The exhaustion during this period is unavoidable. As long as I can grind the phantom steps to mastery and hack wolf poison to death, Things will get easier later. As they were speaking, Wan Qingshan walked over from the front entrance of the arena. He scanned all the students as usual, his gaze lingering on Li Qingshan for a moment, and though he frowned imperceptibly, he didn't say anything. Soon, the group of students dispersed again and began their body tempering practice. School practice continued by the book, day after day, as if nothing had changed, except for the increasingly heavy signs of fatigue on Li Qingshan. However, the exhausted energy had not gone to waste. The proficiency of the Phantom Steps was skyrocketing. Phantom Steps 2 out of 500 proficient, to Phantom Steps 65 out of 500 proficient, Phantom Steps 65 out of 500 proficient, to Phantom Steps 127 out of 500 proficient, Phantom Steps 127 out of 500 proficient, to Phantom Steps 190 out of 500 proficient. The 8th day, afternoon. After finishing another session of body tempering, all the students collapsed onto the floor. Dark circles were visible around Li Qingshan's eyes. But after glancing at the panel, he couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. Li Qingshan, Realm, Body Tempering 12 out of 100. Technique! The 36th set of radio gymnastics, the stars are calling, 22 out of 1,000 mastery, martial skill. Phantom Steps 2 out of 1,000 mastery. Function martial arts space level 1, 1 out of 100. Available time, 356 days. Time dilation, 1 to 10. In 8 days, he had spent at least 20 hours in the martial arts space almost every night. He had forced the Phantom Steps to the mastery level, and it wasn't just the Phantom Steps. His body tempering progress hadn't lagged either, increasing by 2 points. With Phantom Steps at the mastery level, the footwork had turned into instinct. The stiff and awkward movements of the past were now incredibly subtle, fully displaying his ability to maneuver and shift. If he were to take a test right now, he would probably end up like Yulei, a student who excelled in one area. Now I should be able to dodge Wolf Poison's attacks a few times. It is time to try the sword techniques. Li Qingshan's eyes brightened, and he was extraordinarily excited. If he could dodge attacks, there would naturally be chances to strike back with the blade. The cost of 8 days of insane improvement was dying under the wolf's jaws over 10,000 times. His grudge against Wolf Poison was irreconcilable. I must kill it 10,000 times in the future. No, at least 100,000 times. Li Qingshan's gaze turned fierce as he forced himself up, preparing to head to the canteen for a meal. Li Qingshan, wait! Wan Qingshan's voice came from behind him. Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks and turned around. Wan Qingshan looked the student in front of him up and down, his frown deepening. 8 days ago, he had realized that Li Qingshan hadn't listened to him after all, and had started practicing martial skills, pouring a lot of energy into them. At this moment, he almost regretted giving those 2 martial skills to Li Qingshan that day. However, a road must be walked by oneself, let alone the martial path. Wan Qingshan pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Go back tonight and don't practice anything. Get some good rest. All right, teacher. Li Qingshan smiled, agreed immediately, and turned to head towards the canteen. However, after a few steps, he stopped, turned back to face Wan Qingshan, and bowed. Thank you, teacher. Get lost, I'm not dead yet, why the bow? Wan Qingshan frowned and waved him away. Li Qingshan chuckled and ran towards the canteen. He understood Wan Qingshan's concern, but since it involved the panel, he couldn't explain it. But he could do better so that others wouldn't worry about him. I'll take a day off as a celebration. After quickly finishing his meal at the canteen, Li Qingshan walked quickly, left the school gate, and ran towards the mall he had visited last time. The 10 bottles of nutritional fluid were already gone. He had to spend money again. Here are 40 bottles of primary nutritional fluid. Please take them. The sales girl was the same one as last time, but her smile was even brighter this time. Li Qingshan took the insulated box and swiped his communication device with a trembling left hand over the payment machine. Minus 120,000. Only 10,000 left in savings. Please take care. Hope to see you next time. The salesgirl bowed to see him off, and Li Qingshan walked away at a brisk pace. Back home, Li Qingshan put down the insulated box and rushed into the bathroom. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed. Li Qingshan closed his eyes, his mind emptied of all thoughts. The next day, early morning. With the faint morning light appearing on the horizon, Li Qingshan quietly opened his eyes in the quiet bedroom. Ah, refreshing. Rolling out of bed, Li Qingshan stretched, feeling invigorated from head to toe. He got up, stepped off the bed, and walked into the bathroom. Li Qingshan splashed a handful of cold water onto his face and looked up into the mirror. In the mirror, the dark circles under his eyes had long since faded. He looked full of vigor, and tiny water droplets were sliding down his chiseled face. Last time, 1 million was definitely too low. Just for this face alone, I should be asking for at least 10 million. Li Qingshan smiled with satisfaction and turned to walk into the living room. Looking at the empty living room, he felt a momentary sense of confusion. He hadn't woken up this early in a long time. He didn't have any training plans for this time of day at all. His gaze swept over to the wall on the left, where a machete was leaning against it. Blade techniques. Remembering his plan from yesterday, Li Qingshan lifted his wrist, tapped on his communicator, and found the compressed file he had saved separately. Wind Shadow Blade! The materials for the Wind Shadow Blade were similar to the Phantom Steps, also consisting of text introductions and video tutorials. However, compared to the inhuman level of difficulty when starting with the Phantom Steps, the Wind Shadow Blade was much simpler. The set of blade moves wasn't complicated, its only defining feature was speed. In the video, after the middle-aged teacher demonstrated the full set of moves simply, the pace suddenly accelerated. Blade technique proficiency strikes like the wind. As the words fell, cold light flickered, resembling a howling gale, continuous and unrelenting. Blade technique mastery, long blade breaks the wind. The sound of wind being broken erupted as the blade cut through the gale with extreme sharpness. Blade light turns into shadows. The blade light became faster and faster, and one after another, after images appeared. Li Qingshan was dazzled, completely unable to track the position of the blade, and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Is this the great achievement realm of the Wind Shadow Blade? In the video, the middle-aged teacher's demonstration hadn't stopped, and the movements were getting faster and faster. Wind and shadow follow. The blade technique is complete. Whoosh! The blade light whipped up a gale that circled around him, and after images began to solidify within the wind. In the blink of an eye, 3 blades of light became as real as if extending from different angles. It was as if there were 3 people attacking simultaneously within the gale. Li Qingshan blinked, observing carefully. But no matter how he looked, he couldn't distinguish the real from the fake. Or rather, are all 3 blade lights real? Just as Li Qingshan was having a moment of realization, the blade light gradually subsided, the wind shadows vanished, and the middle-aged teacher sheathed his blade. Phew! Li Qingshan let out a long breath. Striking like wind, breaking the wind, shadows from light, and wind following shadow. Those were the distinct characteristics of the 4 realms of the Wind Shadow Blade. Proficiency, mastery, great achievement, and perfection. Better get the basics down first. Li Qingshan calmed his excited heart, reopened the video, repeatedly watched the demonstration at the beginning, and cross-referenced it with the text to understand and memorize it. Half an hour later, Li Qingshan picked up the machete from the wall and turned to go out. It was still early, and there were only a few elderly people doing morning exercises downstairs in the residential area. Li Qingshan found a random patch of grass and drew his blade. After taking a few deep breaths, the long blade began to dance. The characteristic of the Wind Shadow Blade is speed, but Li Qingshan's movements were unusually slow, looking almost identical to the elderly people doing their morning exercises. Cleaving, slashing, lifting, picking, intercepting. Li Qingshan was focused, recalling the details of every move in his mind before presenting them with the blade in his hand. 10 minutes later, the entire set of blade techniques had been practiced. Li Qingshan paused for a moment, then struck again. The same moves, the same blade technique, but this time, the blade's momentum was no longer slow, it was sharp and swift. In less than a minute, the entire set was finished. The status panel is truly reliable. A smile tugged at the corners of Li Qingshan's mouth as he sheathed his blade and scanned the panel. Li Qingshan, Realm, Body Tempering 12100. Techniques. The Overseek set, the Live Stories Heft set of Radio Calisthenics, Calling of the Starry Sky 22-1000, Martial Arts, Phantom Steps 2, 1000, Wind Shadow Blade 2, 100, Function, Martial Arts Space LV1, 1100, Available Time, 356 days, Time Dilation, 1 to 10, School, Martial Arts Gym. After Wan Qingshan walked in from the front door, he scanned the room as usual, finally letting his gaze rest on Li Qingshan. After sizing him up, Wang Qingshan revealed a satisfied smile and gestured for the students to spread out and begin their training. Evening returned home. The break is over. Time to keep working hard. Li Qingshan smiled, took out a bottle of nutrient solution, drank it, and continued his body tempering. Every session of body tempering left one completely exhausted, but Li Qingshan savored the feeling, carefully sensing his body growing stronger bit by bit. Late at night, the 4 sessions of body tempering were finally completed. Li Qingshan rinsed off, drew his machete, and lay back down on his bed. Wolf poison. I won't be letting you slaughter me today. Li Qingshan looked determined and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the martial arts space once again. Li Qingshan gripped the handle tightly, twisted his right foot, and in an instant turned around to face Wolf Poison. Roar! Wolf Poison let out a low growl, pushed off the ground with its hind legs, and pounced over. For a 100-meter distance, Wolf Poison needed 2 seconds to cross it. In the past, these 2 seconds were Li Qingshan's lifeline, allowing him to dodge Wolf Poison's first pounce. But now Li Qingshan realized that he didn't have to just dodge. Instead of retreating, he charged forward at Wolf Poison. Man and beast crossed the 100 meters and were about to collide in a flash. Li Qingshan's footsteps suddenly shifted. Phantom steps became instinct, his body unnaturally swerving to the right side of Wolf Poison, and he swung his machete and slashed instantly. Puff! Wolf Poison landed, a blade mark left on its spine. Li Qingshan's expression didn't relax at all. He kept his eyes locked on Wolf Poison 10 meters away. 10 meters was just the distance of a single pounce for Wolf Poison. He had never dodged its second strike before. Roar! Wolf Poison roared and pounced again. Li Qingshan couldn't react in time and could only take a step based on his instincts. Their bodies crossed, and the massive figure swept past his eyes. I dodged it! Just as the thought flashed, a sharp claw swiped from behind. In the bedroom, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, briefly recalled the exchange, and then began to try again. Throughout the night, faced with an absolute speed disadvantage, Li Qingshan could only rely on physical instinct to move and dodge. If he was lucky, he could dodge 3 or 5 of Wolf Poison's attacks. If he was unlucky, he couldn't even dodge the second pounce. However, compared to before, having died under the wolf's jaws thousands of times in one night was already a huge improvement. More survival time also meant that his improvement rate for Phantom Steps and Wind Shadow Blade was getting faster. Time passed, day by day. Li Qingshan traveled between home and school every day, staying focused on his path. Daily body tempering training, twice at school and 4 times at home, never missed. His body kept growing stronger, and the progress of body tempering and his proficiency in Calling of the Starry Sky were also rising bit by bit. However, his progress in Phantom Steps and Wind Shadow Blade was even faster. Almost every night, Li Qingshan would train in the martial arts space for over 20 hours. It is worth mentioning that, perhaps because the number of times he died decreased, when he woke up the next morning, although Li Qingshan was a bit tired, his mental state was clearly better than before. In the blink of an eye, 20 days passed. In the pitch-black bedroom, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing. Phantom Steps. Great achievement. Finally, the Phantom Steps have reached the Grandmaster level. Li Qingshan sighed softly, his eyes sweeping across the panel. Li Qingshan? Realm. Body Tempering 1500. Technique. The 36th set of Radio Calisthenics, Call of the Starry Sky 52 1000 Pastit. Martial Skill, Phantom Steps 1000. Wind Shadow Blade 112 1000. Feature, Martial Space Level 1. Won the Anhen Bruat. Available time 335 days. Time dilation 1 to 10. Body tempering progress has reached 15100. According to previous tests, 9 points of progress equal 1 stage. He is only 3 points away from the second stage of body tempering. Call of the Starry Sky only increased by a few dozen points of proficiency, which isn't much. However, since Wind Shadow Blade was also practiced in the martial space, it reached the proficient level directly. Phantom Steps needs 3,000 proficiency points to go from Grandmaster to Perfection. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, though he wasn't very surprised. While 3,000 is a lot, it is not outrageous. He continued to scroll down, finally resting his gaze on the available time section of the martial space. Compared to when he first unlocked it, the available time has decreased by 30 days. 30 days? That means I spent only 1 month to bring Phantom Steps to Grandmaster level? Li Qingshan muttered, feeling a bit dazed. According to Wan Kexian, it takes at least 2 years to get from basic to grandmaster in Phantom Steps. Of course, this doesn't mean he has become a martial arts genius. In fact, the martial space ignores physical fatigue, and because of the wolf poison, he practiced without sleep or rest. Calculated this way, this month was by no means less than the 2 years mentioned by Wan Kexian. I really am too hard-working, Li Qingshan sighed softly. He might not be a genius, but he definitely deserves the word hard-working. In 1 month, he finished a 2-year cultivation journey of a normal person. What is more, the wolf poison projection accompanied him throughout the entire process. Heaven knows how many times he was bitten to death by the wolf poison. Phantom Steps has reached Grandmaster level. It is time for revenge. A ruthless look flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. He gripped the hilt of his blade and closed his eyes. Opening his eyelids, the familiar circular platform came into view. Li Qingshan moved his feet, adjusted his stance, and charged forward without hesitation. Wolf poison! Roar! The wolf poison growled and roared, leaping into the air. The two rushed toward each other, the distance closing rapidly. Just as they were about to collide, Li Qingshan moved his right foot and performed a miraculous step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the wolf poison and slashed back-handed. Roar! Gah! The wolf poison's roar rose sharply and then came to an abrupt end. After landing, it clamped its hind legs tight, its blood-red eyes staring fiercely at the opponent. Ah, looks like you forgot how you got here? Good, now let me help you remember. Li Qingshan laughed wildly, flicked his wrist with the blade, and charged at the wolf poison again. Roar! The wolf poison roared in anger and swiped with its claws. But the human who was right in front of it a second ago had suddenly disappeared. Excruciating pain came from its lower body again, and the hateful, wild laughter rang out from behind. You are too slow! The wolf poison stomped hard and jumped high, pouncing toward its back. However, there was nothing behind it. It had missed again. Are you looking for me? The voice came from behind, and another slash hit it between its legs. With its crimson pupils glowing bright, the wolf poison went completely mad. Its limbs moved like a blur, constantly shifting position, trying to find that hateful human. But no matter how it changed direction, it could not see a trace of him. Only the sharp pain in its lower body reminded it again and again that the opponent was right behind it. Like a trapped beast, the wolf poison scurried around blindly. Behind the wolf poison, Li Qingshan moved like a shadow, swinging his blade calmly. At this moment, he finally understood what the teacher meant in the Phantom Steps tutorial video by when the autumn wind stirs, the cicada feels it first. No matter the speed or strength, the wolf poison surpassed him by far, comparable to the 5th stage of body tempering. But a fight is not just a race or a comparison of stats. Even with the greatest strength, it is useless if you cannot hit the enemy. Just like now, every attack from the wolf poison was predicted by him in advance. He did not need to be faster than the wolf poison, he just needed to stand in the right place ahead of time. If it were a 5th stage body tempering practitioner who knew martial arts, Li Qingshan might not be able to handle it perfectly. But the wolf poison was just a savage beast acting on instinct, completely unable to escape his predictions. As time passed, the wolf poison's roars grew weaker, its lower body a bloody mess. Finally, with a squelch, the long blade pierced its belly and entrails spilled out. The wolf poison shuddered violently and collapsed to the ground. In its final moments, that demonic figure finally appeared before its eyes. I said I would kill you 100,000 times. Remember, this is just the first time. There are 99,999 more to go. Li Qingshan stood holding the dripping machete, watching the wolf poison's corpse vanish. At the same time, at the edge of the circular platform, a lifelike statue of the wolf poison, about 2 meters tall, appeared out of thin air. Li Qingshan willed it, and the statue disappeared. Roar! The familiar roar echoed. Li Qingshan turned around and licked the corner of his mouth. There is still time. Let me kill you another 9 times. Half an hour later, the wolf poison collapsed to the ground for the 10th time. Li Qingshan tossed the machete aside, stretched his limbs, and began practicing Call of the Starry Sky. The martial space ignores physical fatigue. Li Qingshan didn't stop, going through it over and over again until his mind couldn't take it anymore. Then he just laid down right there to sleep. After waking up, he got up and continued practicing. Ding, ding, ding! Buzz, buzz, buzz. The alarm went off. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and swept his gaze over the panel. Call of the Starry Sky 52 1000 proficient. 20 points in 1 night. At this rate, I can reach Grandmaster in just over a month. Li Qingshan stretched, feeling refreshed. Finally, I'm on the right track. This was his initial cultivation plan. Afternoon, number 1 high school. After finishing a day's cultivation, students in the martial arts class were wolfing down their food in the cafeteria. Li Qingshan cleared 2 plates, took a sip of soup, and looked at Zhao Hongzhou. Hongzhou, where have you been working part-time lately? Zhao Hongzhou's family situation was average, and he had always liked working to earn pocket money. After entering the martial arts class, his part-time jobs never stopped. Zhao Hongzhou swallowed the last bite of his meal quickly and said in surprise, "Brother Shan, are you looking for a job?" "I'm thinking about it," Li Qingshan nodded. "Just paid the rent, savings are only a few thousand, and there are only 20 bottles of nutrient solution left. Time to plan ahead." Yulei was sitting opposite Li Qingshan, and she looked up in surprise upon hearing this. "You still have time to spare?" She went back at night and finished her 2 rounds of body tempering by 10 o'clock. Li Qingshan did 4 rounds every night, which would take until at least after midnight. Time, you just squeeze. Yulei's expression darkened visibly, so Li Qingshan quickly changed his tune. "If you save it, you'll always have some." Now that he can rest in the martial space, he wasn't afraid no matter how late he practiced. "Brother Shan, I'm back at Yinghai Gym. Want to join me?" "Yinghai?" Li Qingshan frowned, confusedly asking, "Didn't we think the pay was low before? Why go back?" Last year, he and Zhao Hongzhou both worked at Yinghai Gym, but the pay was so low that neither of them stayed long. "It's different now. I'm not doing chores this time." Zhao Hongzhou gave a proud smile and boasted, "I'm a personal trainer now. 500 per session, 2 sessions a day." "That high?" Li Qingshan looked skeptical and sized Zhao Hongzhou up. If it weren't for the fact that the kid still had that naive, youthful look on his face, he would have suspected he had entered some shady business. Zhao Hongzhou was still feeling pleased with himself, but Yulei saw what Li Qingshan was thinking and said speechlessly, "Don't think too much into it. The name of the martial arts class is still enough to fool people. Parents of junior high students can't afford professional martial arts teachers, so they have to settle for martial arts class students." "Even freshmen?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit guilty about taking that money. "Those students hiring personal trainers are just doing it to practice Call of the Starry Sky, but this technique relies entirely on personal comprehension. No matter how much a teacher explains, it may not be useful. Just like their class, a month has passed, and besides him, no one has reached the 3rd stage. Brother Shan, you don't want to go?" Zhao Hongzhou felt Li Qingshan's hesitation and said regretfully, "What a shame, you are the #1 freshman in Luoying City this year. You could charge at least 1,000 per session." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingshan grabbed Zhao Hongzhou's shoulder and pulled him up. "Let's move fast, don't be late for work." Yinghai is a chain brand with 3 gyms in Luoying City. The largest flagship store is located near the city center plaza, covering nearly 10,000 square meters, with an imposing presence that rivals the commercial plaza next door. Right now, Li Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou are inside this flagship store. "Qingshan, I knew from the start that you were destined for greatness. Sure enough, as soon as you joined the martial arts class, you soared to the top." The bald, middle-aged manager wore a warm smile, acting as if they were old friends. "Manager Zhou, you are too kind. I still want to thank you for your help back then." Li Qingshan smiled broadly and reached out to shake the man's hand. Zhao Hongzhou stood there frozen, his eyes darting between their smiling faces. Manager Zhou is the HR manager of the flagship store. When Li Qingshan worked here before, he had only met him a few times. They didn't know each other at all. Just as Zhao Hongzhou was distracted, a bottle of low-grade nutrient solution was shoved into his hand. "Zhao Hongzhou, you did a great job this time. Feel free to bring more excellent classmates here in the future," Manager Zhou said, patting him on the shoulder. "We at Yinghai are very happy to provide a platform for these budding martial arts talents and help build their path to mastery." "Manager, Zhao Hongzhou's face turned red, and he nervously glanced at Li Qingshan, about to decline. He didn't bring Li Qingshan here just to get a reward. Seeing Zhao Hongzhou about to push the nutrient solution back, Li Qingshan quickly interrupted. "Why are you looking at me? Go ahead and thank Manager Zhou." No need at all." Manager Zhou waved his hand and got straight to the point. "Qingshan is the top student in this martial arts class. How about I set your hourly rate at 1,500? Wontiahan and Hadden Harry Soyademi Kembin. Heavy Seneverston and Cledif de Himmer and Tau. Hilarity. Are there really that many suckers these days?" If you think it's too low, I can raise it a bit more. No, it's not that I think it's low. Li Qingshan quickly waved his hands and asked, Manager Joe, I just joined the martial arts class. Will anyone actually buy the lessons? At 1,500 hourly rate for 2 hours a day would be enough to buy him a bottle of nutrient solution. However, that depends on whether anyone actually buys the lessons. You underestimate the value of being the top student in the martial arts class. Manager Joe waved his hand, looking confident. Don't worry, your lessons will be in high demand, and Yinghai won't take a single cent in commission. These days, the truly gifted martial artists are all in new continent. As for the martial artists left behind in the old continent, to put it bluntly, aside from the local martial arts teachers, everyone else is just an amateur. In this environment, marketing hype is far more important than actual skill. Although Li Qingshan didn't understand how they made money, a win-win situation was naturally for the best. Pleasure doing business with you! Just then, a commotion came from the front desk. I don't care. You must give me a new coach. I bought these lessons to learn martial arts, not to do morning exercises somewhere else. Troublemakers? Li Qingshan looked over. He saw a little chubby kid with a school bag, around 12 or 13, clinging to the front desk and refusing to let go. Manager Joe's expression changed, and he trotted towards the front desk. Li Qingshan nudged Zhao Hongzhou's arm and asked, What are your clients like? They aren't all as difficult as this chubby kid, right? My client is a little girl. She's very obedient. Zhao Hongzhou looked toward the front desk and said helplessly, Besides, this chubby kid is one of a kind in the shop. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, becoming interested. What do you mean? His name is Cao Xiaoyu. He just started middle school. He dreams of being a hero and gets into fights every day. He's already gone through several coaches and hasn't been satisfied with any of them. Clearly, this scene was not playing out for the first time. That's quite interesting. Li Qingshan shrugged and crossed his arms to watch the show. Whether it was because Cao Xiaoyu's background was significant or because Manager Joe simply had high professional standards. Manager Joe kept nodding and bowing, trying to keep a smile on his face. But Cao Xiaoyu wasn't buying it. Refund. Do you think I'm here for money? I'm here to learn martial arts. Cao Xiaoyu was so angry his face turned red, and he pointed his chubby, swollen finger at the sign on the wall. Is this how you do business at Yinghai? You don't even have a decent coach? I don't want a refund, I'll pay more. If the 1,000 rate won't work, change it to 1,500. No, 2,000. Find me a coach worth 2,000 an hour to teach me. Zhao Hongzhou shook his head and said speechlessly, What kind of martial arts learning? This brat just wants to pick fights. He was tempted by the 2,000 rate, but he knew he wasn't qualified to teach him. Well, isn't that a coincidence? A soft laugh was heard. Before Zhao Hongzhou could react, Li Qingshan walked straight toward the front desk. I'll take this client. Qingshan. This? Manager Joe rubbed his hands, hesitating to say more. Don't you talk! Cao Xiaoyu impatiently interrupted, looked up at Li Qingshan and asked suspiciously, Can you really teach me martial arts? The kind of real martial arts. As he spoke, Cao Xiaoyu gestured with his hands in a comical way. I don't know if it's true martial arts. Li Qingshan smiled and reached out, tapping Cao Xiaoyu's forehead, where there was a blue and purple bruise. But at the very least, I can teach you how to fight. Ouch! Cao Xiaoyu clutched his forehead and flinched, but his face broke into a grin. All right, coach. From now on, I'll train with you. The deal was done, and the trouble was solved, but Manager Joe's face didn't show much joy. After a moment of hesitation, he leaned toward Li Qingshan and whispered, Qingshan, maybe you should reconsider. Cao Xiaoyu's case is a bit troublesome. It's just teaching a little brat. It's no big deal, Li Qingshan said, with a shake of his head. If he's still not satisfied, we can just give him a refund. The trouble I'm talking about isn't this little brat, Manager Joe said urgently, his voice rising. Hey you, who are you calling a little brat? Cao Xiaoyu jumped up in anger and said disapprovingly, I finally found a coach. Don't you go ruining it for me? Manager Joe ignored Cao Xiaoyu and looked at Li Qingshan seriously. The coach Cao Xiaoyu wants to fire is named Yu Zhuo, a second-year student in the martial arts class, your senior. The martial arts class lasts 3 years. In the first year, all high school seniors can sign up, and the skill levels are mixed. But to stay for the second year, you need to be at least at the 3rd stage of body forging. Senior? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, becoming more serious. Is Yu Zhuo very strong? But I wouldn't call taking over his client stealing, would I? Yu Zhuo is at the 3rd stage of body forging, As for whether he's strong, Manager Joe glanced at Li Qingshan, the implication clear. Although the third stage of body forging is just the threshold for the second year, it's not something a freshman who has only been in the class for a month can compare to. At the end of the day, being the top freshman is just a gimmick. However, Manager Joe noticed that Li Qingshan didn't seem to get his point. There was no sign of nervousness on his face. While it's not technically stealing a client, Yu Zhuo has a rather overbearing personality. Once he finds out, he'll likely come to challenge you to a duel, Manager Joe warned earnestly. Our shop has no authority to interfere with private duels between martial artists. Even the inspection bureau won't interfere as long as there's no serious injury. And since you are both in the martial arts class, you won't be able to hide even if you wanted to. The reason he was determined to refund Cao Xiaoyu earlier, besides the kid being a handful, was also because of Yu Zhuo. There are only so many private coaches in the shop, and no one else would risk offending Yu Zhuo over a single contract. Coach Yu is a bit fierce. After hearing this, Cao Xiaoyu shrank back a little, but this time he was determined to change his coach. At worst, I just won't ask for a refund for the remaining lessons with Coach Yu. Cao Xiaoyu shouted, his gaze shifting to Li Qingshan, fearing his new coach would be scared off by Yu Zhuo and refuse his lessons. Is this about the refund? Manager Joe shook his head speechlessly. You're still young and don't understand the adult world. This is a matter of pride. Cao Xiaoyu was paying 1,000 for Yu Zhuo's lessons, and now he's not only firing him, but increasing the rate to 2,000 for a new coach. For Yu Zhuo, isn't that a slap in the face? Cao Xiaoyu didn't understand and rubbed his hair irritably. I just want to change coaches. Why is it so complicated? Actually, it's not complicated at all. You're just overthinking it, Manager Joe. Li Qingshan found it amusing and reached out to smooth his hair. I'm not Yu Zhuo's father. Why should I have to worry about his face just because I took a contract? Li Qingshan turned to Manager Joe and asked casually, Is Yu Zhuo in the shop right now? He is. Manager Joe nodded blankly, not knowing what to make of it. Lead the way. It just so happens that I'm also quite fond of sparring. Li Qingshan was so nonchalant that Manager Joe was stunned for a moment, finding himself turning around to lead the way instinctively. They had barely taken 2 steps when Cao Xiaoyu's excited shout rang out. Great! A spar! If you disagree, just fight it out. That is the true spirit of martial arts. The little fatty clenched his fists and cheered loudly. Wait, what am I doing? As the thought crossed his mind, Manager Joe came to a sudden halt, finally snapping back to reality. He turned around to face Li Qingshan, his eyes gradually widening. Are you at the 3rd stage of body tempering too? He couldn't think of any other reason why Li Qingshan would come looking for trouble. No, Li Qingshan shook his head. Brother Shan, do you really want to spar with Yu Zhuo? Zhao Hongzhou asked in a low voice, his brows slightly furrowed. He knew Li Qingshan's strength better than anyone. Let alone the 3rd stage, he hadn't even reached the 2nd stage of body tempering yet. Don't worry, one's realm does not define one's combat power, Li Qingshan said, giving Zhao Hongzhou a light pat on the shoulder. Zhao Hongzhou nodded and said no more. Although he didn't quite understand, he trusted Li Qingshan. Manager Joe, however, was in no such mood and was pacing anxiously. Li Qingshan, your speed and punching power are so far behind, how can you fight when you can't even take one of his hits? Yu Zhuo was inherently overbearing, and with Li Qingshan coming to his door, wasn't this just asking for a beating? If I don't go to him, will he stop bothering me? Li Qingshan asked calmly, then raised the machete held in his right hand to signal. Manager Joe, lead the way! You sigh. The balding middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to lead the way. The best solution would actually be to just refund Cao Xiaoyu and get rid of him. However, Li Qingshan was clearly set on taking this job. Gym, 3rd floor. The hall was filled with various equipment, and urban men and women were sweating it out after work. Nearby, in a glass-partitioned studio, over a dozen women in yoga clothes were striking various poses. Yu Zhuo walked among them with his hands behind his back, offering hands-on guidance from time to time. Accompanied by the constant sound of giggles, Yu Zhuo felt immensely satisfied. The 3rd stage of body tempering wasn't much in class, but here in this gym he was a genuine master. Nowadays, not only was the work easy and the pay good, but no one else in the shop dared to easily provoke him. Brother Yu, you have a client being poached, a male coach panted as he ran to the door. Yu Zhuo frowned and said in a deep voice, What's going on? Who dares to poach my client? It's someone named Li Qingshan, apparently the top freshman in this year's martial arts class. Li Qingshan, Yuzhuo was a bit surprised. He had heard the name before. To be precise, after the assessment test, the names of those at the top had spread to the second and third year students. However, no senior students cared, because they had all been through that. Let's see if he can stay for a second year first. Yuzhuo never expected a junior he didn't care about would dare to bully him. It's not just poaching the client. That little fatty Cao Xiao Yu is even offering him a 2,000 fee for the session. At the door, a few more coaches gathered, talking all at once. Yeah, even Brother Yu only gets 1,000 and a newbie dares to ask for 2,000? He shouldn't be too greedy. This Li Qingshan is clearly slapping Brother Yu in the face. Interesting. Yuzhuo's mouth curled into a cruel smile as he cracked his knuckles, which made a sharp clicking sound. It seems the title of top freshman has gone to this junior's head. Perfect, let me, his senior, help him sober up. Oh, it seems the rumors are wrong and the senior's reputation has been slandered. A soft laugh sounded as a group of 4 walked in from outside the hall. The coaches at the door were dumbfounded and stepped aside voluntarily. They had rushed up to deliver the news, never expecting Li Qingshan to dare show up in person. I heard that Senior Yuzhuo was overbearing, but I didn't expect him to be so enthusiastic. Li Qingshan stood at the door with a smile on his face. As he spoke, everyone around widened their eyes and looked at each other. Everyone in the gym knew about Yuzhuo's domineering nature, but Li Qingshan was the first to say it to his face. The coaches stole glances at Li Qingshan, a hint of admiration in their eyes. Regardless of his strength, at least this top freshman had guts. Beside them, Manager Zhou's face flushed red, sweat beading on his bald head. His eyes twitched frantically as he tried to signal Li Qingshan. Was that necessary? You could have just said it behind his back, but saying it to his face? Aren't you afraid of getting killed? Li Qingshan, you actually dare to show up here? Yuzhuo laughed out of pure rage and waved his hand, signaling the women doing yoga to clear the area. The dozen women immediately stopped, gathering to the side with bright, expectant eyes. This wasn't the first time they'd seen such a scene. They were about to watch Coach Yu flex his power again. Top freshman, Yuzhuo sneered, his gaze turning sharp as he stared at Li Qingshan. You're only at the first stage of body tempering. What gives you the nerve to challenge me? Or do you think that the title of top freshman is enough to make you win against someone stronger? Wrong, I never believed that winning against someone stronger is actually possible. Li Qingshan interrupted, saying earnestly, besides, you've got the relationship between strong and weak mixed up. Between you and me, you are the weak one, and I am the strong one. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression turned bizarre. First stage of body tempering, speed 11 meters per minute, punch 250 kilograms. Third stage of body tempering, speed 15 meters, punch 500 kilograms. With such a massive gap, how could Li Qingshan dare to say he was stronger than Yuzhuo? You're just a lunatic. Yuzhuo smiled contemptuously, his fingers twitching and cracking. Then let's head to the ring and test it out. Let me see exactly where you think you're stronger than me. It's just one slash, there's no need for that much trouble. Li Qingshan shook his head lightly, drew his machete, and said politely, Senior, are you ready? You're asking for death. Yuzhuo was furious, pushed off the ground with his right foot, and lunged forward with the fierce aura of a tiger escaping its cage. Li Qingshan stood where he was, not moving a single step. Stunned into fear? As the thought crossed his mind, Yuzhuo sneered and clenched his right fist. The 10-meter distance was covered in a flash as he threw his punch. Whoosh! The punch missed, causing him to stumble. Where did he go? Yuzhuo stared at the empty space in front of him, dazed. It hadn't even been a second. How could his opponent have disappeared right before his eyes? Just then, he suddenly noticed the coaches and Manager Zhou nearby staring with wide, disbelieving eyes. Looking at me? No! Wait, Li Qingshan is behind me! Yuzhuo reacted quickly and tried to turn around. Swoosh! A sharp gust of wind from the blade swept past, tearing through his trousers. Yuzhuo felt a chill between his legs, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the floor. Although the blade's chill vanished in an instant, the coldness pierced through his pores like a freezing wind, scraping deep into his very soul. Yuzhuo's hair stood on end. He shivered uncontrollably, his lips trembling. He had nearly become a eunuch from an ancient dynasty. Just by a hair's breadth. Phew, thank goodness it was just a hair's breadth. Li Qingshan exhaled, sheathed his blade, and apologized. Sorry, Senior. I'm just so used to it, I almost couldn't hold back.
Suddenly, the entire venue fell into silence. Everyone seemed to have forgotten how to blink, unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Li Qingshan won! Just like that, in a single encounter, he won. This result not only exceeded everyone's expectations, but also shattered their worldview. Is this what martial arts are all about? A first-stage body tempering facing a third-stage one, and he won so easily? There was no intense clash of blows, no desperate fight of inches. Li Qingshan just stepped forward as if it were nothing, moved behind Yu Zhuo, and drew his blade in an upward strike. And then Yu Zhuo went down to his knees. Coach, you're amazing. Cao Xiaoyu was the first to react, jumping up and down in excitement. That was so cool. This is the martial arts he wants to learn. The others slowly came back to their senses, their eyes filled with complex expressions. Only now did they understand that when Li Qingshan said, "You are weak and I am strong," it was not the arrogance of someone ignorant of the world. It was an objective fact. If Li Qingshan wanted to, he could have cut Yu Zhuo in half in that single encounter. Martial technique. Yanzhao Hongzhou spoke in a low voice, pointing out the key to this victory. He remembered that Li Qingshan had indeed been practicing martial arts, but he never expected him to reach such a level without anyone noticing. Martial technique. Yu Zhuo repeated the words, looking up at Li Qingshan. His pale face was full of disbelief, even more so than before. Has your phantom step reached the mastery level? Li Qingshan, appearing behind him in an instant, was only possible with a mastery of the phantom step. But a freshman who just joined the martial arts class a month ago, and he has mastered the phantom step? Even just thinking about it, Yu Zhuo felt it was a complete fantasy. He had been practicing the phantom step for over half a year and had barely reached proficiency. Facing Yu Zhuo's gaze full of thirst for knowledge, Li Qingshan gave a faint smile, ignored him completely, and walked past him toward Manager Zhou. The problem is solved. Please arrange a classroom for my class. Yes, no problem at all. Manager Zhou replied repeatedly, wiping his forehead, his hands covered in sweat. That was way too intense. The little fatty Cao Xiaoyu was very generous and immediately booked 30 days of lessons. 2 class sessions every evening totaling 120,000 star coins transferred directly to Li Qingshan's account on the 4th floor of the gym in an empty classroom. Li Qingshan picked up a wooden sword and tossed it to Cao Xiaoyu. I'll teach you sword techniques today. As long as you can learn this, you should be able to win even with a wooden sword. Basic martial technique copyrights are open and not restricted from being shared. The little fatty clearly fought often, so Li Qingshan planned to use the martial technique to spark his enthusiasm for practice first, and then guide him slowly. Sword technique? Cao Xiaoyu hugged the wooden sword, his expression conflicted. What, you don't want to learn? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He was so excited just a moment ago. Why did he lose interest so suddenly? Cao Xiaoyu puffed out his chest and said boldly, Coach, I don't want to learn the crotch-hitting sword technique. What crotch-hitting sword technique? Li Qingshan's face turned black instantly. He drew his blade and swung it through the air, the sound of tearing wind echoing continuously. Look closely, this is the wind shadow blade. However, his demonstration didn't have much effect. Cao Xiaoyu bit his lip and retorted stubbornly, I don't care, I'm just not learning it. After watching Li Qingshan's upward strike that tore Yu Zhuo's pants earlier, in his mind, this sword style was now synonymous with dirty crotch kicks. How can a martial artist of our standing use such despicable moves? Even when fighting at school, no one dares to be shameless enough to use crotch kicks. If he really learned this sword technique, he would be absolutely despised back at school. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, gripped the sword handle tightly with his right hand, then slowly relaxed it. I've already taken his money, I can't get angry. The other party is a client, I must maintain professional service. With these thoughts flashing by, Li Qingshan finally suppressed the urge to bully the young and squeezed out a kind, friendly smile. If you don't want to learn sword techniques, then tell me, what do you want to learn? Coach, please don't smile, I'm scared. Cao Xiaoyu took 2 steps back, shrinking his neck. Seeing that the smile on the other side became stiff and seemed even more terrifying, he quickly said, I want to learn footwork, just like the coach did earlier. Zoom, zoom, zoom! The little fatty made sound effects while jumping around with his chubby legs. Around his round waist, a bit of fat occasionally peeked out from under his hem. Li Qingshan gripped the sword handle again, veins throbbing on his forehead. You're a little fatty and you're telling me you want to learn footwork? A minute later, Cao Xiaoyu finally stopped, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Despite breathing heavily, his face was full of excitement. Coach, can I do it? Li Qingshan met those burning eyes, stayed silent for a while, and finally beamed with a smile. Of course you can. Li Qingshan opened his communicator, pulled up the data for the Phantom Step, and projected it onto the large screen on the side of the room. It took about half an hour to explain the key points of the entry-level footwork in detail, and he personally demonstrated it several times. Afterwards, he let Cao Xiaoyu practice on his own. Inside the empty classroom, Cao Xiaoyu stumbled and tripped repeatedly. But his excitement didn't diminish, and every time he fell, he stood back up quickly to continue practicing. He has some perseverance, at least. Li Qingshan leaned against the wall, sat on the floor, and nodded slightly. Teaching the Phantom Step was just so he wouldn't dampen Cao Xiaoyu's enthusiasm. But, glancing at the little fatty who tripped every 2 steps, Li Qingshan shook his head lightly and closed his eyes. He had taught what needed to be taught so he could go slack off and train. The martial arts space was only a projection of his consciousness. If his physical body moved in reality, he would wake up immediately so it wouldn't cause any issues. On the circular platform, Li Qingshan glanced at the wolf poison statue. "I'll spare you for now." He then splayed his limbs and began practicing Call of the Starry Sky. Only half an hour had passed of Cao Xiaoyu's lesson, meaning there was still an hour and a half left. Converted into time in the space, that was a full 15 hours. Li Qingshan practiced again and again until his proficiency increased by 4 points, and then he stopped. Cao Xiaoyu is still practicing? Since he hadn't been woken up, Li Qingshan felt it was a bit strange. With some doubt, he opened his eyes. He saw the little fatty moving his feet, shifting and dodging with surprising agility. Ha! Li Qingshan rubbed his eyes and stared again at that sweaty face. Confirming that the little fatty in front of him was indeed Cao Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but gasp. He mastered it in an hour and a half? Cao Xiaoyu didn't have a panel like he did where he could master it after just one success. Li Qingshan's eyes filled with curiosity. Could I have actually stumbled upon a genius? Coach, are you awake? Cao Xiaoyu saw Li Qingshan, open his eyes and ran over excitedly. What do you mean awake? I was training just now. Li Qingshan put on a stern face and stood up. Your talent is not bad. You've barely reached the entry level, which should be enough for you to get your revenge back at school. Entry-level Phantom Step is hard to make work in martial artist duels. But for a fight between kids, it's definitely a dimension reduction attack. Really? Cao Xiaoyu's eyes widened, even more excited. You'll find out tomorrow whether it's true or not. Li Qingshan smiled and continued. Besides, I've already decided on tomorrow's lesson, practicing Call of the Starry Sky. Huh? As the excitement vanished instantly, and Cao Xiaoyu made a long face. Coach, I don't want to do radio calisthenics. Even if you don't want to, you have to. Li Qingshan said definitively, turning to walk out of the classroom. The threshold for screening martial talent in the new continent is to reach the 3rd stage of Call of the Starry Sky before graduating middle school. If Cao Xiaoyu is truly a genius, then he cannot waste time. Since Li Qingshan has accepted the tuition, he naturally needs to be dedicated to his work. The next day, noon. It was lunch break, and there were only a few people in the martial arts gym. In the corner, Li Qingshan sat with his back against a cushion, his eyes closed as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. An hour passed. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and swept his gaze across the status panel. Call of the Starry Sky 98 1000 proficiency level expert to Call of the Starry Sky 1000 proficiency level expert. Another 2 points of proficiency gained. It seems I really shouldn't waste my time during the day. This was an idea I got while slacking off during Cao Xiaoyu's training session last night. The martial arts space has a 1 to 10 time flow ratio. As long as I have 6 minutes of free time in reality, it's enough to practice Call of the Starry Sky once in the space. I can basically guarantee 20 points of proficiency every night, and I can squeeze out another 10 points or so during the day. That makes 30 points a day, which means I can reach the mastery level in a month. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction after a quick calculation. However, proficiency doesn't just come out of thin air. Li Qingshan looked at the available time of 323 days in the martial arts space and frowned slightly. Each point of proficiency requires 4 full practice sessions, which equals 4 hours. 30 points of proficiency would take a full 120 hours, or 5 days. Because martial arts space only ignores physical exhaustion, but I still need to sleep to recover my mental energy, which requires at least 1 day. In other words, for every day that passes in reality, 6 days of available time in the martial arts space are consumed. With the rapid progress in practicing Call of the Starry Sky, the available time in the martial arts space is also being consumed quickly. Although the remaining time is enough to reach mastery in Call of the Starry Sky, there won't be much left. I need to plan ahead. Li Qingshan rubbed his brow deep in thought. Killing monsters? But where on earth am I supposed to find them? After experiencing the super speed of the martial arts space, he had no intention of going back to the hard life he had before. Just then, a burly figure walked in through the front door. Li Qingshan's eyes shifted, locking onto him. In the afternoon, after another body tempering session, all the students collapsed onto the floor. Wang Qingshan walked up to Li Qingshan with his hands behind his back. "Kid, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't play these games with me." Li Qingshan had been staring at him since he entered, and it was starting to make him feel uneasy. Is it that obvious?" Li Qingshan gave an embarrassed smile and said, "Teacher, I actually just wanted to ask, where did the wolf venom from the first class come from?" "Still thinking about that wolf venom?" Wang Qingshan's expression changed, and he frowned. He felt that this student of his was a bit sick in the head. From the first day of smashing tanks and disemboweling beasts, to later asking how to kill a wolf venom alone. None of these were behaviors of a normal student. He hadn't made a move for the past half-month, so he thought Li Qingshan had finally settled down. He didn't expect him to give him a surprise today. "Teacher, don't overthink it." Seeing Wang Qingshan's brow furrow even deeper, Li Qingshan quickly explained, "I'm just curious about astral beasts and want to learn more about them." "Curious?" Wang Qingshan's gaze shifted, and he said with a wry smile, "Once you go to New Continent, you'll have plenty of time to satisfy your curiosity. For now, just focus on your training."
New continent!
Li Qingshan paused and tested him. "Does that mean the wolf venom was brought over from New Continent?" "Of course. Unless there's evil god power at play, normal beasts cannot break the boundaries of the astral world on their own," Wang Qingshan explained casually. "New Continent suppresses a world gate, and the wolf venom was captured from there." "World gate?" Li Qingshan's spirits lifted. Textbooks have introductions regarding the astral world and world gates. The astral world refers to extra-dimensional spaces with dimensions different from reality, with unknown quantity and unknown size. The only thing for certain is that all known beasts invaded the human federation from the astral world. A world gate is an entrance to the astral world. But the textbooks never said there was a world gate in New Continent. As this thought flashed, Li Qingshan's eyes brightened. The wolf venom was caught from the astral world. There must be countless more beasts in that astral world. For him, a world gate is no different from an entrance to an experienced dungeon. As long as he has enough strength, he can not only harvest a lot of available time, but even raising the level of his martial arts space is not out of reach. However, those are things to consider only after arriving in New Continent. Distant water cannot quench a nearby thirst, so Li Qingshan said unwillingly, "Teacher, are there really no beasts to be found in the old continent?" "You really dare to think?" Wang Qingshan glared at him and reprimanded. "What if you find one? Are you expecting me to tie up a beast's limbs like we did in class so you can study it? Or are you saying you think you have the strength to kill a beast now?" Li Qingshan was a bit stunned by the lecture, and after some hesitation, he spoke tentatively. "Teacher, actually, enough. Don't reach for things beyond your grasp." Wang Qingshan waved his hand to interrupt and said earnestly, "The beasts in the old continent are limited in number, and each has its own purpose. You can't just find them whenever you want. Furthermore, for the sake of the stability of the old continent, beasts entering must pass through layers of review, and the whole process is extremely strict. I only got that wolf venom last time because I applied for it in advance. In short, if you want to see more beasts, train hard and strive to comprehend the 4th level of Call of the Starry Sky to master muscle rhythm as soon as possible. Only then will you have a chance to get into a martial arts university in New Continent in your 3rd year." After some more encouragement, Wang Qingshan turned and walked away. Li Qingshan looked at his teacher's striding figure and shook his head. Just now he wanted to say that he already had the strength to kill a wolf venom alone. But it seems it makes no difference whether he said it or not. With the old continent's review system for beasts, he currently has no chance to come into contact with them. It looks like if I want to kill monsters, I still have to go to New Continent first. Li Qingshan temporarily suppressed his thoughts and didn't rush it. 3 years is too long, he can't wait. But with the panel, Li Qingshan definitely won't need 3 years. Comprehending the 4th level of Call of the Starry Sky only requires another month of grinding proficiency. By then, his body tempering progress will definitely catch up to the 2nd year or even 3rd year seniors. After dinner, Li Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou took a bus to the Yinghai flagship store. In the evening, the gym was busy with people coming and going. "Coach Li!" The receptionist's eyes sparkled, and she beamed at him. Other coaches passing by also greeted him warmly. "Brother Li, you're here!" Li Qingshan nodded with a smile and walked toward the 4th floor classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw the agile little chubby guy practicing the mistracking steps, looking full of excitement. "Coach!" Cao Xiaoyu stopped his movements and ran over excitedly to greet him. Li Qingshan smiled with understanding. "You won?" "Coach, you have no idea. I finally got my revenge today. That jerk Lu Jiang couldn't even touch the corner of my clothes." The chubby little boy kept talking incessantly, his saliva flying everywhere. Li Qingshan stepped back calmly, and when the boy finished, he gave a gentle nod. All right, it is time to start today's lesson. Huh? Cao Xiaoyu's expression faltered. His excitement faded in an instant, and he pulled a long face as he said, "Are we really doing the broadcast gymnastics again? What do you think?" Li Qingshan smiled, holding his machete against his chest. Cao Xiaoyu shivered, no longer daring to bargain, and walked obediently to the center of the classroom, spreading his limbs to start. However, compared to the talent he displayed in the trace hunting step yesterday, today's performance could only be described as a disaster. The chubby boy's movements were loose and sloppy. Let alone mastering the basics, he couldn't even meet the minimum requirements. Li Qingshan's brows furrowed deeper, and he interrupted in a deep voice. "Stop! Is this how they teach you at your school?" Before the age of 15, the standard for screening martial artist talent in Xinzhou is the third stage of the Starry Sky is Calling. Although the PE teachers in primary and middle schools are not as skilled as Wang Qingshan, they wouldn't be this perfunctory. The teacher taught it in a way that's too difficult, and they claim it's for body tempering, but it actually has no effect at all. Cao Xiaoyu muttered under his breath, glancing cautiously at the coach. "It would be a miracle if it had any effect when you practice it like this." Li Qingshan shook his head, not pressing the matter any further, because he remembered that before he transmigrated, his predecessor also treated the Starry Sky is Calling as mere broadcast gymnastics, barely managing to reach the entry level. Actually, this is a common norm. The Starry Sky is Calling is easy to learn, but difficult to master. Without reaching the second stage and grasping the force-generating techniques, one cannot experience the body tempering effects, and naturally, students cannot be inspired to practice. PE teachers in schools deal with thousands of students. It is impossible for them to supervise each student individually, like in a martial arts class. All right, start from the beginning. I will correct you one by one. Li Qingshan stepped forward, machete in hand, signaling the chubby boy to begin his practice. The scabbard tapped his joints from time to time to correct his movements. 2 hours later, the 108 movements were finally completed, and Cao Xiaoyu slumped to the floor, wincing in pain. Li Qingshan nodded, feeling fairly satisfied. Although he hadn't mastered it yet, he could see that his previous guess was correct. Cao Xiaoyu did indeed have talent. However, this chubby kid wouldn't commit until he saw real results, and combined with the slow progress of the Starry Sky is Calling, he just never put his heart into it. "Coach, what are we practicing tomorrow?" Cao Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked with anticipation, "Can we switch to the trace hunting step?" "Of course you can. After you finish your body tempering tomorrow, I'll reward you with an hour of footwork training, and I won't charge you the overtime fee." "Coach, I was wrong. Pretend I never said anything." Cao Xiaoyu got a jolt, scrambling and rushing toward the door. "I'm heading back to school now." However, he tripped before he even reached the doorway. Li Qingshan shook his head, stepped forward to help him up, and asked curiously, "Do you live at school?" "My parents work in the provincial capital and only have time to come back on weekends. I usually stay in the school dorms." Cao Xiaoyu said it quite casually, showing no signs of feeling like a left-behind child. Li Qingshan didn't feel sorry for him either. After all, this left-behind child had just spent 120,000 on lessons in one go yesterday. With 120,000 extra on his card, Li Qingshan no longer had to worry about nutrient solutions for the time being, and his life became routine. He traveled between the school, the gym, and his home every day. The proficiency of the Starry Sky is Calling improved steadily at a rate of about 30 points a day. His body tempering progress was also climbing slowly but firmly. After day, roar. A month later, in the martial arts space, roar! The wolf poison growled viciously, its fangs flashing with a blinding cold light. 100 meters away, Li Qingshan tapped his long blade on the ground, a smile on his lips. "I'm in a good mood today. I think I'll kill you once to celebrate." Man and beast charged at each other. In the blink of an eye, they crossed the 100 meters, and claws met the blade. Bang! After the strike, the wolf poison leaped away quickly and pounced again. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed, and instead of using the trace hunting step to flank it as usual, he swung his arm directly. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, whistling continuously, growing faster and faster. In an instant, the physical form of the blade disappeared into the wind, leaving only a continuous blur of blade shadows. Wind Shadow Blade at Grandmaster level, where blade light becomes shadows. The screen of blade shadows enveloped it like a spider web. The wolf poison's extended claws were instantly repelled by the shadows, its front limbs covered in wounds. Roar! The wolf poison roared in frustration and pounced again. But the blade shadows were airtight. It couldn't break through. and instead, more wounds were carved into its body. Blood splattered along with the blade shadows, and the wolf poison's roars grew weaker. Less than a minute later, the massive body of the wolf poison suddenly went limp and collapsed, blood gushing from its wounds into a pool. The screen of blade shadows suddenly dissipated. Li Qingshan sheathed his sword, stood before the blood pool, and looked at the dying wolf poison with a satisfied smile. Finally, I managed to kill you head on. In 1 month, his body tempering progress had long exceeded 100 centret, reaching the second stage of body tempering. Although his speed and punching power were still no match for the wolf poison, with the Grandmaster level Wind Shadow Blade, he could now secure a victory in a head-on clash. However, this wasn't the reason for his celebration today. Watching the wolf poison breathe its last and its corpse revert to a statue, Li Qingshan had a thought and exited the martial arts space. In the classroom, Cao Xiaoyu was drenched in sweat practicing body tempering. Compared to a month ago, the fat on the little boy had reduced and his movements were perfectly standard. He had officially entered the basics. Great teacher produces brilliant students. Li Qingshan smiled smugly, his eyes falling on the virtual panel. Li Qingshan! Stage, body tempering 2100. Techniques! The 36th set of broadcast gymnastics. The Starry Sky is calling 3000. Martial arts. Trace hunting step 276 3000 feet 1000. What? Wind Shadow Blade 15,000 Grandmaster. Function. Martial arts space LV111. Available time 150 days. 110. The fourth stage of the Starry Sky is calling muscle rhythm. For me. Two challenges they were able to hear. Rosa, the same thing is going to over Saint for the London Arts and 49 shots, such the North Shane. Using breathing to mobilize the heart's power, sensing the nerves hidden in the muscles, and mastering muscle vibration. While exerting force in each movement, simultaneously mobilize the nerves of the corresponding parts to vibrate the muscles. The content in his mind was no different from what Wan Kashan had explained before, but unlike before, when he only half understood, at the moment the Starry Sky is calling upgraded, he had completely grasped it, and his body had instinctively learned how to perform it. With the panel combined with the time acceleration of the martial arts space, I can consider myself a low-spec version of a genius. Li Qingshan smiled in satisfaction, then looked at the technique section. The Starry Sky is calling 3000. Weren't there only 4 stages? Why is the progress bar still there? Entry, Proficient, Mastery, Grandmaster, Perfection. These are the 5 realms divided by the panel, and also the standard for martial arts in reality. But the Starry Sky is calling is different. When Wan Kashan first explained the technique, he specifically mentioned that it only has 4 stages. Li Qingshan had always thought that techniques were different from martial arts, which is why they were distinct. To his surprise, the Starry Sky is calling at the Grandmaster level was no different from the Trace Hunting Step or the Wind Shadow Blade, all requiring 3000 proficiency points. Could it be that the Starry Sky is calling can also reach the perfection level, and a 5th stage exists? As the thought crossed his mind, Li Qingshan's eyes began to brighten. Every time a technique upgrades, it means the efficiency of body tempering doubles. During the 2 months in the martial arts class, his body tempering progress increased by 11 points. Now that the Starry Sky is calling is at the Grandmaster level, his efficiency has doubled. Even if future tempering becomes more difficult, he has the confidence to reach the 3rd stage of body tempering within a month. If the Starry Sky is calling could further reach the perfection level, and his efficiency doubled again, his body tempering speed would definitely become terrifying. No, it's not a matter of if. Li Qingshan shook his head and said firmly, since the panel provided a progress bar, it must be possible to grind it to perfection. Calling of the Starry Sky definitely has a 5th stage. He trusted the panel absolutely. However, Li Qingshan's gaze shifted downward to the martial arts space column, and a line of cold numbers brought him back to reality. Available time, 150 days. A progress bar requiring 3000 proficiency points in 150 days was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. If I want to increase the available time in the martial arts space, I must kill monsters, but there are no fierce beasts left to hunt in the old continent. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly and looked away. Hugh! Cao Xiaoyu finished his final move, collapsed to the ground, and took deep, ragged breaths. Coach, are you awake? Why? Li Qingshan lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at the chubby boy. Haven't had enough training today? No? No? Cao Xiaoyu waved his hands with a flattering smile and shuffled over to Li Qingshan's side. He opened and closed his mouth several times, looking like he had something to say. Spit it out if you have something to say, Li Qingshan said impatiently. Coach, I won't be coming to class tomorrow. Got it. It's the weekend tomorrow. You should spend some time with your parents. Li Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Cao Xiaoyu had taken leave a few times before. His parents lived in the provincial capital and only came back to Luoying City to see him on weekends. Coach, this isn't just taking leave, the chubby boy explained, his voice growing quieter. My parents said that since I have talent, I shouldn't waste it. Taking me to the provincial capital to hire a martial arts teacher from Wuyi City to instruct me. Oh? Li Qingshan's gaze sharpened. He turned to look at Cao Xiaoyu and asked seriously, "Do you want a refund for the remaining classes?" Because of his previous leaves, Cao Xiaoyu still had 6 classes left. "No, that's not what I meant." Cao Xiaoyu's face flushed red, and his voice sounded even more dejected. "Coach, I'm leaving tomorrow, and you don't even... I'm just teasing you." Li Qingshan chuckled and rubbed Cao Xiaoyu's head. "Wuyi is the provincial capital. It's great news that your parents can get you a teacher there. Be a man, don't be so wishy-washy. Let's meet up again after we get to the new continent." Cao Xiaoyu already had talent, and with a better teacher, he might be able to reach the 3rd stage of Calling of the Starry Sky within a year and head to the new continent. Provoked by the words, the chubby boy puffed out his chest and said loudly, "Yes, I'm a man of my word. Coach, I will definitely work hard and strive to reach the new continent." Li Qingshan smiled, patted the boy's head, picked up his machete, and turned to leave the classroom. But just as he turned, a hand tugged on the hem of his shirt. Li Qingshan turned back and saw that the boy, who had looked so heroic just a moment ago, was now wearing a flattering smile. "Coach, I'm leaving tomorrow. Could you take me out to see something exciting?" Li Qingshan's expression changed. He looked the 13-year-old up and down, a dangerous smile forming on his face. "What do you want to see?" "Coach, do you know the Silver Glow Hotel?" Cao Xiaoyu rubbed his hands and whispered, "I heard it's very exciting inside." "Oh, tell me, what's so exciting about it?" Li Qingshan's smile grew even more dangerous. He had heard of the Silver Glow Hotel, but only knew it as a luxury hotel. He didn't expect the chubby boy to be so well informed, and that he actually wanted to go and check it out. Li Qingshan rubbed the handle of his blade with his right hand, feeling it was time to give the boy one last lesson in morality. Oblivious, Cao Xiaoyu rubbed his hands until they turned red and said excitedly, "I heard they host regular fighting matches on the 3rd basement level of the hotel. There's one today, Coach." "Not interested!" Li Qingshan's smile stiffened and he turned to walk away. "Underground cage fighting, what's there to see?" "Huh?" The excitement on Cao Xiaoyu's face froze and he looked down, disappointed. "I just wanted to see what the fierce beasts in our textbooks actually look like." Whoosh! A gust of wind brushed past. Cao Xiaoyu looked up in a daze, only to see his coach, who had already stepped outside, standing in front of him as if he had teleported. "Get straight to the point next time," Li Qingshan said, his expression serious. Cao Xiaoyu was stunned, his mind blank, and he stammered. "What point?" "Beast." Li Qingshan reminded him, then asked, "You can see a fierce beast at the Silver Glow Hotel?" Yes. Cao Xiaoyu realized what he meant and nodded repeatedly. "I got the inside scoop that they brought in a beast tonight at the Silver Glow Hotel to stage a beast fighting match." "Beast fighting match?" Li Qingshan pondered for a few seconds, met the boy's shining eyes, and nodded. "I'll take you." According to Li Qingshan, every beast that enters the old continent has a specific purpose and must undergo strict scrutiny. Underground cage fighting is clearly not a legitimate purpose, and the Silver Glow Hotel shouldn't have the influence to pull that off. Otherwise, Li Qingshan wouldn't have kept it from him when he asked a month ago. Li Qingshan didn't know where Cao Xiaoyu heard the rumor and wasn't sure if it was true. But that wouldn't stop him from checking it out. It was just a bit of time anyway, and what if there really was a beast? At that thought, the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth curled into a smile. "Coach, your smile is really scary." Cao Xiaoyu shrank his neck. "Stop talking nonsense and hail a taxi, quick." Li Qingshan grabbed the boy by his collar and hurried downstairs. The Silver Glow Hotel was located in the southwest of Luoying City, over 10 kilometers from the city center. Because the surrounding area was under development, it was mostly unfinished construction sites, making it look desolate at night. Only the hotel building stood tall and brightly lit in the darkness. A taxi pulled up slowly in front of the hotel lobby. The doorman smiled, stepped forward quickly, and opened the door. Cao Xiaoyu jumped out of the car impatiently, exclaiming excitedly, "We're here for the fighting match. Where's the venue?" The doorman's face stiffened, then he put his professional smile back on. "Young man, we are a legitimate hotel. There's no fighting match here." "How could there not be?" Cao Xiaoyu became anxious, spitting as he talked. "I've checked everything out. It's on your hotel's 3rd basement level." "Young man, you must have the wrong place." The doorman's smile remained. "Our parking garage only has 2 basement levels, no 3rd level." Impossible, you're lying to me! Cao Xiaoyu was stomping his feet in frustration, but the doorman seemed as immovable as if his smile were carved into his face. Clang! With a metallic sound, the partially sheathed machete reached out from the car. Li Qingshan got out of the car leisurely and looked at the doorman, whose smile had stiffened again. Lead the way! Right away, sir. The doorman bowed slightly, didn't say a word, and quickly turned to lead them inside. Wait, how could he act like that? Cao Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, his face turning red visibly as he said angrily, "What a snob! Why wouldn't he pay attention to me earlier? Enough! Just hurry up and follow! If any random middle schooler could just walk in, this place would have been shut down long ago." Li Qingshan patted the boy's head and started walking. The doorman led the way, but instead of entering the hotel lobby, he veered off and headed toward the back of the building. "Sir, the fighting matches are indeed on the third basement level, but not underneath the hotel itself. They're under the parking lot behind it." Li Qingshan nodded and followed behind with Cao Xiaoyu. Beantwoord Chelsea including got it lot, Zawich Hotel, and God the Mine, Smile, and what a please treat very well discreet, powerful, quan on bread. Suspense joy and wood, but you wasn't prompt him, but the coin first teeth for it. Was saying, right, port, Bob, yeah, thank God, I believe, the As the three of them approached, a scrawny, middle-aged man with sharp, rat-like features spotted them and hurried over with a bright look in his eyes. "Boss, what do you usually like to play? Let me show you the way." The scrawny man bowed and scraped. Recognizing him, the doorman introduced him to Li Qingshan. "Sir, his name is Chang'an, and he can take you there." Li Qingshan nodded in understanding, waved the doorman away, and turned his attention to Chang'an. "Is there a casino down there too?" Biden's obsequious manner reminded him of a profession he'd heard of in his past life, the gambling tout. "You didn't know, boss?" Chang'an asked with a look of surprise. Cao Xiaoyu grew impatient and urged him on. "We're here to watch the fighting matches. Just lead the way." "Understood, understood." Chang'an nodded repeatedly, leading them toward a small shed that looked like a guard post, all the while keeping up a stream of chatter. "Boss, there are 3 basement levels under this parking lot. The first 2 are casinos, and the fighting matches are on the 3rd. If you don't have a favorite fighter yet, I can help you place your bets. And if you don't, no worries. I have the most comprehensive information available, and I can definitely help you pick a winner." "Comprehensive information?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and asked calmly. "Then tell me how many people on the 3rd level are above the 5th stage of body tempering." "Boss, are you joking?" Chang'an grinned exaggeratedly, looking back at them. "Luoying isn't a provincial capital like Wuyi. Aside from the 3rd-year martial arts students, where would you find that many experts at the 5th stage of body tempering? Besides, those who can stay in the martial arts program until the 3rd year are all incredibly arrogant. They've already signed contracts with major companies before even graduating, so why would they come to a place like this?" "Huh?" Cao Xiaoyu ruffled his hair in disappointment and muttered, "I thought the fighting matches here would be exciting. Turns out it's just a bunch of amateurs hacking at each other." "Kid, you can't say that." Chang'an became anxious and hurried to explain. Even if their body tempering stage isn't high, their physical fitness is far beyond that of an ordinary person. Fights where every punch lands are the most spectacular kind. If you were watching those high-level experts, they move faster than your eyes can follow. What would you even be able to see? Hearing this, Li Qingshan chuckled. "You know quite a bit, don't you?" "A little, just a little." Chang'an offered an apologetic smile and lowered his voice. "Boss, the Yinhui Arena actually has a trump card. They list him as 4th stage body tempering, but he has never lost against any other 4th stage fighter. And although he never seems to win easily, he rarely sustains any injuries. I suspect he's likely at the 5th stage of body tempering. If you place a heavy bet on him, it's a guaranteed win." "Oh, is that so?" Li Qingshan smiled but didn't take the bait, shifting the topic instead. "Tell me about the security measures downstairs. In a place this big, you must have plenty of laser guns, right?" Chang'an paused, his gaze scanning the machete in Li Qingshan's hand as he replied cautiously. "Boss, why are you asking about that?" "Nothing, just asking." Li Qingshan maintained a casual smile and didn't press further. Underground illegal fighting was outside the reach of the rules, like a lawless zone. As a law-abiding citizen, the moment he stepped in here, everyone automatically became a potential enemy in his mind, so it was only natural to scout the situation ahead of time. For now, it didn't seem like much of a problem. However, after that question, Chang'an was clearly on guard, his expression becoming uneasy as he fell silent. Li Qingshan kept his smile steady and initiated the conversation. "Don't overthink it. We're actually here today primarily to watch the beast battles." "Beast battles?" Chang'an was stunned and hesitated. Boss, by beast, do you mean? Ferocious beasts! Li Qingshan uttered the words, his brows knitting together. As an outside toot, there was no way Chang'an wouldn't know about beast battles, and no reason to hide it from a customer. Unless, how could the Yinhui Hotel have ferocious beasts? Chang'an looked utterly shocked. Boss, where did you hear that? No, that can't be right. Chang'an's face grew increasingly anxious, and he began pacing back and forth. Chang'an really doesn't know about the beast battles. As the thought flashed through his mind, Li Qingshan's frown deepened. Did Yinhui keep it too quiet? Or was the little fatty's inside information unreliable? What's wrong? Cao Xiaoyu lost his patience and argued. I put in a lot of effort to get that intel. There's definitely a beast battle tonight. You don't know a damn thing. Chang'an cursed, forgetting his role as a service provider. Wenhui is just a small-time venue. They don't have the connections to get their hands on a ferocious beast. Besides, those things would bring the inspectorate down on us. Deeply troubled, Chang'an looked at Li Qingshan and said seriously, Boss, I'm not doing this job. Take my advice. Regardless of whether the rumors are true or not, stay out of this tonight. If there really is a beast and the inspectorate gets involved, none of us are getting out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang'an turned to run. Clang! The cold blade rested on his shoulder and Chang'an froze in his tracks. A clever one, aren't you? A soft laugh sounded from behind. Chang'an's legs shook and cold sweat broke out on his back. Boss, what is the meaning of this? Just helping you keep a cool head. Li Qingshan sheathed his blade and said meaningfully, You know that a beast would attract the inspectorate? But have you ever stopped to think why I came here? Chang'an's eyes lit up. His legs stopped shaking, and he turned to stare at the machete in Li Qingshan's hand, his voice trembling. Could it be that you are... Don't ask questions you shouldn't. His question was cut off, but Chang'an's eyes shone even brighter. It all fits, it all makes sense.
No wonder he asked right away if Yinhui had any experts and what the security measures were like.
So the young man before him wasn't here to bet, but was an investigator sent by the inspectorate. Rest assured, boss, I will cooperate with the investigation to the best of my ability. Chang'an straightened his back and thumped his chest firmly. The inspectorate sat in control of the old continents with a transcendental status. Even their lowest level investigator was someone the Yinhui Hotel couldn't afford to offend. That's enough talk. Lead the way. Li Qingshan tilted his chin, his tone impatient. Chang'an dared not delay, sprinting toward the guard post shed and swinging the door open. Inside the shack there was no furniture. A staircase entrance, 2 meters square, occupied the entire floor. The stairwell extended downward, brightly lit. Boss, this is the entrance. Chang'an glanced back to explain, then took the lead and descended the stairs. Coach, what did you mean by that just now? Why did he agree to cooperate with an investigation? Cao Xiaoyu ruffled his hair, unable to make sense of the conversation. Imagination is the deadliest weapon. Li Qingshan's lips curled and he patted the little fatty on the shoulder. Once you grasp that, you'll understand. The inspectorate and the investigation had nothing to do with him anyway, and he had never actually admitted to anything. Li Qingshan had only one goal coming here, the beast. As for the source of Cao Xiaoyu's information, there was no longer any need to pursue it. Whether Yunhui actually had a beast, he'd find out by going down there. If not, he'd just treat it as a false alarm. And if there really was a beast, he'd figure out a way to kill it, report them, and pocket a reward in the process. Sounds good.
Li Qingshan, accompanied by the little fatty, followed behind Chang'an and soon reached the first basement level. The view suddenly opened up. A space of over 1,000 square meters, bright as daylight. Dozens of gambling tables of various sizes were scattered about, each surrounded by a crowd of patrons. Is business this good? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Hey, the guests here don't just come from Luoying. Gamblers from several nearby cities also love coming here to play. Chang'an rubbed his hands together, his professional habits kicking in. Boss, any interest in playing a couple of rounds? What do you think? Li Qingshan gave a plain glance that instantly made Chang'an shudder and snap to his senses. My apologies. The stairs to the third basement are right ahead. This way, please, boss. Chang'an patted his own mouth while leading the way. Soon the three of them crossed the underground casinos of the first and second floors and exited the stairwell. Outside the stairwell, a large double iron door blocked the path, with 2 brawny men in black standing guard. Chang'an stepped forward, bowing and scraping as he said, Gentlemen, this is a regular customer of mine who wants to check out the 3rd floor tonight. Please open up. The men in black heard this and scanned Cao Xiaoyu, pausing briefly on the machete in Li Qingshan's hand. However, they said nothing further and pushed the iron door open. Whoosh! A wave of noise and clamor instantly poured out from behind the door. Li Qingshan frowned and followed Chang'an into the third basement. Compared to the upper two floors, the lighting here was much dimmer. To be precise, the entire third basement was lit only by a few spotlights. Furthermore, all the spotlights were directed at a square fighting ring in the center, about 20 meters on each side. The ring was empty, but the area below it was packed with people. A rough glance suggested over 1,000 people, making it incredibly lively. Li Qingshan reached out and pulled Chang'an to his side, asking, "Is it always this crowded here?" "No, it's this busy tonight because news was released that there would be several peak-level matches, besides the trump card I mentioned earlier, who is suspected of being at the 5th stage of body tempering. Several other experts at the 4th stage will be appearing." Chang'an stopped mid-sentence, his expression turning surprised as he glanced at Li Qingshan and whispered, "Boss, could it be that Yinhui released the news just to pave the way for the beast fighting match?" News of the ferocious beast certainly couldn't be advertised openly, but for something as big as a beast fighting match, how could the usual number of spectators be enough? Using the peak matches to attract gamblers and build up the crowd is just perfect. "We will know soon enough." Li Qingshan spoke calmly, scanning the venue, with his focus lingering on the waists of the security guards in black. The trump cards and experts Chang'an mentioned were merely the best of a bad bunch. Whether it was 4th or 5th stage body tempering, they posed little threat to someone like him who had mastered both movement and blade techniques. It was the firearms that might actually injure him, though that was only a possibility. With his mastery of the ghost steps, it would be difficult for ordinary people to hit him with a gun. Just then, a raspy, mocking voice sounded nearby. "Fatty cow, you pighead! You really fell for it!" Li Qingshan followed the sound and saw a thin, frail boy about the same age as Cao Xiaoyu walking over with 2 bodyguards in black. "Lu Zhang, why are you here?" Cao Xiaoyu looked completely surprised, even forgetting to retort. "The Yinhui Hotel is run by my father. Where else would I be?" Lu Jiang looked triumphant, his arms folded across his chest. "Where do you think that little piece of inside information you received came from? You lured me here on purpose?" Cao Xiaoyu's face flushed red with shame and anger. Beside them, Chang'an looked stunned, while Li Qingshan's face darkened. For the sake of the ferocious beast, he had already prepared himself to start a massacre. But now, the so-called beast fighting match might very well just be a lie cooked up by a kid nursing a grudge. "Haha, I might not be able to beat you at school, but this is my family's turf." Lu Jiang waved his hand, signaling the 2 bodyguards to step forward. Bang! Bang! Everyone only felt a blur, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 bodyguards were on their knees. Li Qingshan stood between the 2 guards, his scabbard resting on Lu Jiang's shoulder. "Kid, I don't care about your petty squabbles, but if the news about the ferocious beast is fake, I'll make sure you learn the consequences of lying." Lu Jiang's lips trembled, his legs shaking. "Handsome, don't be so agitated." A coquettish laugh rang out, and a young woman in a kupao walked over, swaying her hips. The kupao had a high slit, revealing skin with every step, naturally drawing everyone's gaze. Everyone except Li Qingshan. The moment he heard the voice, Li Qingshan instinctively focused on the woman's hair. Golden wavy hair fell naturally, swaying gently with her movements, adding a touch of charm. "Not purplish red?" Li Qingshan looked suspicious and shifted his gaze to her face. Although it was equally mesmerizing, there wasn't a hint of familiarity. He had never seen this face before. However, Li Qingshan still dared not relax even slightly. The moment he heard the woman's voice, he had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. 2 months ago, that purplish red-haired woman had also called him handsome, and the 2 voices seemed somewhat similar. "Handsome, put your blade away first. Don't scare my son." The blonde woman walked up close and extended a finger, gently nudging the handle of the blade. Li Qingshan retracted the machete and scanned back and forth between Lu Jiang and the blonde woman. "He is your son?" "My stepson, but a son nonetheless." The blonde woman covered her mouth with a coy laugh and patted Lu Jiang's head. "Be a good boy and be polite to our guests in the future. Mother can't always appear in time." "Got it, Auntie Yu." Lu Jiang shrank his neck and instinctively shuffled away, seemingly terrified of his stepmother. Children are just shy. The blonde woman didn't mind taking a step forward and resting a fair hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder. "Don't worry, guest. The beast fighting match will begin momentarily, so please look forward to it." Her slender fingers slid off, grazing his chest, and the blonde woman gave a coy laugh before turning to leave. Her swaying figure drew many gazes as she gradually disappeared into the crowd. Li Qingshan slapped Chang'an on the shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Who is this woman?" Chang'an pulled his gaze back with reluctance and smacked his lips. "Yu Qingya, the mistress of the Yinhui Hotel owner, Lu Cheng." "No, she's more than just a mistress now. This woman is no simple character. In just over a month, she not only successfully climbed the ladder, but recently obtained management rights over the underground casino from Lu Cheng. I don't know what kind of love potion she fed Lu Cheng to make him trust her with this money-making pit." Chang'an was curious about her methods, while Li Qingshan was more concerned about the timing of Yu Qingya's appearance. "You mean this? Yu Qingya only appeared a little over a month ago?" Chang'an didn't understand why, but he nodded anyway. "That's right." Hearing Chang'an confirm this, Li Qingshan grew thoughtful. 2 months ago, the evil cultist stronghold at the Star River Bar was wiped out, and that purplish red-haired woman escaped. And this Yu Qingya, who seems so familiar, just happened to appear a little over a month ago. That's an awfully big coincidence. Besides, Wan Kashan mentioned earlier that followers of the blood demon god possess the ability to change their physical form, so changing their appearance is nothing at all. Although these are all my conjectures without proof, when it comes to evil cultists, you don't need proof. Li Qingshan quickly made his decision, and the light screen of his communicator quietly unfolded in his left palm. His left thumb tapped, selecting the inspectorate as the recipient, and he began to input the message. However, since he could only use his thumb, typing the message was extremely difficult. "This won't do. It's hard to explain things clearly this way, and the inspectorate might not take immediate action." Li Qingshan frowned, deleted the entire message, and changed the recipient as well. With a simple tap of his thumb, a message was sent. "Yinhui Hotel, evil cultist, come quickly! Recipient, Wan Kashan." Bang! 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 Spotlights lit up one after another, converging on the ring and capturing the attention of everyone in the arena. The noisy hall fell silent in an instant. With all eyes on him, a host in a pink suit walked onto the ring, microphone in hand. "Distinguished guests, welcome to the Silver Glow Arena. I trust you are all here tonight because you received word of the championship match, but I must clarify, there is no championship match tonight." As he finished speaking, an uproar swept through the crowd. "Are you guys at Silver Glow crazy? How dare you play us like this? Get Zhang Xuan out here now. I want to see him fight Hu Yu." "Do you still want to make money at Silver Glow? I brought 1 million in chips today." Angry curses rained down, and the noise grew deafening. "Please, calm down, esteemed guests. The fighters you are looking forward to are all here today." On the ring, the host kept his smile and clapped his hands lightly. 4 martial artists jumped into the 4 corners of the ring, each wielding different melee weapons. The clamor from the crowd quieted slightly. Since the fighters were out, there would surely be a fight, though no one knew what trick Silver Glow was pulling. Once again, all eyes focused back on the host. "Ladies and gentlemen, the reason there is no championship match tonight is that we have prepared a more exciting combat event, the Beast Battle." The host said this with great fervor, and before the audience could react, he quickly pressed a hidden button on his microphone. Click, clack, click! 4 2-meter square floor sections around him retracted, revealing pitch-black holes. Metal cages slowly rose, each packed tightly with terrifying, hideous beasts. "Roar!" The 4 beasts growled and roared, slamming against the iron cages. The hall went suddenly quiet, and the audience near the edge of the ring scrambled backward. Amidst the beasts, the host felt his legs turn to jelly, his face turning pale. Still, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Esteemed guests, these are astral beasts that our proprietress acquired through special channels. For tonight's beast battle, each of the 4 fighters will face 1 beast in a one-on-one duel. There is no winning or losing, only life or death. You now have 1 minute to place your bets on your preferred fighters. After 1 minute, all cages will open simultaneously." After the quick explanation, the host immediately scrambled off the ring in a panic. The crowd below erupted, their fear vanished, replaced by excitement as they rushed to the nearby betting stations. A surge of people turned the hall into a scene of chaos. Li Qingshan grabbed Cao Xiaoyu by the shoulder and turned toward the exit. "Coach, the beast battle is about to start." Cao Xiaoyu twisted and struggled, his face full of excitement. "If you don't want to die, come with me." Li Qingshan's voice was cold, his grip like an iron clamp that could not be shaken. Judging by their roars alone, each of those 4 beasts was at least as strong as a wolf poison. The four fighters on the stage were at the fourth or fifth stage of body tempering. Theoretically, they could go toe-to-toe with beasts of that level. But real combat doesn't work like that. The shock and fear on their faces were obvious. They likely hadn't even seen a beast before. Not every martial arts teacher would grab a beast for students to practice their courage like Li Qingshan did. Most low-level martial artists in the old continent might never even see a beast in their entire lives. Li Qingshan had fought wolf poison thousands of times. He knew the temperament of these beasts. Fear before the fight, those four on stage wouldn't stand a chance. More importantly, the ring had absolutely no safety measures. Once they failed to hold them back, the beast would definitely charge off the stage and go on a killing spree. The security guards nearby were just ordinary people. Even with laser guns, it would be useless. "Boss, is there going to be danger?" Chang'an was perceptive and saw Li Qingshan's worry, but he was still confused. "Boss, even if there aren't any big shots here, these are still some of the most influential people from the surrounding cities. Silver Glow wants to stay in business, so they wouldn't be careless about security." "Business?" Li Qingshan shook his head and glanced at Chang'an. "Even if things go smoothly tonight, do you think they can hide the news of the beasts from the inspection bureau and Silver Glow will still be able to operate?" This? Chang'an was struck by the thought, but even deeper confusion welled up inside him. Silver Glow went through so much trouble to get these beasts, only to finish them off in one event? What for? "If you want to live, come with me." Li Qingshan didn't say more, grabbed Cao Xiaoyu, and pushed against the tide of people toward the exit. It was normal for Chang'an to be confused, because he didn't know the truth about Yu Qingya. At this point, Li Qingshan was almost certain that Yu Qingya was the one who slipped through the net 2 months ago. A believer of the evil god, insane and irrational. Tonight's beast battle wasn't for profit, it was a grand sacrifice. That was why, even though the beasts he had been longing for were right in front of him, Li Qingshan chose to retreat without hesitation. Whoosh! The surrounding noise suddenly grew louder. "What's going on? It hasn't been a minute yet. Why did they open the cages?" "Don't block the way in front. Let me through. I need to place my bet." Curses rang out in his ears, and the crowd in front became even more turbulent. Li Qingshan didn't look back. Holding Cao Xiaoyu with his left hand and pressing his right hand against his blade handle, he plowed forward like an icebreaker. Finally, the space ahead cleared, and the three of them squeezed out of the crowd. Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks and looked toward the exit ahead. The iron door was closed with 5 men in black standing guard in front of it. In front of them sat a chair. A blonde woman sat with her legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine and gently swirling it. "Pretty boy, weren't you here to see the beast battle? Why the rush to leave?" "I have no choice. This little guy is too timid." He started whining to leave as soon as he saw the beasts. Li Qingshan replied with a smile, lowered Cao Xiaoyu with his left hand, and gave the back of his neck a sharp pinch. The little fatty shuddered, tears pricking his eyes. "He got scared into crying already?" Li Qingshan, annoyed by his weakness, slapped the back of the little fatty's head. "You were the one fussing to see the beasts earlier, and now you're whining to leave." Chang'an stepped forward, smiling fawningly at Yu Qingya. "Boss Yu, my client really has no choice. Could you please make an exception?" Li Qingshan stayed silent, watching Chang'an perform. Once Li Qingshan got the news, he would certainly alert the inspection bureau immediately. Maybe the bureau was already on its way. It would be best if they could just slip out safely now. "What do you mean by make an exception? I'm running a business. Why would I stop a client from leaving?" Yu Qingya chuckled and took a sip of her wine. "Thank you, Boss Yu." Chang'an was overjoyed and looked behind Yu Qingya. However, the 5 men in black didn't open the door. Instead, they reached to their waists and drew guns. "Boss Yu, this... Chang'an's voice trembled as he couldn't help but step back twice. "Don't be so anxious." Yu Qingya shook her head gently, her eyes fixed on Li Qingshan, pointing toward the ring in the distance. "Pretty boy, the show is only just beginning. Wouldn't it be a shame to miss it?" Li Qingshan turned to look at the ring. Under the spotlight, the 4 martial artists were struggling to defend themselves. One of them, noticeably weaker, could only raise his spear with both hands, barely holding his ground. Bang! The beast lunged again, knocking the spear away. Its sharp claws raked across the fighter's chest, disemboweling him. Spurred on by the sight of blood, the entire audience went wild, faces flushed as they cheered frantically. Just then, the beast that had made the kill suddenly turned, leaped, and charged off the ring. There were no safety measures at the edge of the ring, and none of the security guards nearby drew their weapons to fire. The beast tore into the crowd, unimpeded, claws flying and blood splattering everywhere. The boisterous crowd went silent, followed immediately by screams. Except for a few paralyzed with fear, the rest scattered in terror. On the ring, the remaining 3 fighters looked at each other and jumped down, disappearing into the panicked mass of people. The 3 beasts left without opponents jumped down as well, charging into the crowd. The spotlight suddenly died. In the darkness, flesh and blood flew about, mixed with the roars of the beasts and the cries of the crowd. A dozen or so spectators scrambled to the exit. "Open the door! Let me out! Hurry, the beasts are killing everyone! Let us out!" Bang, bang, bang! A volley of gunfire erupted, and the dozen people fell before the exit. Blood pooled on the ground, flowing all the way to Li Qingshan's feet. "Coach!" Cao Xiaoyu tugged at Li Qingshan's clothes, his chubby face deathly pale. Cheng'an was shivering, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Pretty boy, don't be afraid. I wouldn't want to ruin a face like yours." Yu Qingya laughed coquettishly, swirling her wine glass. "How about you join me for a drink and wait for this grand feast to end?" The wine glass swayed, red liquid sliding down the inside of the glass. Li Qingshan glanced at the blood at his feet, slowly looked up, and broke into a brilliant smile. Facing the seductive gaze in Yu Qingya's eyes, Li Qingshan stepped forward one by one. The 5 men in black looked at him with vigilance, their guns pointing his way almost inadvertently. Li Qingshan acted as if he didn't notice, stopping in front of Yu Qingya with an increasingly bright smile. "Miss, having a drink with you is certainly no problem." Yu Qingya curled the corners of her lips, a touch of triumph appearing in her smile. Although they had only met once before, she recognized this young man the moment she saw him today as the handsome guy she had almost bagged 2 months ago. His opening offer of $1 million for a drink was still fresh in her memory. But she didn't need that now. With just one word, he would have to obey her obediently. Yu Qingya sat on the chair and crossed her legs. Even though she was only as tall as Li Qingshan's waist, her gaze carried a sense of condescension. She gently swirled the remaining liquid in her glass and reached out to offer it. "Handsome? This wine is not bad. Have a taste." Li Qingshan nodded with a smile and slowly raised his hand, but he stopped abruptly halfway. "Miss, we agreed on $1 million for a drink earlier. You aren't planning on drinking for free, are you?" "What?" Yu Qingya was stunned for a moment. To be able to say this, he must have recognized her. But her body, height, hair color, and appearance had all changed. How could he possibly recognize her? Just as she was caught off guard, Li Qingshan's right hand was already gripping the hilt of his blade. Since there was no way to retreat, he wouldn't retreat at all. He drew his blade unsheathed. Clang! The moment the blade left the sheath, it transformed into a sky full of blade shadows. Li Qingshan took a diagonal step, his blade passing behind Yu Qingya in a flash. The 5 men in black reacted quickly, trying to pull their triggers. But no matter how hard they tried, their fingers wouldn't move an inch. Right at that moment, on their 5 wrists, thin lines of blood appeared almost simultaneously. Sharp pain struck, and their palms slid off. Their hands were severed. However, the 5 ordinary bodyguards were not Li Qingshan's main target. Before their palms hit the floor, the sky full of blade shadows had already descended upon Yu Qingya on the chair. Slash, slash, slash! The blade sliced through her limbs and shattered the wooden chair without any resistance. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of debris, 4 severed limbs, and a torso remained on the ground. Dead. Li Qingshan frowned slightly, his eyes fixed on the limbs on the ground. This fight was too easy, so easy it exceeded his expectations. As the first follower of the evil god he had fought, Yu Qingya was unnaturally weak. "Ah! Ah! Ah! I want you dead!" A hoarse scream suddenly erupted. The limbs on the ground glowed with blood-red light, and as the light intensified, the limbs withered and decayed. "This is what you forced me to do!" The voice had long lost its seductiveness, becoming neither male nor female. Several streams of blood light glowed to the limit at this moment, simultaneously floating toward the torso. As the blood light merged in, blood-colored tentacles gradually sprouted from the torso. Slimy, disgusting, hideous, and twisted. "Now that's more like it." Li Qingshan's eyes lit up, and his brows smoothed out. He took a step forward, the sky full of blade shadows descending. The blood-colored tentacles reacted quickly, surging up to meet him. The bloodlight was depleted, yet the tentacles kept growing in density and number. The next moment, the blade shadows collided with the tentacles. Blood splashed, and severed limbs flew through the air. The blood-colored tentacles were, in the end, merely common flesh and blood that could not withstand the sharp blade. You lunatic! Psycho! I will kill you! At the center of the tentacles, Li Qingshan's voice grew even more insane. All the fallen limbs turned into bloodlight again, merging back into the main body to grow new tentacles. But it was useless. If you can't block it, you just can't. Li Qingshan was like a ruthless machine for swinging blades, the sky full of shadows devoid of any flaw. Flesh and blood were not endless. As the number of severings increased, more and more tentacles fell to the ground and turned to ash instead of merging back. In less than a minute, the floor was covered in ash. In the center of the ash, the torso lay on the ground once more. However, it was not dead yet. Click! Click! Everyone must die! All of you must die! The golden hair was long gone, revealing a larger, slimy scalp, with two wide-eyed, bloodshot eyes staring out. Li Qingshan stood by and, after a careful look, asked earnestly, "I guess you count as a monster now, right?" "Ha ha 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 ha! A monster?" A mouth full of fangs opened wide, and the large blood-red eyes were filled with mockery and madness. "What? You're afraid now?" No, you've misunderstood." Li Qingshan shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips. "I think you look even cuter now." Cuter? Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The open, fanged mouth remained fixed, the large blood-red eyes filled with stagnation, until a flash of steel lit up, reflected in the large eyes. It finally came back to its senses, and at the last moment of its life, it uttered two words. "Madman!" The blade fell and ashes rose. Monster killed, Martial Dao Realm experience +5, available time increased by 5 years. A line of text flashed at the top of the panel. Li Qingshan sheathed his blade and stood tall, a knowing smile on his face. "So, followers of the evil god are also monsters." "Coach, that's incredible!" Cao Xiaoyu yelled at the top of his lungs until his voice cracked. He had been frozen in terror after Li Qingshan transformed into a monster. But as the blade fell and the monster vanished into ash, Cao Xiaoyu was instantly jolted awake, feeling incredibly thrilled. So what if it was a monster? Wherever the long blade points, ghosts and gods must retreat. Stop yelling! Li Qingshan shook his head, walked over to pat the back of his head, and then tapped Chang'an awake with the back of his blade. Boss! Chang'an's legs were still shaking, and after glancing at the mess on the ground, he stuttered. "Boss, let's run!" He was just a small-time agent, and the scene tonight was far too intense for him. Li Qingshan turned his head to look at the main hall. The chaos was escalating, fierce beasts were slaughtering at will, and the audience was running away, crying and screaming. However, some clever people had noticed the movement near the exit and were pushing their way over. Li Qingshan made a quick decision and pushed Cao Xiaoyu toward Chang'an. "Take this kid and leave first. I'll stay for a while longer." "Coach, I want to stay and help you." Cao Xiaoyu was filled with excitement at the moment. How could he retreat now? Slaying monsters and saving the people from misery was his code of chivalry. Staying here would just be a burden. Get out! Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently, locking his eyes onto the snarling figures in the hall, and lightly licked his lips. The mastermind was dead, but how could he let these beasts get away? Boss is truly righteous. Chang'an straightened his expression and bowed to Li Qingshan. Then he took Cao Xiaoyu, pushed open the iron door, and ran toward the stairs. Righteous? Li Qingshan was confused but didn't dwell on it. He turned to look at one of the beasts, his eyes burning with fire as he charged with his blade. The iron door stood wide open, the light piercing the darkness and giving the crowd who had been gathering there a glimmer of hope for survival. The crowd surged, blocking the path ahead. Li Qingshan frowned, swiping aside a few who were in his way, held his blade high, and let his murderous aura run wild. Inspector's office case, anyone who blocks the way dies. The inspection bureau? The hurried steps of the dense crowd suddenly stopped. Some eyes lit up, hoping to seek help. But after catching sight of the cold expression on the young man's face, and the blood still staining his blade, they wisely chose to give up. In the end, the crowd parted for Li Qingshan like flowing water. The path was clear. In just over 10 seconds, Li Qingshan had already rushed before the targeted beast. The area had been cleared. Within a 3-meter radius, there were only severed limbs and corpses. The beast had one of its front claws pressed onto a body, tearing at its arm. This beast looked leaner than the wolf venom, but its muscle definition was more fluid, and its sharp claws shimmered with a chilling light. Li Qingshan stomped his right foot heavily and charged forward with his blade raised. Roar! The beast jerked its head up, its bloodthirsty eyes locked onto the intruder as it lunged forward. In an instant, it covered 7 or 8 meters. Its claws and the blade were about to clash. Faster than the wolf venom! Li Qingshan's gaze narrowed as he performed a miraculous step with his left foot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the beast, swinging his blade upward in a backhand strike. As it turned out, this move was not only effective against the wolf venom, but also worked perfectly on other beasts. Roar! Scree! A familiar wail rang out, and Li Qingshan's strikes became even more ruthless. The beast before him was indeed faster than the wolf venom, but it still didn't exceed the limits of his mastery-level mysterious footwork. No matter how it twisted and turned, Li Qingshan was always a step ahead, ending up behind it. In less than half a minute, with its abdomen ripped open and guts spilling out, the beast suddenly collapsed to the ground. Monster killed, martial space experience +1, available time increased by 1 year. Li Qingshan withdrew his blade and stood tall with a smug smile. It seems that to kill these beasts, you really have to use your ultimate techniques. If he had chosen a head-on fight, even with his mastery-level Wind Shadow blade, it wouldn't have been this quick. Besides, turning the blade into shadows consumes a lot of stamina, so it couldn't have been this easy. But it just smells so bad. Li Qingshan glanced at the grime staining his blade and frowned slightly. However, now is not the time to clean it. Li Qingshan turned toward the remaining beasts and charged once again. Monster killed, martial space experience +1, available time increased by 1 year. Monster killed, martial space experience +1, available time increased by 1 year. 5 minutes later, the third beast fell beneath Li Qingshan's blade. The hall had become vacant, filled only with corpses and scattered limbs. Near the exit, 200 or 300 people were packed in front of the iron door, with cries and screams weaving together in absolute chaos. 5 minutes would have been enough for all the remaining survivors to escape. But under the threat of the beasts, everyone had lost their minds, pushing, shoving, and cursing. Many didn't even die by the claws of the beasts, but were trampled to death after falling. Li Qingshan gazed at the last beast chasing after the crowd. Instead of rushing toward it with his blade, he lowered his head and looked at the ground. At least 100 people had died in the hall. Severed limbs and corpses were everywhere. Logically, the floor should have been covered in blood, turning it into a muddy mess. However, it was not. The floor under his feet was clean and dry. Apart from faint traces of dark red blood, there wasn't even a blood scab to be seen. It was as if all the blood had vanished into thin air. No, it didn't vanish. It was absorbed. Li Qingshan shifted his gaze to the corpses on the ground. At some point, these severed limbs and remains were no longer fresh. The flesh was withered, and all the bodies were decaying at a visible rate, getting faster and faster. The flesh demon god! You captured! Li Qingshan's expression tightened as he recalled the words Yu Qingya left behind before she died. Everyone is going to die. All of you are going to die. So even though Yu Qingya is dead, the sacrifice hasn't stopped? As the thought crossed his mind, a chill ran through Li Qingshan's heart. Evil god sacrifice was a realm he had never touched before. Though he didn't know what would happen next, it certainly wouldn't be good. It's time to leave. Li Qingshan made a quick decision, moved his feet, and dashed toward the exit door. Behind the crowd, several men and women cornered by the beast saw Li Qingshan running over, and a spark of hope lit up in their otherwise desperate eyes. Hurry! Kill that beast! Save us! Quickly, save us! Despite the chaos, they had noticed the young man from the inspection bureau hunting down the beasts. He was clearly strong enough to save them from the beast's jaws. Among them, a middle-aged man in a suit stood at the back, seemingly holding a high position. Seeing the crisis fading, his terror vanished, and he shouted angrily, "Why did your inspection bureau only send you? Hurry up! If I get hurt, I will definitely file a complaint with the Federation when we get out." Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Li Qingshan rushed behind the beast, sheathed his blade, took a sidestep, and brushed right past the monster. Huh? Everyone was stunned, watching Li Qingshan pass the beast and pass them by. Roar! The beast roared, claws swinging, and the first few men and women were instantly torn to pieces. A foul stench washed over them. The blood-stained jaws were right in front of them. The man in the suit turned sharply, grabbed Li Qingshan's sleeve from behind, and begged, "I am the Secretary of Councilor Pei from the city government. Save me! Your inspection bureau must save me!" Li Qingshan paused, frowned at the man, and pried his fingers off one by one. "You misunderstood. I'm not with the inspection bureau." The middle-aged man froze, his eyes flashing with malice as he pointed at Li Qingshan. "You... ah!" His words were cut short by a scream as the beast bit into his abdomen and lifted him into the air. Just then, boom! The floor fractured, dust filled the air, and a flash of silver light streaked by. The beast suddenly went limp on the ground, its rear half completely gone. What kind of weapon is that? Li Qingshan gasped, closely examining the massive weapon looming through the dust. The weapon was shaped like a crescent moon, shimmering with a silvery white glow. It was 3 meters in diameter, with one end embedded in the floor and the other touching the ceiling. Moon Essence Wheel! Scenes from the movie Zoo Warriors, which he had watched in his past life, flashed involuntarily through Li Qingshan's mind. Although this is the interstellar era and has nothing to do with Xianxia, the two were way too similar. Cold Moon Flying Shuttle. A shout rang out. Li Qingshan frowned and looked down to see the man in the suit lying on the ground, his waist still in the beast's mouth. Though his clothes were soaked in blood, the beast died too quickly to bite him in half. "The Sky Patrollers have arrived! I'm saved!" The man was ecstatic, his gaze sweeping over Li Qingshan with an unreadable expression. However, the Sky Patrollers hadn't reached the scene yet. It wasn't time for revenge. He quickly lowered his head, hiding his intentions. "What are you looking at?" A voice rang in his ear, and the man looked up in astonishment. Li Qingshan was already crouching beside him, staring at him intently. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't looking at you." The man forced a smile. "No, you were." Li Qingshan shook his head and stood up. "Forget it, it doesn't matter now." He raised his right foot high, aiming at the beast's head. Under the desperate gaze of the man in the suit, he stomped down hard. Squished. The sharp teeth pierced through flesh and crushed the spine. Blood spilled from the man's mouth, and his wide eyes gradually lost their spark of life. Li Qingshan stepped on the skull of the fierce beast, his gaze lowered. The moment the middle-aged man in the suit stopped breathing, his skin withered and wrinkled at a visible rate, as if an invisible entity was incessantly devouring his flesh and blood. Even the skull of the beast under his feet was reduced to nothing but dried scalp. "The sacrifice is accelerating," Li Qingshan whispered, his eyes suddenly narrowing. A thin layer of blood mist was seeping out from the floor, rising and spreading. Li Qingshan looked up abruptly, scanning his surroundings. Not just under his feet. The entire floor of the lobby was now covered in blood mist. A faint red glow shimmered within the mist. All the blood mist seemed alive, surging and converging toward the arena in the center of the hall. In barely 10 seconds, a 3-meter-wide mass of twisted flesh appeared in the center of the ring. Every inch of its skin squirmed as slimy, hair-like tentacles sprouted and grew rapidly. Bizarre, terrifying, eerie, hideous. Just by taking one look, Li Qingshan felt as if he had been corrupted. Every hair on his body stood on end and he could not stop trembling. This was the suppression of a higher life form. Not just his body, but his mind was also shackled. Countless thoughts emerged from nowhere in his mind, throbbing frantically, telling him the same thing. "Stay where you are and wait for death. How dare you?" Li Qingshan's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. He glared fixedly at the arena, gritting his teeth as he spoke word by word. "What blood-flesh demon god? You are nothing but a monster. Do you even deserve that title?" As he spoke, his will acted like a blade, severing all the intrusive thoughts. His mind cleared, and a surge of strength returned to his stiff body. Li Qingshan gradually overcame his instinctive fear and regained control of his body. "Are you still not making a move?" Li Qingshan watched the motionless cold moon shuttle in front of him and stepped back, inch by inch. Whatever happens in the coming battle, it is no longer something he can participate in. The flesh monster in the center of the ring seemed not to notice the resistance of an ant, continuing only to devour the blood mist and grow its tentacles. The surrounding crowd had long since been terrified out of their wits, collapsing to the floor and trembling uncontrollably. As Li Qingshan retreated, he occasionally stepped on them, but no one cried out in pain, and no one begged for help. Everyone was gripped by the monster, becoming true lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The blood mist grew thinner, nearing total consumption. In the center of the ring, the flesh monster had turned into a ball of bloody fur with thousands of tentacles extending from its body, twisting and stretching. Does the Patrol Bureau really not care if they live or die? With a flicker of doubt, Li Qingshan took another step back and exited through the iron gate. Immediately, he turned and ran. Hum! A harsh, vibrating sound echoed. Li Qingshan paused his steps and looked back. In the lobby, the blood mist had vanished, the flesh monster had fully formed, and countless tentacles were rapidly extending in all directions. But at the same time, the Cold Moon shuttle moved. The 3-meter diameter shuttle orbited the hall, spinning at high speed like a crazed meat grinder, severing every blood-colored tentacle it touched. Beyond cutting, as it spun, tiny lasers lit up from the shuttle, precisely hitting the twisted tentacles on the floor and burning them to ashes. It really is a piece of sci-fi weaponry, Li Qingshan whispered in admiration, turning around at a measured pace. Now there was no need to run. The flesh monster might look terrifying, but under the siege of the Cold Moon shuttle, it had no power to resist. Moreover, the Cold Moon shuttle is just a weapon. The actual Sky Patrol mech has yet to appear. The result was just as Li Qingshan expected. In barely 10 seconds, all the bloody tentacles were reduced to nothing, leaving a layer of ash on the floor. At the center of the ring, the Cold Moon shuttle hovered above the head of the flesh monster, a crimson light glowing on its silver-white surface as a crescent moon-shaped laser was projected downward. Under the laser's glare, the flesh monster stood no chance and instantly turned to ash. Even the arena beneath it was melted by the laser, turning into a pool of molten lava. So, this is the power of a mech? Li Qingshan clicked his tongue in wonder, his eyes lighting up. In textbooks, martial artists and mechs are considered equals. Since the Sky Patrol mech can possess such destructive power, then one day he will surely be able to achieve the same with his own physical body. I wonder how many years of cultivation this flesh monster is worth? Li Qingshan glanced at the ashes floating over the lava and shook his head with regret. This battle was not something he could participate in, let alone score a kill. Just then, the Cold Moon shuttle moved again, flying back to the side of the shattered floor slab. A silver mech descended silently from the sky. The metallic body stood about 2.8 meters tall, with light shimmering all over it. The Cold Moon shuttle orbited it as if it had a mind of its own, varying its speed. "It's so similar!" Li Qingshan couldn't help but exclaim. The scene before him couldn't help but remind him of a similar visual from the movie Legend of Zhu from his past life. The lonely moon, absolutely breathtaking. Similar to what? A cold, feminine voice echoed in his ear. Li Qingshan snapped out of his daze, scanned his surroundings, and finally locked eyes with the hovering silver mech, whose metallic mask was facing his direction. The pilot is a woman? After a moment of surprise, Li Qingshan could only manage a sheepish smile. How could he answer? He couldn't exactly say it looked like a movie he saw in his previous life, could he? Fortunately, the pilot seemed to have asked out of idle curiosity. She had already turned her head to scan the lobby. Finally, her gaze lingered on the remains of the middle-aged man in the suit, then shifted to the pile of ash in front of the iron gate. This particular pile of ash was different from the rest scattered on the floor. It was lighter in color, left behind when Li Qingshan had transformed earlier. Did she notice? Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He didn't think the pilot was just observing with the naked eye. That mech must have unknown scanning capabilities. Although the man in the suit could be said to have met his end at the teeth of a beast, Li Qingshan had stepped on him right in front of the Cold Moon shuttle. Recalling the fearsome display of the Cold Moon shuttle, Li Qingshan crushed the last shred of hesitation in his heart, his expression calm. He had no regrets. The threat posed by the man while alive was far greater than any consequences after his death. Li Qingshan, well done! The cold female voice rang out again. Li Qingshan was stunned, asking in surprise, "You know me? My name is Yu Man." The mech's right hand raised, a laser blasted out, and the remains of the man in the suit, along with the half-corpse of the beast, were all reduced to ashes. "Are you Yu Lei's sister?" Li Qingshan reacted instantly, letting out a sigh of relief. Clearly, the death of the man in the suit was being swept aside. However, this incident served as a reminder. This was the interstellar era, and there were far too many unknown means of investigation. Next time, I must be more discreet, Li Qingshan reflected to himself. The mech in midair had no intention of replying, appearing incredibly cold and detached. Inside the mech, Yu-Man watched Li Qingshan 4 holographic screens unfolding before her. 3 of the screens displayed light and shadow combat images of a person fighting a beast. The remaining screens showed the combat footage of a human figure against the tentacle monster. These were the battle simulations generated after the mech had scanned the entire lobby. Although the light and shadows were not entirely clear, they were sufficient to extract significant intelligence. Trace steps at great achievement? Wind shadow blade at great achievement? Merely at the second stage of body tempering, he was able to kill a cultist of an evil god and hunt 3 fierce beasts in succession? As conclusion after conclusion was drawn, ripples finally appeared in Yu Man's eyes. The first time she heard Li Qingshan's name from her uncle, she hadn't paid it any mind. True geniuses had long since been sent to the new continent. Martial arts classes were merely a way to leave a flicker of hope for the many high school students in the old continent. Not to mention that very few students actually get into new continent martial arts universities, and even if they go there, they eventually just fade into the background. New continent students not only have better talent and more resources, but their training requirements are also far stricter than those in the old continent. The gap is destined from the start, and it is not something that can be made up in a 3-year martial arts class. Later, when Yu Man learned the basic information about Li Qingshan from her sister, she cared even less. Only at the first stage of body tempering and just starting martial arts, what genius could there be to speak of? But now, in only 2 months, Li Qingshan had brought both Trace Steps and Wind Shadow Blade to great achievement. This level of comprehension is simply unheard of. Even for the most basic D-grade martial arts, the fastest training record in the new continent is over half a year. The 4 screens drew closer together and merged into one. The shadows faded, revealing a clear image. The criminal record of Li Qingshan stepping on the beast's head. Through the screen, Yu Man stared at the figure lingering outside the iron gate. At this moment, as the footage and reality overlapped, Yu Man fell into a trance. Perhaps he is the genius my uncle has been searching for all along. A super genius comparable to the prodigies of the martial stars.
Uniformed inspectors emerged from the stairwell one after another, flooding into the lobby. Li Qingshan glanced at the mecha suspended in midair. It remained motionless, showing no sign of responding. So high and mighty! Li Qingshan sighed helplessly, gave up his attempt to strike up a rapport, and obediently followed the staff back to the ground level. Along the way, Li Qingshan recounted every detail exactly as it happened. With the exception of the middle-aged man in the suit, of course. The staff member didn't ask further questions, simply recording everything word for word, promising to reach out if needed, and noting that a reward would be issued once the information was verified. Back in the parking lot, just as Li Qingshan stepped out of the stairwell, the chubby boy rushed toward him with arms wide open, looking excited. "Coach, are you okay?" Li Qingshan poked a finger against Cao Xiaoyu's forehead, looking slightly repulsed as he said, "Don't you go on and on about being a real man, look at you, all touchy-feely. What kind of behavior is that?" I was just worried." Cao Xiaoyu stopped awkwardly, rubbing his chubby hands together. Not far away, Chang'an looked miserable as he honestly confessed to an investigator. When he saw Li Qingshan, his eyes lit up. He trotted over and complained, "Boss, your colleague is playing dirty. I already told him everything about tonight, but he's still digging into my past." Ham! Li Qingshan coughed twice, glanced at the nearby staff, straightened his expression, and waved his hand. "Let's just cooperate properly. I'll make sure you're fine." "Thank you, boss." Chang'an beamed with joy and ran back. Li Qingshan turned to the staff member who was looking at him with a strange expression and said calmly, "Desperate times call for desperate measures. He helped me out a lot earlier. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to uncover the cultists' conspiracy, stop the sacrifice, and save the public from peril." "Understood, understood. I'll get right on it." The staff member looked constipated, quickly cut him off, and turned to deal with Chang'an's situation. Compared to the merits Li Qingshan claimed, impersonating a patrol officer was trivial, and letting one gambler like Chang'an go was nothing. "Coach, my dad is arriving soon. He wants to see you," Cao Xiaoyu said from the side. "Your dad?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Aren't your parents arriving tomorrow?" Cao Xiaoyu muttered with a bitter look on his face. "I don't know where my dad heard the news, but he called me as soon as I came upstairs." "So soon?" Li Qingshan's mind raced, quickly guessing the source of Cao Xiaoyu's father's information. The Patrol Bureau! No news had leaked from the Silver Glory Hotel before this. It was impossible for Cao Xiaoyu's father to have a premonition that his son would be in danger here. Moreover, the time of his call to Cao Xiaoyu was shortly after Li Qingshan sent the report to Wan Kashan. In other words, not only did Cao Xiaoyu's father immediately learn about the report to the Patrol Bureau, but he also found out his son was at the Silver Glory Hotel. Hiss! He really does have an incredible background. Li Qingshan gasped, looked at the silly little chubby guy in front of him, and couldn't help but reach out to ruffle his hair. Before learning the trace following steps, this chubby boy with the amazing background was beaten up at school every single day. However, Li Qingshan quickly thought of another problem. Cao Xiaoyu's father was in Weiyi City, the provincial capital, over 500 kilometers away from Luoying. Even if he got the news immediately, only 20 minutes had passed. 20 minutes? 500 kilometers? What kind of car could drive that fast? Boom! A sonic boom erupted. Li Qingshan's train of thought was broken, and he looked up in confusion. A black shadow streaked through the night sky from afar, carrying layers of airwaves. Within seconds, the shadow arrived above the Silver Glory Hotel and came to an abrupt stop. The transition between extreme motion and stillness was as if there were no inertia at all. The shadow slowly descended, revealing a futuristic, streamlined body. "My dad's here," Cao Xiaoyu waved excitedly. Li Qingshan snapped out of it and said, deadpan, "Too small. You think this car is small?" Cao Xiaoyu turned back, confused. "Coach, I've ridden in this before. The space inside is huge. I'm not saying the car is small, I'm saying my perspective was too limited." Li Qingshan watched the flying car land, unable to resist mussing up the chubby boy's hair again. A car with 4 wheels couldn't drive that fast, but a flying car without wheels certainly could. Being able to use a levitating car in the old continent, he truly lives up to the reputation of having an incredible background. The car was right overhead. The crowd on the ground consciously made way, clearing a 10-meter-wide parking spot. Soon the car landed and the doors opened. A massive man, about 2 meters tall and nearly 2 meters around the waist, hopped out. Thud! Forward mail, herding program. The ground shook slightly and the fat around his waist wobbled, but the man's expression was unchanged, seemingly effortless. "Dad!" Cao Xiaoyu pulled Li Qingshan forward. "I brought Coach Li here." "You brat!" The large man first glared at his son, then turned to Li Qingshan with a beaming smile. "Coach Li, I'm Xiao Ya, this brat's father. I was planning on thanking you in person tomorrow, so tonight is quite a coincidence." Li Qingshan observed Xiao Ya's smiling face carefully, and once he confirmed he wasn't there to hold anyone accountable, he took the initiative to say, "Mr. Cao, you're too kind. It was my fault tonight for bringing him here. Coach Li, there's no need to cover for this brat." Xiao Ya waved his hand and gave his son a smack on the back of the head. "I've already checked. This kid has been sniffing around for news about the Silver Glory Hotel lately. It's a good thing Coach Li was with him today, otherwise who knows what would have happened." Cao Xiaoyu winced in pain, looking aggrieved. "Dad! How is this my fault? Who could have known that cultists would hide inside a combat arena?" "I'll deal with you when we get home tonight." Cao Ya glared at him, then looked at Li Qingshan again, gesturing to the side. "Coach Li, it's hard to get a cab here. Why not take my car back and we can talk on the way?" "That would be very kind of you." Li Qingshan went with the flow, boarding the levitating car with curiosity. There was no driver inside, not even a driver's seat. It seemed to be fully controlled by AI. Inside the spacious cabin, a circular sofa surrounded the interior, with fully transparent shenchuang behind the seatbacks. Cao Ya and his son got on board, and after confirming Li Qingshan's address, he made a quick setting on the communicator and the car slowly lifted off. Li Qingshan sat on the sofa, looking through the windows as the crowd below grew smaller. Suddenly, a crimson light caught his attention. The crimson light flew from afar toward the Silver Glory Hotel. It hadn't broken the sound barrier, but it was still fast. Even stranger, this red light wasn't particularly dazzling, yet Li Qingshan's eyes stung incessantly as if he were staring directly at the sun. As the red light approached the parking lot, the objects within became clearer. Li Qingshan endured the discomfort, opened his eyes wide, and peered down. The red light moved fast, vanishing in the blink of an eye into the large hole previously made by the cold moon flying shuttle. But that fleeting glimpse was enough for Li Qingshan to see clearly. It wasn't a mecha, nor was it any other piece of technology. There was only a brawny figure at the center of the red light. In fact, Li Qingshan recognized the person, Teacher Wan. On the 3rd basement floor, the surviving spectators had all been cleared out, and the remaining staff were scouring for clues. The silver mecha remained suspended in mid-air, presiding over the scene. Suddenly, a brawny figure fell through a hole in the ceiling and slammed heavily into the floor. Bang! Ash rose up, permeating the space around the arrival. "Tui, the stench of these cultist scum is still so pungent." Wan Kashan waved his arms vigorously to fan away the dust. Suddenly he froze, his nose twitching as he sniffed deeply. "No, this smell is wrong." Wan Kashan's eyes were sharp as he stared toward the center of the lobby. The lava that had once been the ring was now dark red, its surface covered in a layer of dark ash. Wan Kashan flashed to the side of the lava, scooped up some ash with his bare hand. The magma slid off his fingers without even harming his skin. Wang Kashan rubbed the ash between his fingers, brought it to his nose to sniff, and his brows furrowed. An evil god projection. Just a half-baked one, Yu-Man floated down from midair and stood beside Wang Kashan. The sacrifice planned by the cultists involved over 1,000 victims. If they had successfully completed it, they might have truly summoned a projection of the flesh demon god. An evil god projection contains a sliver of the deity's true will, which is on an entirely different level than the half-finished one from before. If a true projection had been summoned, never mind whether she and Wang Kashan could win, the shockwaves alone would have been enough to destroy several city blocks and cause countless casualties. Ha ha! Your uncle is clever after all. I made sure to send you over first to preemptively ruin their sacrifice. Wang Kashan rubbed his chin, smiled triumphantly, and looked around. Where's Li Qingshan? He already left. Actually, Yu-Man hadn't finished speaking before Wang Kashan's laughter cut her off. I knew it. With that kid's wit, he must have bolted already. Wang Kashan laughed freely, but he felt a weight lifted off his heart. After receiving the news earlier, he hadn't dared to reach out, fearing it would put Li Qingshan in danger. When he saw all those survivors outside just now but didn't spot Li Qingshan, Wang Kashan's heart had been on edge. Thank goodness he could finally rest easy now. Uncle, Li Qingshan was the last one to leave. The mecha's expression remained neutral, but Yu-Man's voice was tinged with helplessness. What do you mean? Wang Kashan was stunned. Although I killed this half-baked creature, it wasn't me who ruined the sacrifice. It was Li Qingshan. What? Li Qingshan? Wang Kashan woke up with a start, turning his head to look at his niece, wondering if he had misheard. He saw Li Qingshan every single day. How could he not know what Li Qingshan was capable of? To have orchestrated this sacrifice, the cultist of the evil god must have been corrupted and possessed the ability to transform. Is this something Li Qingshan could possibly handle? However, the mecha's iron mask showed no expression, and Yu-Man did not speak again. Wang Kashan couldn't hold back anymore and questioned, Li Qingshan is only at the second level of body tempering. Uncle, I admit you were right about what you said back then. Yu-Man frowned and interrupted, saying impatiently, being able to kill an evil god's cultist and hunt 3 wild beasts in a row at the second level of body tempering, Li Qingshan is indeed a genius. A genius? Wang Kashan was stunned. Back then it was just an excuse he made up for his niece so he could get a little more bonus. In his mind, Li Qingshan had at most a tiny chance of going to the new continent. But now, second level of body tempering and killed an evil god's cultist and hunted 3 wild beasts in a row? A flash of inspiration struck Wang Kashan and he asserted, did he get his hands on a laser gun? This kid is truly smart. What laser gun? Didn't you teach him the 2D grade martial arts, tracing steps and shadow blade? Inside the mecha, Yu-Man's brow furrowed even deeper, feeling that her uncle was hinting at her and showing off. After taking a deep breath, she waved her hand to project 4 light screens. Stop asking, just look for yourself. On the screens was the battle footage previously reconstructed by the mecha. It's not a gun? Wang Kashan muttered, his eyes fixed on the figure's right hand. Although the image wasn't very clear, he could recognize it was a machete. The machete he gave to Li Qingshan. As the figure in the footage stepped forward and swung the blade, Wang Kashan's eyes gradually widened and he said in disbelief, tracing steps at mastery level? Shadow blade at mastery level? Is this really Li Qingshan? Wang Kashan instinctively questioned it, but as the figure in the footage performed a maneuver, circling behind and swinging the blade in an upward arc, he fell silent. The figure in the footage was definitely Li Qingshan. Beside him, the frustration in Yu-Man's heart lessened slightly and she gradually realized something was wrong. She lifted her visor and asked in confusion, Uncle, you really didn't know? I know nothing. Wang Kashan let out a curse. 2 months ago, he gave Li Qingshan the martial arts manuals just because of that hypothetical scenario of facing a wild beast alone. But a hypothesis is just a hypothesis. He never thought it would actually succeed. For the following 10 days, he saw Li Qingshan looking listless from practicing the techniques. Wang Kashan even regretted giving the techniques to Li Qingshan so early. Later, when Li Qingshan's mental state returned to normal, he just assumed the boy had listened to his advice and temporarily given up on martial arts practice. Who would have thought? 2 months and he reached mastery in both tracing steps and shadow blade. Ha ha ha, this kid is planning to give me a surprise. Wang Kashan laughed heartily, his face filled with excitement. At the same time, he turned to his niece and warned, by the way, don't spread this information. Li Qingshan's level is too low. It's better if he isn't targeted by those hyenas too early. I know what I'm doing. Yu-Man nodded first, then frowned slightly. But there were too many witnesses at the scene. I'm afraid Li Qingshan's achievements won't be kept from the local companies for long. It's fine. That kid is very clever. He won't be easily trapped. Wang Kashan waved his hand and asserted, The survivors are all ordinary people who won't notice the details. As long as Li Qingshan's talent isn't exposed, those big corporations and consortiums won't make a move yet. The night in Luoying City was far from quiet. The roads were bustling with traffic, the streets were brightly lit with neon signs, and countless projected advertisements flickered on the walls of skyscrapers. In the night sky, a hovering vehicle flew by silently. Li Qingshan sat on the sofa looking out the porthole at the city nightscape. Coach Li, thank you for your guidance of my son over this past month. Cao Ya smiled sincerely and patted his son on the back of the head again. This brat, I always thought he had no talent for martial arts, so I never pushed him. It's a good thing we had Coach Li, otherwise I don't know how much more time he would have wasted. Cao Xiaoyu had tears in the corners of his eyes, his chubby face turning red, but he dared not talk back. Li Qingshan found it amusing and shook his head, saying, "The talent is his own. I was just providing some guidance." Coach Li is too humble. As Cao Ya spoke, he lifted the back of the sofa and took out a long wooden box. Coach Li, this is a token of appreciation I prepared specially. Please do not refuse. How can I accept this? Li Qingshan shook his head and waved his hand. I've already received the two. Before he could finish, Cao Ya had already opened the box. Inside was a long sword with a scabbard, entirely black, with mysterious patterns carved into both the hilt and the scabbard, connecting them into a single piece. Cao Ya pushed the box toward Li Qingshan. Coach Li, why don't you take a look at this blade first? Li Qingshan didn't refuse, picked up the blade and drew it halfway. Electric sparks flashed and vanished in an instant. Electricity. Li Qingshan blinked, gazing at the silver blade that shimmered with a hint of purple. But the sparks didn't reappear, as if it had just been an illusion. To be accurate, that wasn't electricity but lightning. This blade is named Thunder Pattern. Cao Ya gave a simple explanation without going into details, but said solemnly, Coach Li, coaching my son might just be your job to you. But for this kid, getting to the new continent early means more opportunities in the future. This is a matter that could change his life. You truly deserve this gift. And I carefully selected this Thunder Pattern blade. It will be very important for your future martial arts practice. Please, you must accept it. Since he had put it that way, Li Qingshan stopped acting coy and accepted the Thunder Pattern blade. Thank you, Mr. Cao. He would just treat this blade as the chubby kid's gift to his master. Once they get to the new continent, he would simply fulfill his duties as a mentor more diligently. Coach, please stop smiling at me like that. You're scaring me. Cao Xiaoyu shivered and couldn't help but scoot to the side. You brat! As if addicted, Cao Ya patted him on the head again. After the chubby boy was teary-eyed, he felt satisfied, retracted his hand, and looked at Li Qingshan, saying seriously, Coach Li, there is one more thing I feel I should remind you about. Please, go ahead. Li Qingshan's expression became solemn. Tonight's news will definitely spread, and afterward, many companies will likely reach out to sign you. Signing? Usually, don't companies wait until the third year to sign students from the martial arts class? Only a handful of students get into the new continent every year. Signing with big companies is the path for the vast majority of martial arts students. It's different. Those are just employment contracts. Cao Ya shook his head and explained, the signing I'm talking about refers to investment contracts. These contracts are generally for geniuses they fancy, investing resources in advance to fund their early martial arts training at the cost of having to work for the company for a long time afterward. An indentured contract. Li Qingshan was blunt, pointing out the true nature of these so-called investment contracts. You can't really put it that way. Cao Ya's mouth twitched and his expression was a bit unnatural. For some ordinary geniuses from poor backgrounds, trading a few decades of freedom for a smoother path in martial arts early on isn't exactly a loss. Li Qingshan nodded without refuting him. The logic was sound, but with the panel at his disposal, he would rather suffer a bit more at the start, take more odd jobs, and report more evil god cultists than ever sign an indentured contract. However, looking at Cao Ya's expression, I got some kind of vacation. It'll find you calm. Of wonder, do we ever see you pros? How the crew couldn't ever go for Dobby to shore to. Even was some semi suit code. It's still too. Because there is any fuck you food. Oh, and Clementine went to who page called to. Well, just as Li Qingshan was considering how to refuse, surprisingly, Cao Ya suddenly changed the subject. Of course, that only applies to ordinary geniuses. You don't need that, Coach Li. Oh? Li Qingshan's eyes moved, waiting for the rest. The Federation's development and training system for martial arts in Mecca has been perfected over so many years. Cao Ya took a sip of water and looked out the window. While he was talking, the vehicle descended slowly, and landed silently on the apartment complex lawn. With your talent, you only need to perform normally at school and get into New Continent Martial Arts University, and you won't be short of training resources. The car door opened. Cao Ya stopped talking, didn't elaborate, and just added a final warning. Coach Li brought up the contract issue just to remind you not to be misled by companies looking to pick up a bargain. I understand, thank you, Mr. Tao. Li Qingshan nodded and thanked him solemnly. Although Cao Ya had always treated him as an equal because of Cao Xiaoyu, this final piece of advice felt just like a senior's concern. The three got out of the car. Cao Ya took his son and after watching Li Qingshan leave, turned back to the vehicle. As the vehicle slowly rose, Cao Ya leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest while the chubby kid started rummaging through the car for snacks. Suddenly, he knocked over a bottle of drink. "Oh no, Dad, this file got dirty!" Cao Xiaoyu clutched a folder, looking nervous. Cao Ya opened his eyes and glanced at the folder. "It's not a file, it's a contract." The moment he said that, the chubby kid became even more nervous. Seeing his son's worried look, Cao Ya laughed nonchalantly and patted him on the back of the head. "If it's dirty, so be it. It was useless anyway." The chubby kid breathed a sigh of relief and casually threw the contract on the floor. The cover of the contract was already soaked by the drink, and one could only faintly see a capital S at the beginning. The door opened, and Li Qingshan walked into the room, holding a blade in one hand. "Phew! Finally home." Li Qingshan exhaled and eagerly looked at his status panel. Li Qingshan, Realm Body Tempering, 20-100. Cultivation Method. The 36th set of Radio Calisthenics, Starry Sky Calling 1-3000, Great Perfection. Martial Arts, May Steps 276 3000, Faves, Wind Shadow Blade 5-3000, Great Perfection. Function, Martial Arts Space Level 1, 99100. Available time, 8 years and 150 days. Time dilation, 1 tune, 8 years. This trip to Yinhui Hotel was truly worth it. Li Qingshan felt an inner joy, like a longtime pauper who had suddenly struck it rich. Before setting off, his only expectation was that, if he were lucky, he might run into 1 or 2 ferocious beasts. He had even prepared himself for a complete failure. He never expected to not only slay 3 ferocious beasts, but also eliminate a cultist of a dark god worth 5 years. In the short term, I won't have to worry about my available time anymore. Right, and there is still the reward for the report that hasn't arrived yet. Thinking of what the Inspection Bureau staff said, Li Qingshan felt even better. Moreover, tonight's harvest did not end there. Li Qingshan tossed his kitchen knife into the corner, gripped the Thundermark blade, and walked to the center of the living room. He drew his blade from its sheath. Clang! A flash of lightning flickered, and the blade light transformed into shadows. A few seconds later, the blade light stopped abruptly. Li Qingshan gazed at the purple glowing blade and murmured, "It seems even faster." It was the same transformation of blade light, but when using the Thundermark blade, he clearly felt the movement was much smoother. It felt as if the Thundermark blade and the Wind Shadow Blade martial art were a perfect match. Li Qingshan couldn't help but recall what Cao Ya had said earlier. "I chose this Thundermark blade carefully. It will be very important for your future martial arts practice." I thought he just said that because he was afraid I wouldn't accept it, but it turns out he wasn't just making it up. Li Qingshan sheathed the blade once again, feeling the weight of this gift from his teacher. Whether a gift is valuable depends not just on its inherent worth, but on the sincerity of the giver. It looks like I should take better care of the little fatty from now on. Li Qingshan smiled, set down the Thundermark blade, turned, walked to the table, and opened the insulated box. Cold mist swirled as 10 bottles of glowing blue liquid sat neatly inside. And this believes in a dumping for the 6-year because of the subculent. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth, took out a bottle, and drank it in one gulp. Consuming 1 bottle of nutrient solution a day is basically burning money. Half of the 120,000 tuition fees he earned earlier had already been spent, and now there were only 60,000 star coins left on his card. I wonder how much the reward money for the report will be. If it is too little, I will have to go back to Yinghai and find a new client. Muttering to himself, Li Qingshan returned to the center of the living room, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind. The first stance of Starry Sky Calling, twisting hips and swinging arms. Li Qingshan curled his toes, twisted his waist and hips, and raised his right arm. Muscles bulged layer by layer, spreading to his wrists as veins appeared on the back of his hands, pulsing all the way to his fingertips. At the same time, his breathing followed his movements and exertion, sometimes short and rapid, sometimes long and steady. His heart beat naturally to the rhythm of his breath, and along with his waist, hips, and arm muscles, they all began to tremor in unison. This was the 4th realm of Starry Sky Calling, controlling muscle rhythm. Li Qingshan felt neither surprise nor shock. The moment his cultivation method was upgraded, all of this had already become instinct. After finishing the first stance calmly, Li Qingshan continued to the next movement. An hour later, all 108 movements were completed. Li Qingshan was soaked in sweat with steam rising from his body, a smile appearing involuntarily on his lips. It was the same body tempering session, but after reaching the great perfection, he could clearly feel that his body was getting stronger much faster. However, the smile didn't last long, as a familiar sense of hunger suddenly struck him. What is going on? Why did the nutrient solution digest so quickly? Li Qingshan's expression changed, but he didn't have time to think too much. He walked quickly to the table in the corner, took out another bottle of nutrient solution, and drank it. A moment later, his hunger was slightly eased, and Li Qingshan's eyes glinted as he figured out the reason. Good news! Starry Sky Calling reached great perfection, and his cultivation efficiency had indeed doubled. The bad news, one bottle of nutrient solution could only support one round of body tempering, quadrupling his consumption. Wait, even if I drink 4 bottles, I probably won't be able to finish 4 rounds of body tempering. Li Qingshan frowned, remembering the instructions for the nutrient solution. Taking multiple bottles in a short time builds up resistance, making it impossible for the body to absorb it fully. However, the solution was simple and written right in the manual. Intermediate nutrient solution, 8,000 per bottle. Martial arts is truly a bottomless pit. I hope the Inspection Bureau's reward arrives as soon as possible. Li Qingshan sighed helplessly, but the thought that switching to intermediate nutrient solution might allow him to perform 4 or even 5 sessions brought him some small comfort. He looked at the remaining bottles, shook his head, and gave up on the idea of continuing body tempering. After a quick wash, he went straight back to bed. Wait, I almost forgot. Li Qingshan flipped up, walked to the living room, picked up the Thundermark blade, and went back to the bedroom. He gripped the hilt, drew the long blade, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar circular platform came into view. Li Qingshan turned with his blade and looked at the one person and 3 beasts 100 meters away. No surprises there. As expected! Just like the poison wolf in the past, monster projections are always spawned directly when first recorded. However, Li Qingshan did not use any tricks this time. He had killed all 4 monsters head-on. If I can kill you once, I can naturally kill you countless times. Li Qingshan raised his long blade high and charged forward. The 3 beasts across roared and lunged at him. He followed closely behind, his speed not much slower than theirs. 100 meters were crossed in the blink of an eye, and Li Qingshan clashed with the man and the 3 beasts. The 4 monsters had physical stats comparable to 5th layer body tempering, so Li Qingshan dared not be careless. His footwork changed constantly, pushing his great perfection maze steps to the limit. Even so, it was a dangerous situation, and he nearly ended up in the beast's jaws several times. This is bad! Even if my stamina is infinite, dragging this out will lead to trouble eventually. After narrowly avoiding a bite, Li Qingshan's brows furrowed. Under the combined attack of the 4 monsters, he could only keep dodging, with no room to unleash his long blade. Do or die. Li Qingshan hardened his resolve, stepped to the side, and circled behind one of the beasts. The other beast on the left immediately reacted, swiping with its sharp claws. Li Qingshan did not dodge. He reversed his grip on the long blade and slashed upwards. Slash! With just one stroke, the beast's abdomen was ripped open and its internal organs spilled out. So sharp. The thought had barely crossed his mind before the claws on his left struck his arm, sending Li Qingshan flying. Cough! Cough! Li Qingshan wiped blood from his lips, climbed up quickly, and used maze steps to dodge the incoming attacks. His left arm throbbed with intense pain and hung limply. The bone inside had been broken. However, Li Qingshan curled his lips into a ruthless smile. Worth it! Compared to the thousands of times he had been killed by the wolf, this little pain was nothing. Thanks to the sharpness of the Thundermark blade, trading an arm for a beast had already exceeded his expectations. With one less beast, the combined attacks of the remaining 3 left many openings. While dodging, Li Qingshan now had the chance to counterattack with his blade. Soon, the other 2 beasts were slain one after another. Only then did Li Qingshan have the opportunity to examine the figure in front of him closely. Yu Qingya was still wearing the same clothes she died in, but her blonde hair had turned black and her appearance had reverted to the way she looked when they first met at the bar. So this is your true face? Li Qingshan was not in a hurry to attack. While maneuvering, he carefully observed Yu Qingya's expression. Before, the poison wolf was just a low-level beast that knew only slaughter and had no intelligence, so it was impossible to judge. Now, he wanted to see if the martial arts space would retain the monster's consciousness when recording them. However, it was clear he had thought too much. Yu Qingya's expression did not change at all. Or rather, no expression had ever appeared on her wooden face. Like a puppet, she only possessed the instinct to kill. A pity. Li Qingshan shook his head in disappointment and dodged another attack. Without a conscious mind, the Yuqingya in front of him was actually stronger than she had been in reality. Although she didn't use martial arts, she fully exerted the speed and strength of a fifth-layer body-tempering cultivator. As her attacks were repeatedly dodged, Yuqingya became more and more fierce. With every powerful move, her clothes fluttered. Li Qingshan's eyes habitually swept over her, but a bold idea that had just emerged was immediately extinguished. People shouldn't do that. At the very least, they shouldn't. Li Qingshan's expression went cold. He stopped holding back and his blade transformed into shadows. In an instant, body parts were flying and blood splattered across the ground. In an instant, limbs were severed and blood splattered across the ground. Li Qingshan, holding a blood-dripping long blade, stood before the corpse parts, waiting silently. The bodies of the three previous beasts had disappeared, turning into sculptures at the edge of the platform. But Yuqingya was different. Li Qingshan had not forgotten that disgusting tentacle monster. However, the red light never appeared. The corpse parts and the blood on the ground quickly faded and vanished, and a human sculpture appeared at the edge of the platform. Didn't she transform? Li Qingshan frowned, considering two possibilities. First, the transformation involved the power of an evil god and was not recorded by the martial arts space. Second, the transformation ability had its limits. He had just hacked Yuqingya's head into several pieces, so she was unable to transform. To the martial arts space, even an evil god is just a monster. There is no reason it couldn't be recorded. Li Qingshan personally leaned toward the second possibility, verifying it was simple. With a single thought, Yuqingya appeared again. "Sorry, I have to kill you again." Li Qingshan grinned and swung his long blade. Soon, limbs fell to the ground, the torso lay flat, and a faint red glow emerged from the remains. Sure enough, I guessed right. Li Qingshan stood with his blade, watching the tentacle monster take shape. A moment later, as ashes flew, the human sculpture returned to the edge of the platform. Li Qingshan threw away his thunder-patterned blade and struck a pose. It is time to test the growth pattern of proficiency. After mastering the starry sky is calling. Martial arts space ignored physical fatigue. Li Qingshan didn't stop practicing over and over again. He only stopped after a full 7 hours. Starry Sky is calling 1-3000 mastered to Starry Sky is calling 2-3000 mastered. Li Qingshan looked at the panel and calculated it in his mind. Practiced once in reality and 7 times in the space, a total of 8 practices, and it only added 1 point of proficiency. It really is doubling. After reaching the conclusion, Li Qingshan was not surprised. Before, entry level took 1 practice for 1 point, proficient took 2, and mastery took 4. Now it takes 8 practices for 1 point, meaning that if he trained 24 hours non-stop in the martial arts space, he could increase proficiency by 3 points a day, and 3,000 points would take 1,000 days, almost 3 years. Fortunately, I am wealthy enough now, so even with an extra year of rest time, it should be enough. Li Qingshan scanned the available time column, looking relaxed. With a 1 to 10 time flow rate, it would only take about half a year in reality to max out the Starry Sky is Calling. That is the 5th level that even Wang Kexuan had never mentioned. Perhaps I can ask Teacher 1 during class tomorrow. As a genius who has grasped the 4th level, it is reasonable to look forward to the 5th. The next morning on the 72 bus. Since it was the weekend, the bus was not crowded, mostly occupied by old men and women out for groceries. The elderly, who were previously chatting among themselves, gradually stopped and cast their gazes toward the corner in the back. There was a young man there, talking on his communication device. Making a call wasn't strange, but what was strange was that in just over 10 minutes since he got on the bus, he had answered and hung up over 20 times. Are young people these days really that busy? I see him carrying a blade. He might be a student from the martial arts class. It is possible. The young man kept talking about signing a contract. Maybe he is a third-year student? Must be. Years ago, old man Wang's grandson next door, that boy was promising and stayed in the martial arts class until his 3rd year. He was also chased by various companies for signatures all day long. Not long after that, the whole family moved to Wuyi City to enjoy life. Once the topic was broached, the old people naturally began to gossip. In the corner, Manager Lin, thank you for your company's kind offer, but I really have no intention of signing. Li Qingshan forced a smile and, without waiting for a response, decisively hung up. Phew, are these companies reacting too quickly? Li Qingshan let out a long breath and lightly rubbed his brow. Since waking up this morning, he had received over 30 calls, all invitations to sign with various companies. Some of these companies were local, while others were from nearby cities. Known ones, unknown ones, they all swarmed in. I can't go on like this, otherwise I will be annoyed to death. Li Qingshan bowed his head and tapped his communication device, turning on Do Not Disturb and rejecting all unknown calls. The communication screen expanded, showing dozens of new emails, all contracts sent by the companies earlier. Li Qingshan casually opened a few to take a look. These emails were all much the same. Basically, they offered a monthly subsidy of about $50,000 for martial arts training while he was in school. The subsidy would double every year and continue until he graduated from the third year of the martial arts program. If he could head to Xinzhou, it would increase to $500,000 per month. This subsidy sounded generous, but it was a drop in the bucket for martial arts training. Just the intermediate nutrient solution he needed, 1 bottle a day, cost $240,000 a month. What's more, the essence of these contracts was indentured servitude. After graduation, he would have to work for the company for at least 20 years. Talking about sincerity on the surface, but treating me like an ox or a horse in the contract. Li Qingshan's face darkened. His fingers tapped rapidly, deleting all dozens of emails. He then leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. A moment later, buzz, buzz, buzz! His wrist vibrated. Li Qingshan opened his eyes in confusion and looked at his device. Manager Joe. The screen expanded to reveal a bald, middle-aged man with a beaming smile. It was the personnel manager of the Yinghai flagship store. Li Qingshan spoke helplessly. Manager Joe, don't tell me Yinghai also wants me to sign a contract? Manager Joe was taken aback and asked nervously, "You haven't signed with anyone yet, have you?" Li Qingshan shook his head. "No, I have no plans to sign any contracts." "That is good." Manager Joe breathed a sigh of relief and smiled again. "Our Yinghai has always been committed to discovering talent and supporting their path in martial arts. We certainly cannot miss out on a genius like you." Li Qingshan felt even more helpless and had to refuse again. "Manager Joe, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I have sent you the contract. Take a look first." Manager Joe interrupted confidently. "Our Yinghai is a major chain brand, and the terms we offer are by no means comparable to those of small companies." The call disconnected, and a new email appeared on the screen. Li Qingshan clicked on the email and scanned it. D-level investment contract. The terms in the contract were indeed much better than the previous companies, and almost all subsidies had doubled. But still, it was just okay. Li Qingshan quickly scanned the 30-year employment term at the end and tapped the X in the top right corner. Investment is definitely for a return. Li Qingshan could understand that. But understanding is one thing. He would never sign this kind of indentured servitude contract. Li Qingshan opened his contacts and hesitated for a moment on Manager Joe's avatar. "Rejecting him right now doesn't seem very polite. I will go to the store tonight and tell him then." Recalling Manager Joe's confident smile just now, Li Qingshan gave up on calling back. Refusing right now would undoubtedly be a slap in the face. Yinghai flagship store general manager's office. On the executive chair, a young man with long hair and casual clothes tapped his fingers on the desktop, his eyes lazily scanning the bald, middle-aged man in front of him. "Did you send the contract?" "Sent. It has been sent." Manager Joe looked tense and cautious. A new official brings new rules, and the young man in front of him was Fu Wen, the general manager who had just been transferred to Luoying City 3 days ago. More importantly, the person in charge of the Yinghai Wuyi province region was also surnamed Fu. "It is lucky that I came over this time, otherwise you really would have missed a talent." Fu Wen's tone became heavier, and the laziness in his eyes faded, replaced by sharpness. Manager Joe broke into a sweat and explained. "Manager Fu, the news that Li Qingshan killed a beast only came out last night, so our reaction wasn't slow." "Not slow?" Fu Wen chuckled, tapped a button on the table, and a light curtain projection appeared. On the projection was the battle footage from a month ago between Li Qingshan and Yu Zhuo. "Last night, open your eyes and see what this is. You were at the scene at the time. Are you blind?" This Manager Fu Yu Zhuo is only at body refining stage 3, although Li Qingshan won despite being weaker. Is that enough for a D-level contract? "You are not only blind, but also deaf." Fu Wen slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Yu Zhuo in the picture. That Yu Zhuo already said that Li Qingshan's maze footwork is at the mastery level. Do you know what that means? You won't find a second person in the entire Wuyi province martial arts first-year class who can achieve that. Is he that good? Manager Joe was dazed. This was something he hadn't even considered before. However, he couldn't care about being scolded anymore and said excitedly, "Manager Fu, doesn't that mean Li Qingshan has a chance to go to Xinzhou?" It is not yet certain how long it took him to reach the mastery level of maze footwork, but looking at the current information, Fu Wen tapped his fingers and mused, if his body refining progress isn't left behind, there is indeed a sliver of hope in 3 years. A sliver is enough! Manager Joe clenched his fists excitedly. Only 2 or 3 martial arts students from Wuyi province get to go to Xinzhou each year. Who dares to claim they have absolute certainty? However, he soon thought of another problem and asked cautiously, Manager Fu, don't talents with a chance to go to Shinjo always sign A-level contracts? The gap between A-level and D-level is like heaven and earth. A-level! Fu Wen glanced at Manager Zhou and sneered. A-level contracts are signed with those talents who have shown their mettle before the annual final battle. If I gave him an A-level contract, how would my own capabilities be displayed? Fu Wen leaned back against the sofa, interlocked his fingers, and said smugly, the earlier you invest, the greater the return. This return is what I deserve. Manager Fu, that is true. Manager Zhou glanced at Fu Wen and hesitated. But is a D-level contract too low? Although contracts have binding power, it doesn't mean it's once and for all. Especially this kind of opportunistic contract. If things go wrong, it might end in enmity. Fu Wen saw what Manager Zhou was thinking and shook his head with a laugh. Don't worry, Li Qingshan is just a poor student from a public background who has to work part-time everywhere to buy nutrient solution. How much money has he even seen? Just a D-level contract with 100,000 per month in the first year is enough to stop him from worrying about primary nutrient solution. What's more, Fu Wen looked at Manager Zhou meaningfully. Only with contrast can there be surprises. The D-level contract is just a means to stabilize Li Qingshan so he doesn't have a narrow view and fall into the trap of small local companies. When he comes to the store, I will show up while you are signing and proactively offer to upgrade his contract to C-level. From D-level to C-level, his benefits will more than double. This kind of favor for recognizing his talent will be enough for Li Qingshan to remember for a lifetime. Manager Fu is wise. Manager Zhou forced a flattering smile. In the large office, only Fu Wen's smug laughter echoed. Screech! With a shrill sound of brakes, the wheels stopped turning, and the bus came to a halt in front of the first high school entrance. Just as Li Qingshan hopped off the bus, he spotted a burly figure standing before the school gate. Teacher Wan, so early. Early? I haven't slept at all. Wan Qingshan crossed his arms over his chest and said irritably, You little brat, you were fast last night. I rushed over as hard as I could, but I couldn't catch a glimpse of you. Li Qingshan had actually seen Wan Qingshan last night while sitting on the sofa of a hovercar, no less. However, Wan Qingshan was clearly in a foul mood. As a consultant for the inspection bureau, he had evidently been pulling an all-nighter. Not wanting to provoke him further, Li Qingshan just gave a vague excuse. How about one of my students' parents came to pick me up last night, so I just caught a ride with them. A ride? You mean a hovercar, don't you? Wan Qingshan glanced at Li Qingshan. Then his expression suddenly changed, his eyes locking onto the black long blade in Li's right hand. Thunder-patterned blade? Did Fatty Cao give you that? You know him too, teacher? Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. How could I not know Fatty Cao, that man who never does anything without a profit in mind? Wan Qingshan's eyes burned with anger as he asked urgently, Did Fatty Cao try to sign you? What level of contract was it? At that moment, he deeply regretted not warning Li Qingshan beforehand. He had assumed that given Li Qingshan's intelligence, the boy wouldn't easily fall for the tricks of a local small-time company. Little did he know, Li had bypassed the small traps only to fall directly into a massive pit. He knew Cao Ya had arrived in Luoying last night, but he never imagined that Cao Ya, who was supposedly just there to pick up his son, would set his sights on Li Qingshan and start off with such a grand gesture as gifting a thunder-patterned blade. Feeling unsettled by the intense stare, Li Qingshan shook his head hurriedly. Teacher, don't worry, I didn't sign anything. If you didn't sign, why would Fatty Cao give you a thunder-patterned blade? That stingy fat man is famous for only taking and never giving. Wan Qingshan clearly harbored deep resentment toward Cao Ya, and once he started venting, he couldn't stop. Teacher, I really didn't sign anything. Li Qingshan interrupted him, speaking earnestly. This thunder-patterned blade was just a token of thanks from Mr. Seo for teaching his son. Gift? He just gave it to you? Wan Qingshan paused, took a deep breath, and stood with his hands behind his back, nodding. Cao Ya's not a bad guy after all. He's got class. It's a man got Chachoy height to piece on for the unrestricted the work each other pale wine with on. So they from the Triton as a quite pro in the Psalms to right. So much to stone truth minds are in right or interest in geographic product. They almost led to the storm in the times to hundreds of Stevens and my kinds. And that was they grow wants them to have. So fans get some minute when it comes to but church and pray do too. Choshin from Li Qingshan was speechless, so he shifted the topic to the blade, asking curiously, Teacher, is the thunder pattern blade that valuable? Earlier, it was seeing this blade that had made Wan Qingshan conclude he had signed a contract. Clearly, its value was beyond imagination. The hovercar you sat in yesterday was worth 50 million. This thing is worth 2 of those. You tell me if it's valuable? Wan Qingshan said with a mysterious smile. The underburn, I never. Li Qingshan gasped, looking at the thunder pattern blade with golden signs flashing in his eyes. Why? Thinking of selling it for money? Wang Keshan's voice sounded in his ear, and Li Qingshan nodded without hesitation. Although the thunder pattern blade was sharp and easy to handle, none of that mattered compared to 100 million. With 100 million star coins, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a very long time. Are you that short of money? Wang Keshan's face darkened as he swiped his communicator. Ding dong! Received 1,000,000. 1 million? Li Qingshan checked the notification, puzzled. Teacher, what is this? A bonus from the inspection bureau. It should tide you over for a while, Wang Keshan said casually. This time, he had gone ahead and doubled the bonus for him. But knowing Li Qingshan's talent, you man wouldn't question it. That much? Li Qingshan's voice wavered. 10 minutes ago, receiving 1 million would have sent him into a frenzy. But now, holding a blade worth 100 million, Li Qingshan felt strangely detached, almost like a sage in meditation. Forget about it. The thunder pattern blade cannot be sold. Wang Keshan looked serious, speaking sternly. This blade can be traded for 2 hover cars, but 2 hover cars can't buy a thunder pattern blade. It's priceless. It's that precious? Li Qingshan widened his eyes, carefully examining the blade in his hand. He understood the logic of being priceless, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't tell why it was so valuable. Xiaoya was certainly thoughtful to pick this blade for you. Wang Keshan sighed, took the blade from Li, and drew it from its scabbard. A flash of thunder-like brilliance passed, and the silver blade shimmered with streaks of purple light under the sun. This blade will be crucial for your martial arts training in the future. Hearing the same words again, Li Qingshan grew thoughtful, recalling his battle in the martial space last night. Teacher, is it because of the wind shadow blade? Half right, Wang Keshan said, raising his eyebrows and shifting the conversation. There are countless D-grade basic martial arts, and none have copyrights, so they can be taught freely. Have you ever wondered why I specifically chose the trail walking and wind shadow blade for you? As a martial arts freshman, facing such a question, Li Qingshan could only guess. Because those 2 techniques are more powerful? Since they are in the same grade, they are naturally quite similar. The actual power depends on the martial artists themselves. Wang Keshan shook his head in denial, no longer keeping him in suspense. The reason I chose trail walking and wind shadow blade is that they are both prerequisites for A-grade martial arts. This is also the only chance you have to obtain A-grade martial arts here in Wuyi province. Originally, this was just my habitual practice, and I never thought you would actually be able to master an A-grade martial art. But things are different now. Wang Keshan turned his head to look at his student, his expression unreadable. 2 months, trail walking mastered, wind shadow blade mastered. Your talent for martial arts is truly astonishing. After witnessing the capabilities of the mecha last night, Li Qingshan wasn't surprised that Wang Keshan knew this. However, Wang Keshan still didn't have the full picture. Teacher, it's not just the martial arts, Li Qingshan whispered, reminding him, my cultivation technique, Starry Sky Calling, has also reached the 4th layer. What? Wang Keshan's pupils dilated in shock. Li Qingshan smiled and remained silent, letting Wang Keshan digest this new information. With his panel and the martial space, his rate of improvement would only get faster. Although Li Qingshan never considered himself a genius, all his achievements were earned bit by bit through hard work. To others, this was undeniably genius-level talent. Since that was the case, he might as well lean into the genius persona. Good, good, good. Wang Keshan's spirits lifted, and he patted Li Qingshan's shoulder hard. With this, you have a chance to learn the Thunder Call Blade by the end of this year. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. Teacher, is the Thunder Call Blade the A-grade martial art corresponding to the Wind Shadow Blade? Not that simple. Like the Wind Shadow Blade, the Thunder Call Blade is just a prerequisite technique. It's a C-grade martial art. Huh? Just C-grade? Li Qingshan was a bit disappointed. What? Looking down on C-grade martial arts? Wang Keshan slanted a look at him. The copyright fee for a C-grade technique is 5 million and 50 million for a B-grade. As for A-grade martial arts, you won't even have a chance to encounter them until you reach the new continent. Except for those A-grade arts that require prerequisite skills. You only need to master the prerequisite techniques, and they will naturally merge together, allowing you to comprehend the corresponding A-grade martial art. Li Qingshan perked up, finally getting to the point as Wang Keshan stopped beating around the bush. The Nine Heavens Wind and Thunder Blade is the A-grade art corresponding to the Wind Shadow Blade and the Thunder Call Blade. Wang Keshan picked up the Thunder Pattern Blade and flicked it with his finger. Hum! The blade hummed and trembled incessantly. The Nine Heavens Wind and Thunder Blade involves the power of thunder, which requires a weapon forged from special materials to fully unleash its potential. The Thunder Pattern Blade, forged from Thunder Pattern Steel, is a perfect match.
Fatty Cow really put in a lot of effort to find a thunder pattern blade to give you. Wan Keshan sheathed the blade, stuffed it into Li Qingshan's arms, and turned to walk into the school gate. Follow me. Teacher, you still haven't told me which A-rank martial art the tracing step corresponds to. Li Qingshan trotted to catch up, itching with curiosity. Wan Keshan habituated into his earnest and didactic tone. Don't be too ambitious. The hurdle between grand completion and perfection has stopped countless geniuses. It's not that easy. As he spoke, he turned his head, but his words came to a sudden halt upon seeing Li Qingshan's face. Remembering Li Qingshan's talent, Wan Keshan simply stopped wasting his breath. The A-rank martial art skyweb tracing step requires the D-rank movement technique tracing step, and the C-rank heaven web step as prerequisites. Li Qingshan nodded, memorizing the names. Only by mastering both prerequisite techniques to perfection can one comprehend an A-rank martial art. To others, this might be incredibly difficult. But for him, as long as it could be recorded by his interface, he could definitely grind it to perfection. In the face of a progress bar, bottlenecks simply do not exist. The two walked through the campus, heading straight for the martial arts arena. As they reached the front entrance of the arena, Wan Keshan changed direction toward the external staircase on the side. There is still an empty single training room on the second floor. That is where you will practice from now on. Li Qingshan followed behind, perfectly fine with that. A private training room would make it even easier for him to use the martial arts space during the day. Rounding 2 flights of stairs and entering the second floor corridor, a row of classroom doors lined the left side. The first classroom was the largest, where over a dozen second-year martial arts students were practicing their techniques. Seeing someone pass by the door, they all instinctively turned to look. Wan Keshan ignored them and continued walking forward. Li Qingshan glanced casually and was surprised to see an acquaintance, so he gave a polite nod. Inside the classroom, Yu Zhuo wore a constipated expression, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Li Qingshan had no intention of waiting for a response and quickly walked past the door. Inside the room, the dozen second-year students stopped their movements simultaneously and began whispering. Li Qingshan, why would Teacher Wan bring Li Qingshan to the second floor? Yu Zhuo, Li Qingshan just greeted you. Are you guys close? Do you know why he's coming up here? Close? I'm not close with him at all. Yu Zhuo retorted, scanned the room, and suddenly laughed mockingly. Besides our classroom, there are only those 10 single training rooms on the second floor. Why do you think Teacher Wan brought him here? You all clearly guessed it, so why pretend? Or are you just refusing to face reality? The room went dead silent, and the faces of 3 or 4 students turned visibly dark. The school, or rather the entire Luoying city, only has these 10 single training rooms. With the martial arts class weeding people out, there are never more than 5 third-year students each year, each occupying their own room. The rest are allocated to second-year students, provided they have reached at least the 5th stage of body tempering. Several students in their class had already met the requirements, and now there was only one last training room left. Yu Zhuo was only at the 3rd stage of body tempering, so he had no hope anyway, making him indifferent. But the others were different. Each of them was approaching the 5th stage, viewing one another as rivals. Recently, they had been practicing frantically, terrified that someone else would snatch the spot first. Why? Li Qingshan is just a freshman. What does he need a training room for? Exactly, even if he gets the virtual combat pod, he'll just go in to get beaten up. It's a complete waste. This is ridiculous. I'm not accepting this. I'm gonna find Teacher Li. We can't let Teacher Wan act so recklessly. With urgent expressions, several of them rushed out of the classroom. The remaining students looked at their retreating backs and shook their heads, lacking the mockery Yu Zhuo showed. Anyone with aspirations for the new continent couldn't afford to stop competing for a training room. The room itself was nothing. What mattered was the virtual combat pod inside. Owning a virtual combat pod meant having the opportunity to spar with geniuses across the entire old continent. More importantly, the screening for New Continent Martial Arts University takes place inside those very pods. A virtual combat pod. Li Qingshan's eyes were filled with wonder as he carefully brushed his palm over the gray-black casing. Wan Keshan stood to the side with a faint, knowing smile. You can play around in there from time to time. Of course, if you enjoy getting beaten up, I have no objections to you going in every day. Getting beaten up. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and turned to ask, "Are there a lot of experts in there?" Experts is a bit of a stretch. Wan Keshan shook his head and explained, "There are 107 provinces in the old continent, each with 50 or 60 cities, like Luang. Each provincial capital has 100 virtual pods, and regular cities have 10. That means there are about 700 pods in a single province, and over 70,000 across the entire old continent. These pods are reserved for martial arts students, and they are basically distributed according to ability." Li Qingshan understood immediately. They might not be legendary experts, but anyone who can enter a virtual pod is at least in the top 10 of their city's martial arts class. Entering with his current second stage body tempering, even with a grand completion technique, he would definitely get crushed. Usually, school requirements dictate you need to be at the 5th stage of body tempering to qualify for this room, but given your record yesterday, that's not a problem. Wan Keshan glanced at Li Qingshan, his expression turning serious. "Weren't you all curious about how to get admitted to the New Continent Martial Arts University? I can tell you now. At the end of June every year, the top 100 in the virtual pod rankings qualify to go to the New Continent to participate in the final battle." Hiss! Li Qingshan gasped. Even though he had been mentally prepared, he was shocked by these absurd conditions. "Teacher, it's already hard enough to fight for one of the 100 spots among 70,000 people, but there's also a final battle? It's not as brutal as you think. The final battle isn't about elimination. As long as you make it to the New Continent, you're guaranteed a spot in a martial arts university. But there's more than one university on the New Continent, and everyone wants to get into the better ones, so naturally, they have to compete for admission." Wan Keshan waved his hand and explained, "Final battle is just a nickname used on the old continent. For the New Continent students, it's just a standard entrance qualification match. 10,000 boats racing, with thousands passing by only then are you qualified to stand on the same battlefield as the New Continent students." Li Qingshan muttered to himself, shaking his head with a wry smile. The name Final Battle is quite fitting after all. Don't overthink it. The vast majority of New Continent students are also screened from the Old Continent. Wan Keshan patted his student on the shoulder and said firmly, "The Federation has done its best to ensure fairness. Geniuses like you who had a late awakening won't be overlooked." "Teacher, you worry too much, I was just saying." Li Qingshan's expression was natural, without a hint of dissatisfaction. He didn't have a late awakening, he had a cheat code. Talent is never logical, let alone fair. Wan Keshan didn't pay it any mind and waved his hand to change the topic. "All right, the final battle is still a long way off. Let's talk about the freshman tournament at the end of the year. Teacher, is this the opportunity you mentioned to learn the Thunder Cry Blade?" Li Qingshan remembered what Wan Keshan had said before, and instantly perked up. He couldn't afford the 5 million copyright fee for a C-rank technique. "It's more than just the Thunder Cry Blade." Wan Keshan curled the corner of his mouth and explained. "The freshman tournament is specifically for first and second-year martial arts students. The goal is to provide resources to younger geniuses and prepare them in advance for the final battle. The rankings are separated by year. The top 10 not only get to choose a C-rank martial art, but also receive a cash prize of 5 million star credits. 10 million in value." Li Qingshan's eyes brightened. At this moment, he deeply understood the meaning of Cao Ya's advice from the night before. Indeed, if you are talented enough, there's no need to sign those ridiculous contracts. Wan Keshan didn't mind his student's materialistic attitude. Instead, he was quite pleased. Being a bit greedy is fine. Having a goal leads to motivation. Practice hard. With your combat strength, there shouldn't be any rivals among the first years in Wuyi province. Teacher, can we jump classes in the martial arts tournament? What do you mean? Wan Keshan was stunned, unable to react for a moment. Li Qingshan's eyes were glowing as he licked his lips. I mean, after I finish participating in the first-year tournament, can I jump up and compete in the second-year tournament too?
You really dare to think that? Wan Keshan was instantly shocked, looking Li Qingshan up and down. I knew you were greedy, but I didn't expect you to be this greedy. Is it not allowed? Li Qingshan looked disappointed. The freshman ranking reward only allows for the selection of one C-level martial art. This means he has to choose between 9 Heaven's Wind and Thunderblade and Heavenly Net Tracking Steps. As an adult, of course he wants them all. Is this a matter of whether it is allowed or not? Wan Keshan shook his head speechlessly. There are only 3 months left until the end of the year. Even if you cultivate the starry sky is calling to the 4th realm, you can at most reach the 5th stage of body tempering. The top elites in the 2nd year are basically at the 6th stage or above, and it is not uncommon to find those at the 7th. Moreover, even if their martial arts haven't reached mastery, they are at least proficient. After the 5th stage of body tempering, the difference in fist strength per stage almost doubles. Tell me, how are you going to fight? Wan Keshan went on and on, his spittle flying. Li Qingshan consciously stepped back, and only when the man finally stopped did he whisper, "If I practice the tracking steps and Wind Shadow Blade to perfection, would that still not be enough?" If you can really do that, you could give it a try. Wan Keshan sneered, not taking it seriously. Having 2 martial arts at perfection would indeed be enough to bridge the gap. After all, it is just for the top 10. But martial arts perfection and martial arts mastery are 2 completely different concepts. How could it be that easy? That is good then. Li Qingshan sighed in relief, as if he hadn't noticed his teacher's expression. Martial arts are not as difficult to cultivate as internal techniques. In 3 months, just by setting aside some time while grinding his internal cultivation, it should be enough to bring both martial arts to perfection. Thinking of the cultivation method, Li Qingshan asked a question he had been curious about for a long time. Teacher, does the starry sky is calling really only have 4 stages? Wan Keshan looked surprised and asked, why did you suddenly think of asking this? It is not exactly sudden, is it? Li Qingshan shrugged and pointed to himself. After all, I have reached the 4th stage now. There must be more to practice after this, right? Wan Keshan was choked by his words. He frowned and pondered for a long while before speaking. I can tell you that the starry sky is calling does indeed have a 5th stage. However, no one on planet Xiang has reached this realm in nearly 1,000 years, so it is generally not mentioned in lectures. Is it that difficult? Li Qingshan tried hard to widen his eyes, putting on a surprised expression while his gaze inadvertently scanned his system panel. I don't know if it is difficult or not, but if he just grinds for another half a year, wouldn't he become the first person in 1,000 years? Don't overthink it. The 5th stage of the starry sky is calling mainly involves the extreme realm of body tempering. You are too far from that stage, so it is not too late to consider it after reaching the 10th stage. The extreme realm? Another new term. Li Qingshan instinctively associated it with his speculation about the 11th stage of body tempering during the entrance test. Initially, the 1st stage of body tempering was reflected on the panel as 900. Later, when it was at 1800, he tested it again, and it was exactly just above the speed of the 2nd stage at 13 meters per second, with a fist strength of 350 kilograms. Clearly, his guess was correct. The 10th stage of body tempering could only reach 90-100 on the progress bar. Since the extreme realm requires reaching the 10th stage first, it must be related to this. Li Qingshan felt an itch to know more, but Wan Keshan didn't intend to elaborate and waved him off to leave. Hurry up and cultivate. Focus on raising your body tempering stage first. Just then, Teacher Li, you must stand up for us. Exactly. The single-person cultivation room belongs to the entire Luoying city. On what grounds did Teacher Wan decide everything on his own? That is right, Li Qingshan is just a freshman. He has no right to occupy the cultivation room. Along with the complaints and noisy footsteps, a group of second-year martial arts students, surrounding a slender male teacher, stopped outside the door. Wang Keshan folded his arms across his chest, a strange smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he looked at them. Where his gaze fell, it was as if a pause button had been pressed. All the students broke into a cold sweat and tightly shut their mouths. Weren't you guys talkative just a moment ago? What is it? Are you mute now? Wang Keshan smiled mockingly. The students grew even more nervous, especially the few ringleaders at the 4th stage of body tempering who turned pale. Teacher Wan, why bother scaring these youngsters? Teacher Li said helplessly. He stepped forward and looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, I personally have no opinion on you occupying the last single-person cultivation room. However, the cultivation room is a public resource. It cannot be given to you just like that without a clear explanation. Ultimately, we still need to provide a justification. Do you agree? Li Qingshan met the teacher's gaze, sensing no malice, so he nodded. Teacher Li is right, I have no objection. That is good. Teacher Li breathed a sigh of relief and turned to the 4 students behind him. You are all close to the 5th stage of body tempering, and you are the only 4 with any hope of competing for the single-person room. Since you are not convinced, let's settle it with your abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 became excited instantly, exchanging glances as if deciding who should go first. The students watching from behind cheered loudly, looking at Teacher Li with reverence as if he had become a messenger of justice. Teacher Li twisted his neck uncomfortably, his eyes sweeping over his 4 pride and joy, sighing internally. Although he did not hold an official post at the inspection bureau, he was well aware of what happened at the Yinhui Hotel last night. With Li Qingshan's record, there was certainly no problem with him occupying a single-person cultivation room. But since the students had come to him, he could only take a trip. Some things are useless to talk about. Only seeing is believing, and then they will give up. In just a minute, the 4 of them had reached a decision. Li Qingshan, we won't take advantage of you. Let Yang Peng spar with you. As long as you win, we will leave without another word. As they spoke, a tall and sturdy boy from the group stepped forward, looking confident. Li Qingshan fixed his eyes on Yang Peng and asked knowingly, So, are you the strongest among you? Yang Peng's expression froze, becoming unnatural. The 3 people behind him also frowned, clearly not agreeing with Li Qingshan's words. If Yang Peng were the strongest, they wouldn't have needed to compete earlier. Pushing Yang Peng forward was just because they were all evenly matched and didn't want to waste time. Li Qingshan, why do you care so much? It is enough to take care of you anyway. Yang Peng took a deep breath, trying to regain the initiative. Did I guess wrong? Li Qingshan didn't care about the provocation, but his brows slowly furrowed. The reason he agreed to Teacher Li was that such things were inevitable and had to be resolved. If Yang Peng was the strongest, this battle could make them shut up, so that would be fine. But clearly, none of these 4 were willing to submit to the others. Saying they would leave meant nothing. They wouldn't learn their lesson without being beaten. They might just find another excuse to waste his time again next time. That is right, in Li Qingshan's eyes, this was a waste of time. Every minute that passed meant 10 minutes of wasted cultivation time in the martial arts space. Thinking of this, Li Qingshan grew impatient and waved his hand, saying, Forget it, don't waste time, just come at me all at once.
As Li Qingshan finished speaking, the room fell silent. The group of second-year martial arts students watching from the sidelines stood stunned for a few seconds before finally reacting, breaking out into dissatisfied clamor. Fight us all at once? Is Li Qingshan crazy? A freshman actually thinks he can take on 4 of us. Who does he think he is? I think he's let all that praise from downstairs go to his head, thinking he's invincible just because he's the top freshman. Yang Peng and the 3 behind him all had ugly expressions on their faces. Li Qingshan's move made it clear that he looked down on them. A mere freshman who had only been in the martial arts class for 2 months actually looked down on them. How dare he? Li Qingshan, we originally came here just to compete for the private training room. We didn't mean anything against you. But if you are going to be this arrogant and ignorant, don't blame us for not showing mercy. Yang Peng cracked his knuckles loudly. The other 3 also shifted their positions, surrounding Li Qingshan. Wait. Teacher Li frowned and called a stop, staring at Yang Peng and the others. 1 against 4 is not appropriate. Let's stick to the previous plan. Pick one from your group to spar with Li Qingshan. Yang Peng frowned and said dissatisfiedly, Teacher, it is not like we wanted to make it 4 against 1. Haha, no need for that, I think this is just fine. Wang Keshan waved his hand to interrupt, a meaningful smile on his face. Since this is what Li Qingshan requested himself, let them have their way. The four of them were surprised, but still thanked him politely. "Thank you, Teacher Wan." Teacher Li stood behind them, covering his forehead in silence, rendered speechless. These four students really had muscles where their brains should be. Didn't they hear him talking about 1 against 4 the whole time? Why would he be worried about following the rules? He was afraid that after his 4 students teamed up, they would get beaten so badly they would suffer a mental breakdown. Li Qingshan held his thunder-patterned blade, frowned at the 4 empty-handed students, and asked puzzledly, "You are not using weapons? A blade isn't as handy as a fist." Yang Peng clenched his right fist, crouched in a bow stance ready to strike. "Of course you use your blade, we won't mind." Looking at the black blade in Li Qingshan's hand, a faint hint of mockery flashed in the eyes of all 4. The first and second year martial arts students both focused mainly on body tempering. To win the training room, they had poured all their energy into it. Without master-level martial arts skills, a weapon would only be a hindrance. Only a freshman like Li Qingshan would feel more secure holding a blade, right? The other 3 thought as they moved to the other 3 sides, boxing Li Qingshan in the center. Surrounded by 4, Li Qingshan looked like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the students outside couldn't help but hold their breath. Just then, clang! He drew his blade from the scabbard. The blade hummed, acting like a signal, and the 4 of them moved. A dozen meters closed in 3 steps. With fists and palms, 4 attacks arrived in front of Li Qingshan almost simultaneously. Li Qingshan's right hand, gripping the hilt, was already raised. Is he trying to use me to test the blade? Yang Peng, directly in front, slowed his move slightly, not wanting to test the blade with his body. Block if you can, retreat if you can't. In any case, the attacks from the other 3 were still coming. There was no way Li Qingshan could dodge all of them. Just as he hesitated, the blade left Li Qingshan's hand and flew to the side. Li Qingshan threw his blade away. Yang Peng was stunned for a moment, only to find that Li Qingshan was gone from in front of him. "What's going on?" "Behind you." A cry rang out. Before Yang Peng could react, he felt intense pain in his back and limbs. The attacks hit like a violent rainstorm, relentless and continuous. After barely holding on for 2 seconds, his sturdy frame collapsed to the floor. As expected, it's easier to use the scabbard for a fight like this. Li Qingshan stood behind Yang Peng, twisting his right hand and spinning the scabbard in a flourish. The thunder pattern blade is too sharp. Using it here would require too much restraint. All together now. The remaining 3 roared, suppressing the shock in their hearts. Right now, the most important thing is to take Li Qingshan down. The 3 were within 2 meters, their attacks arriving in the blink of an eye, leaving no room to dodge. But after the special training in the martial arts space last night, compared to the coordinated seamless attacks of 1 person and 3 beasts at the 5th level of body tempering, these 3 were far behind. Li Qingshan stepped forward with his right foot, twisting his waist, dodging the encirclement with supernatural ease. At the same time, the scabbard in his right hand turned into a continuous shadow. Bang bang bang. Within seconds, the remaining 3 were all on the ground, grimacing in pain. For a moment, the room was deadly silent. The dozen pairs of eyes outside remained motionless, almost frozen. The fight ended so fast that they hadn't even reacted yet. The 4 experts of their class were all lying on the floor in under 30 seconds. Since when did freshmen become this ferocious? Alright, the fight is over, stop watching the show. Teacher Li sighed helplessly once more, gesturing for the students outside to come in and help Yang Peng and the others up. Teacher Wan, we won't disturb you any further. Wan Keshan grinned wide. It is no trouble at all, it is good for students to exchange pointers. Come back whenever you have time. Exchange pointers. It was a one-sided beatdown. Teacher Li looked constipated, turned around, and left with his deflated students. Alright kid, I should get going too. Wan Keshan continued to grin, patted Li Qingshan on the shoulder, and walked out of the training room. Focus on your cultivation and prepare for the rookie tournament at the end of the year. Remember, you won't get far with just martial arts techniques. Your body tempering level is the true foundation. Thank you teacher, I understand. Li Qingshan watched Wan Keshan leave and looked down at his communicator. Juan Keshan was right, the body tempering level is the foundation. The 1 million in prize money has already arrived, so I can buy intermediate nutrient solution now. Besides, there doesn't seem to be any need to waste time at Yinghai anymore. Perfect. Turning him down in person might hurt Manager Zhou's feelings, but sending a message is much more tactful. Thinking of the email from Manager Zhou this morning, Li Qingshan simply sent back a short message, handling both his resignation and his refusal to sign. After sending the message, Li Qingshan scrolled through his contact list and quickly found a number. It was left by the girl who sold the nutrient solution at the mall. As a major customer, there is naturally a home delivery service. Yinghai Flagship Store General Manager's office. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded. Fu Wen frowned and said in a deep voice, "What are you panicked about? Come in." The bald middle-aged man pushed the door open and said eagerly, "Manager Fu." Li Qingshan replied to my message. "Oh." Fu Wen's expression softened slightly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "It seems I overestimated him. He's just a poor student from a public background after all, losing his patience so quickly." "No, it's not that." Manager Zhou swallowed hard and said carefully. Manager Fu. Li Qingshan's reply was to decline the contract and resign from Yinghai at the same time. "What?" The smile froze on Fu Wen's face, unable to believe his ears.
Manager Zhao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and ventured a guess. "Mr. Fu, Li Qingshan mentioned earlier that he has no intention of signing with any company. Maybe he really isn't planning to? How is that possible?" Fu Wen dismissed the idea without a second thought. On the path of martial arts, you can't get anywhere without sufficient resources, let alone someone with a background like Li Qingshan's. Unless he is an idiot, or... Fu Wen's face darkened, and he began tapping his fingers on the desk. "Someone is poaching our talent at Yinghai." "Mr. Fu, that is impossible," Manager Zhao said nervously, hurrying to explain. "I followed your instructions to keep last night's news as quiet as possible. Apart from that first batch of local companies that received the message, it shouldn't have spread far at all. Those small local firms don't even understand the contract levels, so there is no way they could offer better terms than us. Don't be so quick to make excuses. I am not planning to replace you just yet." Fu Wen gave a sneer and lifted his eyelids slightly. "Whether or not someone is poaching him, why don't we just find out?" Manager Zhu, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was stunned and asked, "How?" Fu Wen waved his hand and said decisively, "Send a grade C contract directly to Li Qingshan. Even if someone is poaching him, they could not possibly offer anything better than a grade C contract." Manager Zhou immediately lowered his head to comply, and after sending the contract, he fawned. "Mr. Fu is wise. A grade C contract will surely make Li Qingshan change his mind. Once he comes to Yinghai, we can dangle a grade B contract, which is a step up." "Grade B," Fu Wen interrupted with a sneer, glancing at Manager Zhu. "Who said I was going to upgrade him to grade B?" But, according to the original plan, Manager Zhou stammered. He had assumed Fu Wen would stick to the original plan. Even with the contract tier bumped up, the business deal would still be profitable. But clearly he had guessed wrong. If I sign Li Qingshan with a grade B contract, how would I be any different from the mediocrities out there? Signing someone requires not just sincerity, but also momentum. Fu Wen slammed his hand on the desk and stared at Manager Zhu. "Contact Li Qingshan right now. I want to talk to him personally." Right away." Manager Zhu did not dare to delay. He quickly found Li Qingshan in his contacts and dialed. The light screen expanded, and Li Qingshan's figure appeared. "Manager Zhao, there is no need to talk about the contract anymore. I really don't have any intention of signing." Li Qingshan frowned slightly, his voice sounding more than a little impatient. After all, this already marked the third time he had rejected Yinghai. As he spoke, Li Qingshan walked over to the wall and picked up the long blade he had thrown aside earlier. Clang! The long blade clicked into its sheath. Manager Zhao looked embarrassed and could only offer a dry laugh. Qingshan, don't be hasty. We didn't consider things thoroughly enough with the previous contract. I have just sent you a new grade C contract, where all the benefits are more than doubled. Li Qingshan's frown deepened, and he was just about to refuse again. Across the screen, the bald middle-aged man's face was pushed aside. A long-haired youth appeared in the upper half of the screen, and due to the angle, he looked as if he were looking down on everyone. Li Qingshan, is it? I am Fu Wen, the general manager of Yinghai. A grade C contract isn't something just anyone can sign, especially getting this contract directly from my hands is no easy feat. Fu Wen looked condescending and arrogant, his words dripping with a sense of giving charity. Crazy. After throwing those 3 words, Li Qingshan's image vanished, and the call was disconnected. Fu Wen's confident expression froze on his face, unable to process what had happened for a long time. Manager Zhu's forehead broke out in sweat, and he whispered a reminder. Mr. Fu? How dare he? How could he dare? Fu Wen snapped back to reality, slamming his palm onto the desk with a loud thud. Manager Zhu was startled and scrambled backward. Boom! The solid wood desk couldn't take the impact and snapped in half. Fu Wen took a deep breath, finally suppressing his boiling rage. This is wrong. Li Qingshan is just a poor student. Where does he get the nerve to be so arrogant? Fu Wen looked up abruptly and stared at Manager Zhu, who had retreated to the corner. Come here. Pull up the recording of the call we just had. Li Qingshan must have another hidden card, and Fu Wen had to find out what it was. Coming right away. Manager Zhu trotted forward and quickly pulled up the recording of the previous call. The light screen lit up, and Li Qingshan's figure reappeared. Manager Zhu. Fu Wen observed Li Qingshan's expression carefully, his brows gradually furrowing. He had to admit one thing. He had indeed guessed wrong before. Looking at Li Qingshan's expression, he truly hadn't left himself any room to maneuver. It seemed like he really had no intention of signing. Where on earth does Li Qingshan get his confidence? Just as Fu Wen was pondering this, clang! A flash of steel, and the long blade returned to its sheath. Fu Wen was suddenly jolted, his eyes widening in shock. Stop! Manager Zhou was startled and hurriedly hit pause. Mr. Fu, what's wrong? Is there something special about that blade? Fu Wen didn't even acknowledge Manager Zhu. His face was almost touching the screen, his gaze locked tightly onto the black long blade. Is that really a thunder pattern blade? How could Li Qingshan have a thunder pattern blade? Fu Wen muttered to himself, his expression dazed. Manager Zhu, made incredibly curious by his reaction, couldn't help but ask again. Mr. Fu, is this blade very expensive? Expensive? It's more than just expensive. Fu Wen came to his senses, his eyes still filled with disbelief. The thunder pattern blade is priceless. Even if you offered 100 million star coins, you couldn't buy one. Ah, Manager Zhou was left wide-eyed and dazed. In less than a month, a poor student who needed to take part-time jobs at Yinghai to make ends meet is now using a weapon worth 100 million star coins. This world is just too surreal. Mr. Fu, do you think a major consortium has already stepped in and signed Li Qingshan? Manager Zhu, having regained some clarity, voiced the only guess he could come up with. A major consortium? Fu Wen repeated the 3 words over and over, his logic forcing him to agree with this point, as the thunder pattern blade was not something that could be obtained by commoners in Luoying. But deep down he instinctively didn't want to admit it. Because something involving a thunder pattern blade would not be covered by a grade A contract. Li Qingshan must have signed at least a grade S contract. A grade S contract isn't something just anyone can hand out. Even his father, as the regional head for the entire Wuyi province, could only file an application and wait for the headquarters to send someone to evaluate it. More importantly, being the subject of a grade S contract is a status symbol in itself. A grade S contract signifies an existence destined to soar. No one would risk offending such a person. Was he really a small fry he could manipulate just a moment ago, only to transform into a major figure that even his father would have to treat with the utmost respect? The thought left Fu Wen feeling a cocktail of complex emotions. Mr. Fu, what should we do now? Fu Wen blinked out of his daze and waved his hand, saying, "Contact Li Qingshan for me again." Ah? Manager Zhou's lips trembled, and he was reluctant to move. He might not be the most worldly person, but he wasn't naive. Now that Li Qingshan's status was clearly extraordinary, how could he dare to offend him any further? Don't worry. Fu Wen saw what Manager Zhou was thinking, took a deep breath, and suppressed his internal turmoil. This time, I'm going to apologize to him. My attitude earlier was indeed a bit reckless. Apologize. Manager Zhou was stunned. Over the 3 days since taking office, Fu Wen had always been high and mighty, barking orders. Was he actually going to lower his head now? But this was ultimately a good thing, so Manager Zhou quickly dialed Li Qingshan's number. 2 pairs of eyes stared intently at the communicator. But after a short, sharp tone, the screen went dark. He had been blocked.
With that kind of quality, how did they even manage to become the general manager of Yinghai? Li Qingshan muttered dismissively and turned off the communicator. His relationship with Yinghai was only ever a partnership anyway. Since things had turned sour, he simply wouldn't deal with them again. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door perked Li Qingshan up, and he walked quickly toward the entrance. Outside the door was the salesgirl who had come to deliver the goods. "Mr. Li, here are your 20 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution. Please sign for them." The salesgirl held the insulated box with a beaming smile, her attitude even warmer than before. Starting from just 10 bottles of beginner nutrient solution to now buying 20 bottles of intermediate solution at once, the young man in front of her had become her biggest client. And it was easy to foresee that this client's importance would only continue to grow. Li Qingshan took the insulated box and opened it up on his arm. Amidst the swirling cold mist, 20 bottles of pale red liquid were neatly arranged. "No problem, let's just make the payment." Li Qingshan nodded, closed the box, and tapped his communicator against the payment terminal the girl held out. On in 60. Having just received his 1 million bonus, Li Qingshan dealt the usual sting of the expense. After the salesgirl left, he took out a bottle of intermediate nutrient solution and brought it before his eyes. Compared to the beginner nutrient solution, the bottle size remained the same, but the color had changed from glowing blue to pale red. Logically, pale red should be far less striking than glowing blue. But the reality was quite the opposite. The pale red glow held Li Qingshan's gaze firmly. Just looking at it made him feel a sense of heat, which was beyond the scope of any ordinary color. Li Qingshan couldn't help but recall the crimson light radiating from Wan Keshan last night. Their nature seemed to be the same. Could it be Kaiyan blood? He had heard the term Kaiyan blood from Yu Lai, and it was supposedly related to the stage after body forging. However, the things Yu Lai claimed to know were always notoriously lacking in detail, and there was hardly any substantial information. Whatever, as long as it works, I'll figure it out eventually. Li Qingshan stopped thinking about it, opened the cap, and tilted his head to drink it. The beginner nutrient solution tasted like a beverage, but the intermediate one was like strong spirits. No, it was even more scorching than strong spirits. The scalding liquid hit his stomach like molten lava, splitting into countless fiery tongues that surged throughout his entire body. His skin turned flushed and hot to the naked eye, and steam began to rise from his pores. No wonder intermediate nutrient solution is strictly forbidden for ordinary people. This goes far beyond the category of nutrient solution. Li Qingshan didn't dare to delay. He immediately took his stance and began body forging practice. As he moved through the motions, his skin grew even hotter and sweat seeped from every pore. His body grew stronger bit by bit, while his stomach, like a furnace, continuously supplied the various nutrients needed for that growth. An hour later, all 108 movements were completed. Li Qingshan finished his stance and closed his eyes, silently feeling the changes in his body. Although there was no specific numerical feedback, the extent of his improvement from this session definitely surpassed last night's. Moreover, he didn't feel drained. The intermediate nutrient solution in his stomach hadn't been fully consumed and was still continuously replenishing his energy. At 8,000 per bottle, it is worth every penny. Li Qingshan smiled with satisfaction and turned his gaze toward the virtual pod. Since his stamina still needed time to recover, it was the perfect time to explore it. After all, it was the core of the entire individual training room. Filled with anticipation, Li Qingshan walked toward the virtual pod. The virtual pod was shuttle-shaped, nearly 3 meters long, with a surface made of a dark gray alloy. He ran his fingers over the casing and pressed the round button in the center. With a hiss, the cover lifted to reveal a 1-meter-deep chamber resembling an alloy coffin. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and climbed inside. The cover closed. A pale blue light illuminated the dark space, scanning his body, and a mechanical voice rang in his ears. New user detected, automatically verifying user information. Pupil confirmed, fingerprint confirmed, genetic information confirmed. New user verified as Federation citizen Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, you have been authorized. Do you wish to connect to the combat space? Yes. As he spoke, the space before him suddenly brightened. A sheer cliff rose thousands of feet, piercing the clouds. Li Qingshan stood before the cliff and rubbed his brow lightly. The moment he entered the combat space, the AI had transmitted a wealth of relevant information. The combat space provides 99% realism. Death within the space does not cause physical harm in reality. However, dying too many times in a short period can exert massive mental pressure, with a specific tolerance depending on the individual. 99% realism. Li Qingshan flexed his limbs and touched his body. Although the tactile sensations were very realistic compared to the Marshall Dao space projection, there was still a sense of something being veiled. Perhaps this is that final 1%. Recalling his thousands of past experiences of dying in the jaws of wolves, Li Qingshan was absolutely certain that the Marshall Dao space was 100% realistic. Due to its purpose, the combat space had no entertainment features, and the surrounding area was completely empty. Except for the cliff face in front of him that stretched into the clouds. Old Continent Litterboard. Li Qingshan scanned the smooth surface, which was densely packed with name after name. Every enrolled Marshall student could leave their name on the leaderboard. So at this moment, there were tens of thousands of names on the cliff. Li Qingshan swept his gaze over them briefly, then moved his eyes upward, looking toward the top hidden behind the clouds. The clouds parted automatically, and the name at the very top gradually enlarged, coming into view. Old Continent number 1 Mayu. Li Qingshan nodded and withdrew his gaze. His name wasn't on the cliff yet. To get on the leaderboard, he had to complete his first combat match. Li Qingshan spread his fingers, and a projection screen appeared. In virtual combat, opponents are randomly matched by the system, and you can choose any cold weapon that does not exceed the restrictions. Li Qingshan quickly selected the Thunder Pattern Blade and clicked the Match button. Please prepare for combat. You have been matched with opponent and Baoliang ranked 68th and 706. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The light and shadows shifted, and the cliff vanished. Li Qingshan appeared, holding his Thunder Pattern Blade, on a circular platform with a diameter of 1,000 meters. 10 meters across from him, a burly, fat man was looking at him. Junior, is this your first time in the combat space? And Baoliang said with a friendly smile, pacing toward him. Li Qingshan gripped his blade handle, frowning. It wasn't strange that Baoliang knew it was his first time. He could see Baoliang's rank, so naturally Baoliang could see he had no rank yet. But the fact that Baoliang looked so defenseless was a bit puzzling. The combat space isn't for small talk. After a moment's thought, Li Qingshan didn't rush to attack. Senior, what can I do for you? Don't be so anxious, Junior. It's just a match. It won't matter if I lose to you. Baoliang deliberately spread his hands to show he was unarmed, then explained. Junior, having more friends means more opportunities. Why don't we exchange communicator IDs and connect when we get out? Before he knew it, Baoliang had walked right up to Li Qingshan, the corners of his mouth turned upward. You should know that to get a high ranking, you don't necessarily have to rely on raw strength, Baoliang said meaningfully, as long as your network is wide enough, even with random matching, you can still run into familiar faces. Cheating? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, his response concise. The method Baoliang suggested was indeed workable, but it would require a network covering all 107 provinces of the old continent. And that is precisely the most impossible thing. Such a massive network of relationships could not possibly evade the monitoring of the AI system. The selection of Marshall students concerns the foundation of Federation policy, and pulling strings like this would be pure suicide. Furthermore, Baoliang was actually speaking about it so brazenly within the combat space. If he wasn't an idiot, he definitely had another motive. However, none of that mattered now. Facing Baoliang's smiling face, Li Qingshan offered a faint smile of his own. Clang. He drew his blade.